What is up, guys? Welcome to the best Shopify dropshipping tutorial that you'll ever watch. As a matter of fact, here's just some results right in front of your face, learning exactly what you're going to be watching throughout this entire tutorial. This particular store went on to make over $1 million in under 2 weeks from one of the experts that I am bringing on to teach you. And this particular store right over here is one of my partners as well, and he's been able to generate on the front end alone $579,000 with this one particular store that we have, which is absolutely incredible. And you're going to learn everything that we do, nothing left out, to go out there and be building these type of businesses. So let me just quickly tell you before we dive into the meat and potatoes is that the goal of what I'm doing this year is very important, and I hope that you support this, is I'm bringing on unknown e-commerce experts that are in the trenches every day, generating millions of dollars every year, but they don't have what's known as social clout, meaning that they're not famous on platforms because they're in the trenches working day by day. And that's why I took a year off of YouTube, is to work with very closely, learn from, and just retain a lot of this information upon the e-commerce skills that I had, and not going out there and trying to be one of these YouTubers that don't necessarily know what they're talking about. Now, with that being said, I can't wait to hear about your results. Let's just hop into the core training and let's get started. Hey everyone, Dan Dasilva here, and welcome to Anarchy Ecom. This is the best Shopify dropshipping course on YouTube made by real dropshippers. And the best part about this tutorial is that not only am I going to go ahead and input what I've learned over the last few years, but I've also created a little conglomerate known as the Tribe, and they are underground e-commerce experts that do millions of dollars a year. And specifically, one of the Tribe members here today, his name is Kyle Russell. He has gone out there and literally made $1.5 million in 14 days, very recently actually. And we're going to actually show you how this business runs and operates so you can learn how to go ahead and operate the drop shipping model for yourself as well. Not only that, you're going to learn the real way to do it. But why should you listen to us? Well, some very well-known industry experts have started out with me and one of my particular programs, or have been trained by me and have evolved on their own as well. So you are in great hands. A lot of these YouTubers and Instagram influencers that you see now have in part gone ahead and passed through one of my programs that have been released in just the last 6 years alone. Now, I'm not saying every single one, but a vast majority of them have. So why Anarchy Ecom? Why did I name it like this? Well, there's people out there who try and rule the e-commerce space right now, and they call themselves the king or the queen of e-commerce, but the truth is they give you washed down information, or, and here's a secret they don't want you to know, the ad accounts or the actual store themselves, they have never owned them personally. So when it comes down to actually operating and running the stores, we do this on a day-to-day basis. We're in the trenches every single day. Myself, BOGDAN Ads, one of my partners, and Kyle Russell, another one of my partners for multiple different businesses that we run. So we are in the trenches every single day doing this, so you're learning factual information that works from individuals that are in the trenches every single day. So what you're going to learn here today. So you're going to learn the exact mindset you need before you get started. Now, here's the thing. I know a lot of people will say, Dan, I don't want to learn mindset. I want to get right into the nitty gritty. Well, mindset is more than half of the battle. As a matter of fact, if you go and talk to any single business owner that is relatively successful and ask them, what's the number one factor to your success? They're not going to tell you a strategy. They're not going to tell you a secret little 3-step process that they use. No, they're going to tell you it starts with how they think and how they process and their thought patterns, right? Because that, in the end, is what makes a true winner. And I'll get more on this later, but I don't want to harp on this too much, but I want to set you up and your foundation for success. I want to start it there because it's like I always say to everybody getting started, try building a house in thin air. Well, you can't. You need a foundation. Just like building a business, it's like a house. You can't build it in thin air. You need a foundation, and your foundation is how you think. And you're going to learn the proper foundation to finding winning products and what I call the magic formula. You're also going to learn how to construct your first e-commerce store for sky-high conversions. You're going to learn creating proper structure in your store. We're talking about email sequences, text message sequences, order flow for tracking and fulfillment, live chat, etc. So you're going to be learning a lot when it comes down to properly structuring your store. You're going to learn creating your first creatives for your ads and how to do that as well. You're also going to learn creating and structuring your first ad account and a testing strategy called the Product Mayhem Strategy, which allows you to find winning products rapidly and more specifically, what you should be looking for. And not only that, we have scaling, the $1 million in 1 month campaign structure, and how to effortlessly execute with low budgets. So 3 reasons you should watch till the end. This system, this strategy that we're going to be teaching you here today in step-by-step format stands the test of time. Now, I've been doing this for years, and I can tell you right now, this is by far one of the, if not the best exact step-by-step strategy for you to follow to launching your first successful Shopify dropshipping business. But not only that, since there's multiple of us here and we're going ahead and creating one massive video for you, there's no reason why with multiple different brains in one video, not just me telling you, hey, this is the only way, you get multiple different people telling you exactly what works at their skill level, which I went ahead and looked for the best individuals at their skill level to go ahead and bring on and teach you, so it's not just one-sided and it's not just me telling you what I think works. Rather, I'm going and getting the best experts so I can even learn from them as well, and you can at the same exact time. So all of us have done over 7 figures in sales online, and collectively, the tribe has been doing this for well over 10 years if you take all of our combined experience and go ahead and kind of package it all up into one. So those are the 3 reasons why you should be listening to us. Now, this is not get rich quick. If you think this is going to make you a millionaire overnight, you should probably go watch a different video. You should probably be watching like a Forex video or something, because this is definitely not for you. So again, you're in for a rude awakening if you think this is get rich quick. So let's talk about what dropshipping actually is. So there's 3 main components that go into dropshipping. We have your store, the customer, and the supplier. Now, the very first part of this is to getting your store up and running, which this entire tutorial is all about. And I'll show you how to go ahead and get the customers, and you'll also learn how to go ahead and work with the supplier. So basically, we're going to teach you everything there is to dropshipping. So again, we have your store. Now, your store has a product on it. Now, it can have multiple products. It can be a 1-product store, whatever it is. So your store has, let's just say, 1 single product on it, and it costs you $5 to go ahead and purchase from this supplier. Now, let's just say this product that's on your store, you're selling it for $20, but you're getting it for $5, which means you have that $15 margin in there to potentially profit before you spend money on advertising to acquire the customer. So it's $20 on here. Now, what's going to happen is a customer is going to come to your website. They're going to see that this product is $20. So let's just theoretically say they purchase that $20 product. What you're going to do is you're going to go over to the supplier and say, hey, look, Mr. Supplier, I want you to go ahead and send this product to this customer that ordered from my website. And they're going to say, okay, it's $5. But meanwhile, you got the $20. So the customer paid you $20, you pay the supplier $5, and the supplier sends the customer the product that they purchased from your website. So think of this as a complete love triangle between you, the supplier, and the customer. It's a really weird way of thinking about it, but let me tell you something. It's probably the best way I can give you the analogy. So regardless, it goes from your store, a customer comes to your store, they purchase from your store, you go to the supplier and purchase the product from the supplier, and the supplier sends it to the customer. So in essence, it's the same product all around. The customer gets the product on your site, and that same exact product on your site is the one you're buying from the supplier. There's nothing too complex to this whatsoever. So let's take a great example of this website called bestsellers.com. Now, these have very good winning products on here. Now, if we just take a look at some of these products and we go to view all products, this is a general store. Now, let's just say we're going ahead and selling. Now, here's a product that is on bestsellers, and this is just a grooming tool to go ahead and cut the nails on a dog and whatnot. So if we just go ahead and we go to AliExpress and we just search nail trimmer, all right, dog nail trimmer, now we'll be able to find the same product. For example, maybe it's this one right over here that's relatively the same, right? So if we take a look at this product, is it relatively the same over here? Well, yes, it looks like it is the same as this product, right? So all Bestsellers is doing is putting this product on their website, and if somebody purchases this for $49.95, they're going ahead and paying anywhere, let's just see, from $11.65 with shipping, right? So we can see that it is $3.05. So roughly $15 that it costs them to go ahead and make a $49.95 sale. Now, what I will say is this is a very good site that I cross-reference when I want to find a winning product, because they're always adding products on here, and I love the way that they go ahead and structure their store. And what I will say is later on when we do product research, this is a site that I'll come back to and reference later as one that I found doing research and one that I really like as well. So that's what dropshipping is in a nutshell, and that's exactly what you can expect to do with this business model. Now let's talk about capital needed to start, because this is a question that gets thrown around a lot and nobody gives you a real answer to this. They say, well, the range is between this and this, and that is in turn the truth, which I'll actually dive into a little bit more. But I'm going to give you the bare bones needed to go ahead and get started. So the Shopify plan is $29 a month, as a lot of you already know. Now, the domain, I would suggest not getting it on Shopify. Now, the path of least resistance is to go ahead and buy it on Shopify, but you can save yourself an astonishing $6 by not. And there's a lot more freedom to not getting your domain on Shopify, which I'll talk about later on. And then we get an email autoresponder. Now, it's $0 for a 14-day trial, but again, the email autoresponders that send out email notifications, they range from $100 a month. It could be up to $500 a month. There's so many different ones out there. I would suggest going and shopping. Then we have ad creatives and video creators, anywhere from $27 to $247. Now, I'm going to give you multiple different options, and they range, like I said, from $27 all the way up to $247, depending, quite frankly, how much capital you have will be dependent on what you should be using. So it's all about time input and the result output. And I'll explain more on this later on. Then product research tools, which are very vital, anywhere from $25 to $49 monthly. And I'm going to recommend a few of them later on. But for now, what I will say is that the range can be anywhere from $24.99 up to $49 every single month. Now, the more you pay, the better analytics you get. Now, a theme. This is going to be very important when we speak about this theme. Kyle Russell developed what I consider one of the highest converting themes ever. And it's so simple and beautiful. So here's the thing. Everybody suggests they beautify, and everybody suggests, these themes. I'm going to give you a secret. The reason why they suggest these themes is because they get a very nice affiliate commission. How much do I get off of this theme that I'm using, that I actually use, and how much? Nothing. It literally gives me absolutely $0 when I show you this theme, and it's the theme responsible for the $1.5 million generated in 14 days, which is very, very powerful. Then we have other miscellaneous apps, which can range from $30 to $100 a month, depending on what you're trying to accomplish on your store. Not only that, but what I will say is the total bare minimum to get started is $120 before ad spend. So if anyone else tells you less, please do not believe them. So again, this is the bare minimum amount needed to get started on your first store, your very first month. Now let's talk about ad spend needed, because we talked about how much is needed for your store to get started, But now ad spend is another question that goes through a lot of people's mind. Now here's the thing. You have to remember this one concept. This one simple concept is that this is a business, okay? This is not a hobby. This is an actual business. If you treat this like a hobby, you're gonna get results like a hobby, all right? This is a business. So ideally, you want bare minimum to be $50 per day so you can test. Now, can you do this with 25? Yes, but the more, the merrier. So anywhere from $1,500 to $1,800 your very first month and months going forward to get really good data is what you should have. Now, what I will say is that you're not gonna be operating at a loss. Well, I mean, ideally not over the course of a year, or not even over the course of 2 months. But your very first month should be dedicated towards getting data, finding that winner. As a matter of fact, the more you have, which I'll describe in the very next bullet point, will be the determining factor to how long it actually takes you to find that winner. Because the more you throw at Facebook and the more you throw at advertising in general, the faster your results are going to come back to you and the data will come back to you. Then you can find your winners even faster. So the best results, like I just mentioned, are anywhere from $100 to $200 per day to start. It can be lower, but you'll get results way, way faster with a higher budget. So let's just theoretically say you have $2,000 in a given month to spend. Now the question becomes, well, Dan, if I spread that $2,000 out over the course of the month, isn't that smarter? Well, to be quite honest with you, it's not, because of the simple fact that you can spend a lot more upfront to get the same results that you would generate over the course of a month in literally one, or I would say 3/30, so 1/10 of the time. So in 3 days, you can get the same amount of data as you would in 30 days. So because you're throwing more money at it, right? So the more money you throw, the more data you get back, which means the faster your results come in. So individuals have this really bad misconception that they rather spend the money very slowly. Now, spending the money very slowly is dependent on how much money you have coming in personally to spend. Now, if you don't have the money to spend on it rapidly, that's okay. Then spend as you see fit and what fits your budget. But if you have the money there, what I would suggest is testing very fast to find your winner even faster. So your best results, and the best results that we get personally, and Kyle will talk about this later on, is actually when we spend hundreds of dollars every single day to find the winner and get the data back really fast. Now, I don't want you to be scared and have this deter you. Like I said, this is a real drop shipping video. We're not going to sugarcoat anything. We're going to give it to you like how we scale and how we generate millions of dollars a year. I'm not just going to go ahead and tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what needs to be said and what others will not share with you. So if this scares you, don't worry. I promise you that even if you have $25 a day, you'll still be able to see good results over time. But if you have $2,000 to spend in a week, then you'll get your results a lot faster. So here is other businesses that you can try to get involved with. Again, compared to drop shipping, you could probably go out there and get a McDonald's franchise, right? If you got a solid $1 million, hey, maybe UPS is only $170,000. You know what? I know. 7-Eleven, $47,000, okay? So what I'm trying to get at here is that if you want to franchise a business, it's so expensive. If you're looking at Shopify Dropshipping as a really big, expensive business to get started with, what I would suggest is probably Xing out of this video and saving some capital and perhaps maybe coming back. Now, I'm not saying that to be mean, but if you don't have capital to get started running a business, you more than likely shouldn't be going ahead and looking to start a business. You should be looking to go ahead and generating more capital. So with that being said, that's how much ad spend you need. And not only that, you cannot forget, and I have this chart on here, so I don't want you to forget that this is a real business model, and other businesses require thousands of dollars, hundreds and thousands, even millions of dollars to get started with. This is a low barrier of entrance business, and this is why a lot of people gravitate towards it. But you do need to have some capital. This still is a business. Keep that in mind. Now, before we really dive into the first session, if you want to skip around, you can. In the description down below, we have a few things. We have a cheat sheet for you to download, which I highly suggest you download and have at the ready so you can follow along step by step as we go through everything and kind of make sure you have every link in front of your face and you have every single diagram and image that we go through so you're not lost and you can follow along in this video. But also in the description, there's timestamps and you can hop around based on what you want to learn. And I went ahead and made sure that these timestamps are exact, and you'll notice that the video is cut up very perfectly to go ahead and allow anybody, including yourself, to go and pick what you want to learn from, or maybe you stopped at a certain section and you came back. Whatever it is, the timestamps are down below. So let's get started with our first session, which is finding winning products using the magic formula. So when it comes to creating a successful drop shipping store, we have to take a very calculated approach to finding products. Now, finding the right products with the magic formula approach is exactly what you're going to learn here today. Now, this is actually a mathematical equation that you can use in order to go ahead and find these products. It's literally this plus this equals this. So with that being said, the magic formula for winning products is the following. Finding a winning product is super easy, but it must fit this equation in order for you to go ahead and actually consider selling the product. Now, these two images on the side will make sense in just a few moments. So here's the equation. Anyone can benefit or use the product, plus it's unique in some sort of way, plus it's not something that's easily available to get at a local store. This is a 6/7 figure product for you to go ahead and be able to tap into. Now, the product must have interest, either to a mass audience or a very specific audience, but also has the ability to be scaled into other audiences. For example, don't sell Siberian Husky bracelets because you can't scale that to other dog lovers. You can scale a generic I love my dog bracelet. Now, this is just an example. Don't go out there and do this. I just wanted to make an analogy to help you understand a lot better. So remember this equation. Anybody can benefit or use the product. It has to be unique in some sort of way, and it's not something that's easily available to get at a local store. And these are typically the products that go ahead and perform the best. Now, here's some of the best niches to get into. Is niche down jewelry. For example, like love jewelry, right? Now, if you go out there and try to advertise just generic jewelry, you're going to go and face a lot of problems. It's kind of an uphill battle because it's very, very saturated, and there's a lot of other competitors that are out there doing it way more successfully with a way bigger budget than we can pretty much get into it for. The barrier of entrance is a lot higher. And dogs and animals. Now, the product has to be unique in some sort of way. Now, when I say dogs and animals, I'm referring to chew toys, play toys, smart toys, some sort of water bowl. It can be anything in the dog and pet category, right? And you legitimately have to find that product that's unique in some sort of way. Anybody can get use out of it if they own, a particular animal. And I'll show you that in just a few moments because I already did some product research manually for, showing you exactly how we do product research manually. Beauty and vanity. Now, beauty and vanity is one of my favorite markets to sell in. And the reason being is because you have to understand human psychology, right? It's that when it comes down to vanity markets, people impulsively purchase because they want to feel some sort of way. Now, when it comes down to beauty and vanity, they don't want the initial product feature. They want an underlying benefit. For example, when somebody buys an eyebrow liner, yes, they want a better looking eyebrow to make it look, more full, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, they're not buying an eyebrow pencil to make their eyebrows look thicker. They're actually buying it because they want the perception of themselves and other people's eyes to be different. And if you can nail what that perception is and the benefit that they truly do get, you're able to really, really, really have high conversion rates. And the best part is if you're able to do that, you're able to sell the product at whatever price point you want and still be able to convert. So for example, we were selling, again, an eyebrow pencil. We were selling it for $40, $39.99, a pack of 5, and each one costs around $1.35, $1.40. And we hit a lot of those pain points, but we also went ahead and focused on what the user wanted to feel. And you can really do this with beauty and vanity. So they wanted to feel some sort of way because they wanted, their significant other to have that, to have that like wow moment, like, you're beautiful or whatnot. We really hit on that point. There's a lot of different points that we hit on in the actual description. And babies and toddlers, grandparents love to buy stuff for their grandchildren, especially if they're babies and, younger and whatnot. And mothers as well. We already know mothers absolutely will whip out their credit card for practically anything, right? Sports and fitness equipment. This is great during the times that we're in right now. People are working out inside, and the market for sports and fitness equipment is absolutely huge. It's constantly growing, and it's constantly, constant. It's big all year round. It's evergreen. And household and quirky items works exceptionally well also. So when it comes down to household items, it's really, really important that you understand not every single item is going to sell. For example, individuals don't need knife sets right now. Now, can you make knife sets sell? Yeah, absolutely. There's individuals that I know that go out there and have sold knife sets really successfully. But it's kind of like a 50-50 shot. It might work, it might not. But to be completely fair and to be completely honest, is that selling anything really is a 50-50 shot, right? If you advertise, it might not work. If you advertise, it might work. So again, just make sure that the product fits that formula that I gave to you before. Now, how you can find a winning e-com product effortlessly. So you have three options. I'm going to show you two paid softwares and how to use them. And you're going to have a higher success rate with these and remove the guesswork for finding products. Now, I'll also show you the free strategy, which takes time and is a complete hit or miss because you have to search for the data and really do the, kind of the digging, if you will. And I'll share all three with you, and you can pick the best that suits you. However, what I want to let you know is all the links and resources are in the description down below for you to download in our 7-figure e-com cheat sheet. So I highly suggest getting that, and I highly suggest reading through it all. It is very, very, very extensive, and there's a lot more information that I put in there that I might have left out in this particular tutorial. So I definitely would recommend getting it. So with that being said, let me dive in to just some of the softwares that we use, what they are, and then I'm going to show you how to do it the free and daunting way as well. So this will take just a few minutes. I'm going to go through each software, show you what they do, let you make an informed decision, and then show you how we find products either through the long and grueling way or using these softwares. So let's take a look at that right now. So one of the very first softwares that I use is Salesforce. And for this example, I've gone ahead and created a brand new Salesforce account. Now, if you want to know exactly where to get Salesforce, don't forget to download that cheat sheet in the description because there's going to be links in there with discounts and all of that fancy stuff. So with that being said, Salesforce is one of my favorite platforms to use because of what they're able to do for you. They're able to go ahead and conduct product research. They have a Google Chrome extension as well. You're able to find top suppliers for the particular product. You're able to take a look at your competitors and see exactly the data that they're getting for their particular site. And one of the things that I really like about Salesforce is that it allows you to go ahead and upload your products to your store as well, which is very, very useful. But more than anything, you're able to analyze other stores, analyze products, and a lot of other really cool features that are available when using Salesforce. Now here I am in my brand new Salesforce account that I created specifically to show you guys how this works. Now, essentially, you have the ability to upgrade your account after the 14-day free trial, but what I would suggest is upgrading your account from the start if you want to. Now, it is $49, but if you click upgrade your account, click yes, upgrade now, and then choose the plan, you're going to go ahead and be able to have a lot more products analyzed, all of that. So I just went ahead and obviously upgraded the account, but what we want is to really make sure that we have a lot of analyzed available, because on the free plan, you only have 5 analyzed products that you can go ahead and go through. So one of the first things that I would do is under products, you can go ahead and just click on bestsellers, trending, or search. So if I click on bestsellers, you'll have categories at the top over here. You see this right over here? And what you're able to do is you're able to toggle on USA shipping, which is really cool, but not something we're going to be using. So what we're able to do is just siphon through. For example, if we go to home, garden, and pets, more categories are going to open up over here. Now, if we go to pet products, we're able to see a lot of different pet products, right? So let's just take a look at something completely random like dog toys, and let's see exactly what we have in here. If anything catches our attention, something that can potentially be a really good seller. So just off the first page, nothing that really catches my attention, to be honest with you. So I'll go to the second page and I'll keep on going and I'll look through these products and I'll take a look at different categories inside of pet products, right? So I'm in pet products and this right here looks rather interesting. There's 14,980 orders on here and the price is $31.53. This can be a really good product to sell at a higher ticket as well. So this is a dog fence, 31,680 orders. But to be quite fair with you, I wouldn't really consider selling this. Would I consider selling the car seat cover? Yes, absolutely. Because it's definitely something that a lot of dog owners can get a lot of use out of. Also a fence, but I'm just trying to think about the easiest barrier of entrance for selling products. Now, cat bed right over here, yeah, this is definitely something that can potentially be sold as well. And just remember, as we're doing this research, there's a few things that I look at. I look at the price, I look at how many orders, and I also take a look at the total sales as well in regards to how much money that AliExpress is reporting that this product has made. Now, why? Is because it has a direct reflection off of the price and what I can potentially earn if I price it maybe 2 or 2.5x of what I'm picking it up for. So I'm back up here because I started doing some more research, going through some other pages and whatnot, and I really like that initial product that we saw. So let's go ahead and say that we want to use the dog car seat cover, right? Now the product score is based out of 100 points compared to all the other AliExpress listings in this particular category. I think that's how they base it off of. So they have this little weird algorithm, but the higher the product score, typically the better it is. So over here, we're actually going to click Analyze. Now, here's what analyzing does. So it'll actually go ahead and start gathering all the information. For example, images uploaded, products found, competitors, average dropship price from multiple different stores. So I'm going to let this load and then I'm going to show you exactly what it comes back with all the data. Now let's go back and click on My Products, and what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this when it says ready. Now this is really cool. I'm going to breeze through this a little bit because I just want you to get a brief idea of SalesSource and how it finds products. So images uploaded and whatnot. So first thing is first, if we click on products right over here, we're able to go ahead and find different AliExpress listings of this particular product, right? So we're able to see the price, we're able to see the total amount of orders, and we're able to go ahead and get a gist of what suppliers are out there offering this at the best possible price. So we see right over here, $12.46, product score 68, which is good, 66. I'm trying to look for relatively high product scores here. Okay, so that one's pretty high. Let's take a look at the shipping time when it comes to the 66. Okay, so I'm liking this. Oh wow, 97 days. Yeah, not happening. I'm liking this at 1222. So this isn't terrible at all. 739 orders, and then we also have different products that are recommended to us by having that Chrome extension. So recommended products, this one's at $18.31 if we grab this, so $36 technically. It's the United States. So United States, $19.31. That's really good. So again, we're just doing our preliminary research. This product is definitely a great product that you can consider selling, and one that I would also consider keeping in my back pocket. Now, we have this particular product. Now, this is definitely something that I can use. Now, here's the other thing. You can also click on Analyze Product. You can drag and drop product images in here and reverse image search. You can go ahead and paste in an AliExpress URL. You can analyze a Shopify product from a Shopify URL. You can also go ahead and take a look at the trending products and get ideas over here of what you could potentially go ahead and try to sell, to be quite honest with you. Then if you just click on the main dashboard, there's always products that pop up on the main dashboard that sometimes catch my attention. So there's a lot of different things you can do with SalesSource, and this is why I highly suggest using SalesSource, is because in my opinion, this is the best tool that you can get for your dollar compared to the other tools out there. Next, I want to go ahead and put you on to eSniper. Now, eSniper is $24.99 a month, so 25 bucks, compared to SalesSource, which is $49 a month. But they do completely different things. eSniper is specifically just to find products. Now, I also am a part of eSniper, and I really, really like their catalog and I like their layout. So let me show you what you can do. Inside of Viral Sniper, let me just reload this, they're constantly adding in new products, now which I really, really like. So you can go ahead and browse through all of these products, and let's just say you go ahead and find a product that really catches your attention. So as I'm going through here, let me just try to find something really quickly that perhaps even catches my attention. So let's just grab this foot massager. Ready? You click on Show Me the Money, and it'll tell you the suggested selling price, the cost, the profit margin, all of that. Now this profit margin is calculated before your CPP, so cost per purchase. So the CPA here, $2 to $4. I don't know who's doing these calculations, but if you can get $2 to $4 on a CPA here, please do let me know. Contact me. I will invest very gladly. So again, what I will say is they're really good to do research on because they provide AliExpress links, Facebook ads, the store selling this particular item as well. So you see right over here, and by the way, SalesSource does this all for you as well, but it's just really aggregated at a cheaper price inside of eSniper in one location. So you see 236 orders. Right over here, we have the Facebook ad with 1.6K engagements, 230 comments, 712 shares. So you're able to take a look at the ad, and let me see, store selling this item. So this link doesn't work. And a lot of times you'll find in eSniper that sometimes not all of these work. But again, this is another way that you can go ahead and find winning products. So next what I want to do is show you exactly how to do manual product research if you don't have the capital to go ahead and get one of these product research softwares. So I have AliExpress opened in a new incognito window with Google Chrome. So why am I using incognito exactly? Because it removes the cookies and the cache from your browser, which means that if you were browsing through AliExpress before, then it would save all of your products that you've clicked on and it would give you more recommended products like that. So this allows you to basically start fresh and allows you to see what AliExpress is recommending to you and others as well, because they know what's selling. So if you need help with getting a incognito browser, what you do is on a new Google Chrome, when you open it up, right? You go ahead and you click File, and then you just click New Incognito Window, and make sure this little incognito tab is there, and you're off to the races. So I already preloaded some stuff that I wanted to show you just to save some time. So I went to AliExpress, and you have a few options. You can go to categories and pretty much just start, going through all the categories and taking a look at different products. But what I did was I just scrolled down over here and I saw new arrivals. I'm always interested in the new arrivals because that means these are newer products to the market that I could potentially go ahead and snipe and, make really good money sniping these particular products. And if not, what I take a look at is more to love. Now, I found this really interesting because, as I said, I clicked on the new arrivals, right? So here are the new arrivals, and these are different products that are new to the AliExpress database. So as I was scrolling down, I took a look at more to love, and it'll just keep loading more and more and more products. But I started to take note of just a few products that really caught my attention. For example, this one right here. This is the cat scratch board pad. You get the idea. So we know that there's a lot of individuals who own cats that, quite frankly, they don't like that their cat does this. I know Kyle, who you'll be introduced to in a little bit, I don't think his cat really does this, or his cats really do this. It's also because his couch isn't conveniently positioned for them, but if they had the ability, they definitely would do this for a fact. So this is a problem that a lot of individuals have, especially if they own cats. And there's enough people out there that own cats where I can see this as a very viable product to sell. Now, here's what I also look at is I start going ahead and clicking on the other products, and I start clicking, or excuse me, on the variations of this product, and I'll start to see the price points. Now, what's more important than the price points is right over here where it says shipping, right under the quantity, right? So it says shipping to the US is $16.48. So if we just whip out the calculator really quickly, we're doing 17.07, which it looks like a really, really good price, but you have to add on the 16.48 plus 16.48. This is the actual cost for this particular product. Now we can go ahead and start siphoning, through the listings, and this is why I siphon through it, because I want to see the highest potential product cost and then add it to the shipping. Now, if you click on underneath the shipping, it'll actually have shipping rates. Sometimes they have shipping rates, excuse me. I'll actually go ahead and find another product where it might have shipping rates. But this product, $33.55, what you need to ask yourself is, what I like to do is I like to do anywhere from 2, 2.5, or 3, depending if the product looks like it has that type of value to be able to retail it to consumers, right? So let's just take 2.5. Can I sell this for $79.99? And I'll round down typically rather than going to $84.95 or $84.99. So $79.99, right? Can this product have that sort of intrinsic value to the person purchasing it? Well, here's what I have to consider. I have to consider the fact that a couch is definitely worth more than $79.99. However, is it something that is very painful if it gets ruined? Yes, it is. So are individuals willing to pay $79.99 for this in order to stop their cat from scratching on the sofa and ruining the sofa? Well, yes, quite frankly, they're looking to pay for a solution that'll save them from ruining a financial decision that they've made. So again, like the vanity products that I described before, there's really different segments of different markets that you have to understand psychologically. Vanity is one of the biggest. Also, financial is another, and health is another. So if you can trigger anything under those three, they're not even markets, they're more so psychological points, right? So if you can trigger anything under the vanity market, if you could trigger somebody to take action based on a financial pain, or if you can trigger somebody to take take action based on health, again, I would use health very cautiously because you don't want to overstep your boundaries, and you definitely don't want to be an unethical marketer. So again, this is something that will remove pain from somebody because they purchased their sofa, which is more expensive than purchasing this pad for $79.99. So yes, I can potentially sell this for $79.99, and it is roughly 1.8 or 1.9x of what I'm picking it up for. Now this right here is a dog molar chew toy. I know because we've been selling this, still till this day we're selling this. So this particular product does really well. Now what I will say is when you sell a product like this, you have to understand an owner's perspective. This is all psychological. Every product is psychological. So let's just say we go ahead and we find a particular product like the cat scratch board. So this is going to be really important. Is I'm going to go and open up my regular Google Chrome where I can go ahead and use my sales source plugin. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the other suppliers that are selling similar products like this. So I see 64 sold, 633 sold. It's not necessarily the same products. They're recommended products, but they aren't the same exact products. So what I would go ahead and do is I would use one of my analyze. all right? And I would take a look for other products. I would take a look at my competitors, the description, the images, and videos. Now, again, not so much the videos just yet, but the reason why this tool is so powerful, SalesSource, in comparison to eSniper and other tools, is because it'll find other suppliers with really good prices, and it'll also show you your competitors and the average dropship price. So remember before I said $79.99? So we have the average price right here of $59.99. Now, that to me isn't a good margin, to be quite honest with you, because of the shipping costs. So with that being said, what I would do is I would just take a look and run a search right over here. Let's just go back to let's go back to our original AliExpress in our incognito, and what I would do is cat, let's just exit out here, cat scratch, let's do board right over here, cat scratch board, but let's take it a step further, cat scratch sofa, right? Let's see if we can go ahead and really get a product that is similar, maybe better and cheaper. So I would just click right over here on orders, and I would sort by orders. Now this right here has 2,619 sold. This one has 1,489. And right over here, something very similar has 586 sold. So I opened up this one because it looks like, let's click here. So this one is definitely not feasible for us because $13.31 for shipping to the US. Now remember, is a lot of people overlook this. They take a look at the product price and they're like, oh, that's really good margins. However, they don't realize that the shipping is a completely different charge and it can be really expensive. So I want to take a look at my different alternatives. But first, what I keep in mind is my SalesSource data that goes ahead and runs in the background for me. So I'm going to click on products, and here we go. So you can see $6.99, 77 orders. I'm going to click view product. Now this right here, let's just grab, I don't recall if this is the same one. Yeah, so this is the same one that we were running. Let's just take a look at these different, let's see if this was the same one. Yes, it was the same one. So let's just take a look. These are pretty much not relevant whatsoever to what we're trying to search. So in my opinion, SalesSource didn't provide the best data. So let's just see view product over here. Sometimes they go ahead and provide, this seems like a really new product, really something that is kind of untapped right now. So anybody watching this, if you guys can find this at a really good price somewhere, maybe DHgate, maybe a different supplier location, this looks rather untapped. Now, if we go ahead and take a look at competitors, it doesn't really look like there's any fierce competitors. So this particular product, I think we just stumbled upon a product that has massive, massive potential. There's barely any big players in the market right over here. Let's take a look at videos. There's only 4 videos here. Let me lower the volume because this is really interesting. I think, yeah, so this is one of the videos that that SalesSource found. It's relatively a good video. So it might be a video from the actual supplier, but no matter how you slice it, this doesn't have a lot of images, which tells me that not a lot of competitors. The description is in a different language as well. This is going to be a home run product for anybody that can piece all the pieces of this puzzle together. I can promise you that right now. But the price needs to be there. The price has to be there. Now, for everybody else wondering, well, Dan, what would you do in this case if if the price is this high and I'm not too comfortable selling at $79.99. Well, here's the thing is that I would really suggest selling it at $79.99 because you're essentially the only person selling this. This is literally competition free, which is phenomenal for you. So out of just doing the research here, I just completely stumbled upon a potential winning product for somebody. So definitely utilize that. But going back to the AliExpress search, I would try to find similar products. So this one has 2,619, 1,500. I'd click over here and I just start taking a look and seeing exactly what this product does. So, okay, this is like a knockoff version of the better kind that we were looking at. But let's just go ahead and let's just say we found a really good alternative. maybe this is our really good alternative. What's cool is that you can just search up AliExpress Dropshipping Center, Dropship Center, and this will be in the cheat sheet that you can download as well. You can go to the AliExpress Dropship Center. Let me just sign in. Let's see here. Is this the right account? There's only one on here. Okay, cool. So you can actually go ahead and go to product analysis right over here, product URL. You're going to paste in the URL. You're going to click analyze. Now, this chart may not seem too important right now, but this is one of the most important charts that you want to keep in the back of your head, or you want to just keep this bookmark somewhere. So here's the thing. You see where it says sales volume 57, 40, 60, 100, 17. So here's the thing about sales volume. When it comes down to sales volume, I want it to be treading around anywhere from 40 or higher every single day consistently. Now, 40 or higher every single day consistently is really good. Now, again, from AliExpress themselves, the sales volume is an index ranging between 0 and 100. The higher the value, the higher the sale volume. So rule of thumb, just so you know, is anywhere from 40 on average. So we're going to try and take a look at where 40 is, and that's 38. So right over here, we have this little line set, right? Now, this is a little concerning to me, but we have to factor in that Christmas just was around the corner and individuals start to tamper down their purchasing when Christmas rolls around. Now, we only have roughly 12 days worth of data to look at. However, the fact that this is treading kind of around the same mark in the 30s, 40s, and the occasional 50, and then we have the 100 over here. So this is actually a really good sign to me. This tells me that it's potentially really, really healthy to dive into. Now, let's also go ahead and grab this product. Even though it has 89 orders, it's not going to give us the data that we want to see. I promise you it's not going to look good right now. So we can see that this is skewed 2971. As a matter of fact, this is a lot healthier than I was expecting, actually. This is a lot more healthier. So this is, like I said, guys, this is a product that somebody please go after this, because this is definitely going to be a home run with exactly how I'm going to teach you how to create your store. I promise you this right now. Products like this are very hard to come by because, again, all I did was I went to AliExpress. I just scrolled down. Remember, I did this incognito, so it doesn't show me recommended products based on products that I clicked before. So that is just another simple way that I go ahead and I find these products. So as you can tell, just the simple fact that I clicked on a cat product, you'll start to notice that there's more cat products that start to appear as I scroll down. So if I click view more, you'll start to notice more cat stuff and more pet stuff that appear. So that's why we go incognito. And by the way, if you want to clear all of this, what you need to do, click the X's over here, click on settings, right? So this little 3-prong, click settings. You're going to go right over, well, this opens up the regular browser. But what you would have to do is you would go to privacy and security. What you would do is clear browsing data, but more importantly, and I don't suggest you do this unless you know what you're doing, cookies and other site data. What you would do is see all cookies and site data, and you would clear all of these cookies. You would just remove them all. But I do not suggest doing this unless you're an advanced user and know what you're doing. All right. But the other alternative is to make sure you have your incognito browsers cleared, meaning that they're closed, and then you open a new one. So as you can tell, more cat products are appearing. So that's how I would do the manual product research. And again, a lot of individuals prefer the manual product research, but you need a tool like SalesSource right over here that will allow you to see your competition, the descriptions, the images, videos. And just so you know, this is exactly what I want to see when I'm going and looking for a product, because it just shows me that there's barely any competition. Let's take the dog car seat right over here, right? If we take a look at the competitors, we see some pretty big competitors. We see monthly revenue from $1 million to $2 million, monthly revenue from 70,000 to 146, which is that's not even a threat. Right over here, $1 million to $2 million, and everything else is just non-threatening. So what do I mean by non-threatening exactly? Is that numbers like this, they're not necessarily something to be scared about. For example, one of the stores that we're currently running is about to clear $100,000 this month. So it's not like we can't achieve this. Numbers that are higher like this are really impressive. In the millions of dollars, that's really, really impressive to do in a single month. So when it comes down to it, you can also see the theme. You can also go ahead and take a look at the product itself. So you can see that this particular product is being sold on here. And you can just open up the link and just, again, take a look at everything. It's really good to analyze and have all the cards facing up before you go ahead and make an informed decision. What we just did with AliExpress is kind of, in a way going in blind, right? So all we have is the AliExpress Dropship Center and AliExpress, and we also have Google Trends. Now I want to briefly touch on this. Let's talk about Google Trends, because of the fact that I know individuals have been taught to use Google Trends. Now, I don't necessarily use Google Trends because that doesn't tell me the grand scope of things unless I really need to confirm a niche. So the very first thing that I go ahead and do if I want to confirm something, remember, we're using this little cat product, right? So that little cat product that I found right over here, if I go to my products, the cat scratch board, what I can do is go to Google Trends and search scratch board. All right, scratch board, and click search. Let's see what we have. United States, past 12 months. Yep, let's just do past 12 months, that's fine. And the data here, scratch board doesn't really tell the full story, right? So let's do cat scratch board. And let's see if this tells a different story. Well, this does tell a different story. And it's not consistent, right? So it's not like people are searching for this all the time. But here's the thing with products like the scratch board, is that most of the time individuals don't know that there is a solution to this problem. And then you show them that there's a solution. So again, it's not like they're actively looking. Most people will go ahead and see this product and be like, oh wow, that's really useful because I have a cat, right? Now, if we just search cats, this is going to be, kind of steady here. As you can see, it's pretty much even throughout the entire year. So when it comes down to Google Trends, it's really good for just that, spotting trends. And that's why it's called Google Trends. Doing research for a dropship product isn't necessarily doing research to see if it sells. What Google Trends is really good for is getting data to know if a certain product, like let's just do fidget spinner, is kind of evergreen, or if it's just a really big phase, aka a fidget spinner, which is a really big phase. But again, hindsight is 20/20, right? Because you don't know that this spike is going to happen in the present. We can only look back at this now and see that it was a phase, it was a trend, right? So you can never spot them. What we want to do is just go ahead and do something like this, right? If we're going to use this tool, then we're going to go ahead and take a look at the past 5 years. So the key here is that we're looking for consistency, right? And a cat scratch board doesn't provide the consistency, but there's certain products that we've sold that look exactly like this without any true consistency. So Google Trends doesn't tell the full story. But next, I want to discuss Amazon. Now, Amazon tells a little bit of a better story as well. So we want to get a full narrative here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go to Amazon.com and I'm going to search cat scratch board. All right. So let's see if there's anything for a cat scratch board. Right over here, this is something that we found on AliExpress, 2,418 reviews. That's really good. Actually, that's phenomenal. That means that there is interest in this particular product. Like I said, guys, I think I have a winner on my hands. I'm going to let somebody else use this particular product because I want to create a store based on something else that I'll show you in just a bit. But, just looking at all this preliminary data that I see, and this is just the bare bones product compared to what we just found. This is looking really, really good with all the ratings and how many stars it has as well. So if we click on the ratings, we're able to see the customer images and we're able to get an idea of ways that we can go ahead and market it in our description. So what do I mean by this? Well, when we create a description for our particular product, we want to use pain points, right? So where's a better place than Amazon reviews to find people's pain points? So what stops us necessarily? And again, you always want to go ahead and do this ethically. But what stops other individuals from using this particular image from Amazon and putting it on your store? Now, I'm not going to be doing that. I do know individuals that do that. They'll go and they'll look at images on Amazon and they'll use it if the product is similar, and they'll basically just, kind of piggyback off of other people's images on Amazon reviews, and they'll also take a look at what they say, and more importantly, they'll take a look at the 1-star reviews, and every type of consistency of negative review they'll take note of, and they'll actually go ahead and use that to market in the description, which is something that we'll do as well once we get there. So using Amazon to go ahead and get a better scope and a better idea of your market and the product that you want to sell is way better than using Google Trends. But again, you can use both. However, don't forget about the cheat sheet that we have. And what I want you to do is just run a search for confirming a product once you find one. So obviously I'm still recording this training, this tutorial, and it's not completely done yet. So there's going to be a lot more information in between here, but just search for confirming a product once you find one. And then you want to go through these bullet points. Now, I haven't completed these bullet points fully just yet, but here's what I will say is that each bullet point, you don't necessarily need to check off. So I'm going to have a totality of bullet points. For example, there might be 25 that I go ahead and add in here. So what I would suggest is I'm going to create tiers. So 10 out of 25, 15 out of 25, 20 out of 25, whatever it is. And what that's going to do is allow you to go out there and determine just by the chart that I'll create for you if the product is good enough to go ahead and sell. Section 2 is all about finding the right supplier to get products delivered fast. Now, there's going to be a lot of information here that I suggest you make sure you keep note of. And if you have anything you're taking notes on, whether it's a pad, a pen, or maybe it's a Google document, whatever it is, I want you to take notes of what I'm about to say. But also, if you don't have it yet, I highly suggest getting the cheat sheet. I'm not gonna really harp you on this. If you want it, go get it. It's in the description. So your supplier system, let's talk about setting it up, right? So fast shipping will decrease your refunds and chargebacks. Now, here's something that your favorite expert won't tell you is too many chargebacks can put you on what's known as a match list, or TMF for short. This means that you aren't allowed to process payments online for 5 years minimum. And this happens because most people don't have chargeback management, or AKA mitigation, in place, and their shipping time is absolutely horrid. So you can use the following: Oberlo, which is very convenient; Udroppy, which is the best choice in my opinion; and AliExpress. It's the old school method and won't be covered in this video. So what I want to let you know is don't be too afraid of the match list, because everything I'm going to be teaching you here is to allow you and help you to combat ever being put on the match list. And here's the scary thought, is that a lot of people don't even know what the match list is and didn't even know it exists. But like I said, we're in the trenches every single day doing this. We work with a lot of merchant processors. We work directly with the banks as well. So we know what the match list is. We know what chargeback mitigators are, and we know how to combat all of this. And it's all based on the shipping times. So again, we can use Salesforce, Udroppy, Oberlo. Now, Udroppy and Oberlo are the two main ones we'll talk about, because Salesforce is mainly for AliExpress, but once you have the AliExpress link, you can use something like Oberlo, and I'll show you exactly how to do that. So now at this stage, you should probably have your product ready and confirmed. So with that being said, we're going to use Udroppy and Oberlo. Now, before I go ahead and dive into this, I'm only going to be focusing 10 minutes on each one. And if you want to know exactly where each one starts, you can take a look at the description and take a look at the time codes and figure out which one you want to learn about, so you can skip right to it. But I'm going to start off with Oberlo, and then I'm going to go ahead and just dive into Udropy. So the first thing is first, I want to go ahead and make sure that I have a Shopify store set up so I can link it up with Oberlo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Start Free Trial. And this is cool because what I can do is use an email that's already in use and just add +2. And if this is a Gmail, it'll work for you as well. So you can do +2. I think you can do up to 10 if I recall, or 9. So I know I haven't used +2 on this one. Now for your store name, it doesn't really matter what you name your store, but I'm actually gonna go ahead and I'm gonna be selling this product right over here. I'm gonna name it the Golden Lion Crown, and I'm just gonna click Create Your Store. Now it's gonna take you through the store creation wizard, and you wanna go through all these steps. So when you're on the very first step, you can actually just skip it by going ahead and just clicking right over here, just click skip. And then you want to enter in your information. Now this is information that you can change later on as well. So I'm going to pause it right here as I enter my real information, and then I'll be right back. So now I'm in my store, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the left hand side and click apps. I'm going to click right over here, which is visit the Shopify App Store. And what I'm going to do is just go ahead, click in here for this store if you have multiple stores. Then what you can do is just search for Oberlo. Grab Oberlo, click Add App, and it's going to add the application inside of your store. Just click Install App. And the reason why you want to go ahead and do this is so we can access it through our store. So what we're going to do is create a new Oberlo account, and we're going to use the same exact email with the +2 that we used to sign up for the Shopify account. So great, we're inside of Oberlo. So you don't need to worry about all this right now. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click on Import List, and we're gonna grab this URL really quickly. All right, the AliExpress URL, and we're gonna click Add Products by URL or ID. Now, this is kind of a shot in the dark. I hope it'll allow me to pull in this product. So some products, they don't allow you to pull in, but this one, they do allow you to pull in. So Golden Lion Crown statue. All right, and we'll worry about this later on, but let me just take a look at the description. So the description, I literally just went ahead and put a filler in there, and I'll edit all of this as well later on, and we'll just take a look at the images just to see what we have here. And this is okay. We can add more images in as we need. I like this image. I like this image. I also don't mind this image. Or this one, or this one. Actually, I do mind that one. And I do mind this one because of the bar on the side. But regardless, you can add in images over here. I'm not going to. I'll show you what I'm going to do in just a few moments. But I'll click Import to Store, and it's going to start importing into my Shopify store, which again, if you click on Edit Product in Shopify, you'll be able to see everything that was imported over here. And again, you can click on Preview, and it'll show you what this looks like. Now we're going to talk about theme and all of that in just a few. But for now, that's what I wanted to show you with Oberlo. And that's all you have to do in regards to uploading your product. Now once we have the product in here, what you can go ahead and do is you can go to Settings, General, and then you can enter your store name here, Golden Lion Crown, right? And then what you can do, notify customers about shipped orders, you can go ahead and have this set to notify your customers. So you can also use an app that will allow your customer to track their orders as well. So this is optional to notify customers. This is if you want to have it or don't want to have it. I don't go ahead and add it. So that's just a personal preference. So that's all you have to do in order to push your product into your Shopify store. Now let's go ahead and talk about Udropy. So Udropy is actually very, very powerful. It gives you the ability to go ahead and find suppliers of certain products inside of their platform. So I'm gonna walk you through what all this means because it's easier to see it and understand and grasp it than me to explain it. So what you're gonna do is just go ahead and grab your 7-day free trial, and from here, you're gonna enter in all your information. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna re-sign up, and I'm actually gonna purchase a brand new account, and I'm gonna link it to the brand new Shopify store that we just went ahead and created as well. So once you sign up, they're gonna make you go through this little survey. You can just click skip all the way through to the dashboard, right? And so you're gonna be in your back office over here. Once it loads, you'll see exactly what it looks like. Now, what you're gonna do is you can sign up for a plan. Now you can have up to 1 store and 10 products, and you can have product requests. Now the $19 a month plan is all right. What I would suggest is if you're a startup and just getting started, then definitely use the startup option. So you can click try it for free, but you're gonna need to enter your information. So I'm gonna enter mine and I'll be right back. So once you go ahead and enter your credit card information, you have the ability to go ahead and upgrade immediately because you wanna request new products and you wanna be able to reach support when you have questions. So subscribe immediately so you can go ahead and get access to those features, or you can just use the free account for now until you get the hang of it and know exactly what's going on. So once you go ahead and sign up to Udroppy, what you're gonna do for your very first task is go ahead and just connect your first store. Now we're gonna click connect first store. We're going to go ahead and grab this right here, just the username of your Shopify store. And right back here, we're just gonna paste this in to your store. Let's just see right there. And shop name optional, shop label optional, it's okay. We're just gonna click connect. It's gonna go and take us to Shopify, and it's gonna ask to install, and we're gonna click install uninstalled app, and it's going to link with our store. And now we have installed Udroppy. Now there's a lot of different things that we're gonna be able to do inside of Udroppy, and I'm gonna walk you through these one by one. So the very first tab is products, and we have product catalog. Now this is where their catalog of products and suppliers as well are. So we already have a product that we're using from AliExpress, so we're not going to override that. Instead, we're just gonna search for statue and see if they have, some sort of statue. So they have a minimalist owl statue. So what we're gonna do is, let's say we wanted to add this particular product to our store. What we're able to do is just have the variants, right? White and black. But first thing is I wanna type in United States to see how much the shipping is and the price. So now if we bring out the calculator, we'll get the exact product cost that it will go ahead and, obviously cost us to go ahead and fulfill this particular item of $19.88. And can we go ahead and sell this for, let's just say, $39.99. So what happens if we sell it for $39.99? Well, it'll go ahead and allow us to have a $20.11 margin. Now, let's just say the average cost is $15 per sale. It'll actually go ahead and leave us with $5.11 profit, given if it's a $15 cost per purchase when we start running ads. But again, you can sell it at a higher price or you can sell it at a lower price. So let's just say you found a product on Udroppy that you want to use. You can go ahead and easily push this to your store by going and click push to store. Now, right over here, it's like using Oberlo. It's going to go ahead and show you the price of the item and our price. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and do $42.99. And I'm gonna leave it to right over here, standard. And I'm also going to do $42.99 for the other product as well, and we'll leave it to standard. And I'm gonna go ahead and click push. So now if we click on products over here, we'll see that the minimalist owl statue is here. Now, if it doesn't appear for you, just go ahead and refresh the page and it'll be there. So now that we have the product pushed, you can also request a product. Now, on my plan, I have no products left to request for this particular month. But if I wanted to, I'm able to go ahead and request the specific product that I would want, and perhaps even this one if I was going ahead and selling this. So you would just insert the product name, the URL, the note, target quality, meaning how well of quality do you want this product to be, and insert a description for the particular product. Now, you can go ahead and also filter your requested products, and we have product mapping. Now, product mapping, you can see right over here, and essentially what this means is, are the products inside of Udroppy mapped with the products inside of your store? You can see this one, since we manually added this one, it's not mapped. And right over here, since we added this from Udroppy, it is mapped. So now let's go ahead and move on to the next tab, which is orders. So we have orders. So orders to pay, paid orders, orders to review, and deleted orders. So when somebody goes ahead and purchases on your particular store, it'll go ahead and map the order to orders to pay. And then you also have the paid orders that obviously you paid. So when it comes down to going ahead and organizing your sales, it's fairly simple. All you have to do is go ahead and make sure that you actually pay these orders as they come in. Now, invoices, very simple. It's literally invoices. You drop funds. Now, this is important. What you're going to do is you're going to click the plus sign and you'll be able to add funds in here, like $50, right? And you click confirm and you go ahead and click on your store. And right over here, you just enter in all the information for your particular store. The reason why you enter funds is so you can go ahead and pay for the invoices that you have as well. Then you have a virtual warehouse. Now, the virtual warehouse isn't anything that you're going to necessarily need right now. It's a little bit more advanced. And what they do for you is they actually go ahead and store the products based in a warehouse for you if you're going ahead and doing bigger volume. And essentially why this is great is because if you're doing volume, you'll essentially get the product cost down lower because you're bulk ordering. Now, when it comes down to faster shipping, I don't believe that faster shipping is included. Well, technically, yes, you would get faster shipping, but since there's no USA warehouse, it's not necessarily faster shipping. So that's what the virtual warehouse is. Now, cash on delivery, we don't need to worry about. Bulk order requests, we won't need to worry about. Private labeling, you can go ahead and private label a product if you upgrade your account, meaning you can get custom packaging, you can get the product customized with your logo, etc., which again, custom packaging is under custom packaging. And then we have resources where you can learn everything that you need, and then subscription plans where you can go ahead and choose your specific plan that you want. But again, it really is dependent on what you want to do. As of right now, just having the product catalog where you can go ahead and map products into your particular store is completely fine as well. So you can browse through their winning products and just take a look at products that you want to test. And it makes everything so much easier because when a sale happens, you'll just have the orders in here and you'll be able to seamlessly purchase and go ahead and have those orders fulfilled. So there's one last thing I want to mention before I move on. Inside of the orders to pay, under orders, you'll actually go ahead and be able to see all the orders. Now you can pay via PayPal, Stripe, or your Udropy funds. So when it comes down to going ahead and actually fulfilling your orders, every single time you get an order, it'll be pushed in here. And there will be a little checkbox that will allow you to just literally click it, and every single order will be checked off, and you can just pay it right over here where you click pay all orders. And then I have no orders, obviously. It'll just pop up with a window that says, do you want to pay via PayPal, Stripe, or Udropy funds? And then you can go ahead and pick that option that you want to go ahead and use. And one last thing, if you have multiple stores, you can go ahead and use this drop down up here and click add new shop, and then you'll be able to go ahead and add new shop if you're allowed to under the plan that you're using. So that's just a quick little way to go ahead and use Udropy to your best benefit. But not only that, that's how you install and get Udropy onto your store and why it's also really important. So now let's continue to the next section. So now we're heading into section 3, which is creating and structuring your first Shopify dropshipping store. And we're going to be setting this up the right way, not like the typical strategies that you're used to seeing or the typical themes and setup processes that you're used to seeing. So setting up your store before we get started. So I'm going to be focusing on adding one product to my store and selling that one product. Now, what I want to make very clear is that I'm just going to focus on this one product as an example for this particular tutorial. You can add as many products as you want into your store, but I'm just going to focus on one. As a matter of fact, this particular strategy that I'm going to show you when creating the store is actually very powerful for high conversion rates, specifically with the theme that we're going to be using. Now, you can use a free theme that's on the Shopify theme store, which again, like I said, is free. It's called Debut, which works really, really well. However, there is better themes, and there's one in particular that we use. As you can see on the right-hand side, this is a store. As you can see, it's a lamp, and it's doing anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 revenue every single day. And if we can sell a Raven lamp and make that much money, just imagine doing proper product research what you can achieve, and it's all because of the theme and how high converting it is. Now, the best theme created specifically for dropshippers and getting high conversions is convertertheme.com. Now, what I'm gonna say is how this theme works is basically you have to join a waiting list, and then every single day they roll out 5 new slots to be allowed to use the theme. So just so you know, it's released in a drop format. So what that means is basically every single day, they'll email out at a random time saying, hey, look, here are the 5 slots that are available now. And they'll send you the link to the sales page, and it won't say sold out. It'll actually go ahead and let you purchase. So you have to act fast and be one of the 5 individuals that get in. So that's how you can get your hands on the converter theme. Now, fortunately for me, I do have friends that have the converter theme, and I was able to go ahead and grab a license from one of my friends. So again, I'm gonna be using this theme, and I highly suggest getting on that list and getting that theme the moment they open up slots as well. So let's go ahead and dive in to getting our store set up. So the very first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna click on online store, and we're gonna head to themes. So we're gonna do one of 2 things. You can go ahead and go to explore free themes if you don't have the converter theme, and use something like Debut, which is the current theme that's already on here. Now, if you do have the converter theme, what I want you to do is I actually want you to go ahead and click right over here. It says upload theme. So I'm gonna upload it really quickly. So here it is. I renamed it a little bit for what we were doing before. So once it's gone ahead and uploaded, just click actions, and you can either preview it, so this is the bare bones, or you can go ahead and simply publish it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click publish, and then I'm just gonna click publish again. Now this part is very important. Once we have the theme installed, we're gonna go to our products, we're gonna click the product, and then right over here, theme template, we're actually gonna click on product customized 1. So before I go ahead and save that, let me show you what it looks like right now. So it looks like this. It looks pretty ugly, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do product customized 1. We're gonna click save, and then from here, I'm gonna click preview again. And now the page looks a little bit different, right? So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna edit all of this, and we're gonna make it, rather nice to look at and high converting as well. So we're gonna click on online store, we're gonna go to themes again, and we're gonna click customize right over here. And so once we do that, I want you to drop down right over here, click on product pages, and it'll take you to this theme over here, this theme page that we have. So now we're gonna edit this entire page to make it look absolutely incredible and high converting as well. So the very first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna start off in the header. So if you don't know how to get here exactly, remember, just go right over here, click on customize, right? So if you're inside of your Shopify, go to online store, click on themes, right over here, click customize. In the drop down, what you wanna do is click on product pages, and then it'll take you to this product page that you have set from what I just showed you how to set up before. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off with the header. Now, the logo, all right, custom logo width in pixels is 200. So let's head over to Canva, and let's do the following. So I'm actually gonna use my regular Canva account. So I'm gonna click on create design, and I'm gonna click custom dimensions. Now, the width, I'm gonna go ahead and let's see, what does it say to do? So custom logo width is 200. So 200 for the width, and the height, I'm gonna say, let's try 80 and see what happens, see what it looks like. So right over here, what I would do is I would create something very, very, very simple. So I'm gonna click on text, and I'm gonna just find one of these fonts that I can go ahead and use, and I'm gonna use this right over here. Now, it just literally is the Dazzle font that I clicked on. Now, I'm not gonna do anything crazy here, right? Because simplicity is king. So I'm gonna go ahead and just write, as you can see, Golden Lion, all right? So Golden Lion. So, you know what we can even do? We'll put golden here and lion here. If I just click on elements and I just type in lion, this is free, so that's really, really good. So let me go ahead and just put this right over here. And let's make sure if I hold down shift, it goes ahead and creates it in the correct size. So I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to move this over here. And again, you just click, if I just highlight all of this and click ungroup, it makes these their own. So I make it closer, right? Click shift and then I click that one. So I have golden lion and I have the actual icon for golden lion. And let's just see how this looks. All right, so I'm going to bring this down a little bit more. And this is at 500 zoom. What I want to do is put it to 100 zoom. So this is what it'll look like. But here's the other thing that I want to do really quickly. Is if you click on the icon, click the little color palette right here, and click on white. And then do the same thing for golden. Is click on golden and lion. So click on your text, click on where it says text color, make it white. And same thing with lion, click it, make it white. Now you're like, Dan, why is this all white? Is because we're gonna download as PNG. Now here's the thing, is that transparent background, it has to be a feature for Canva Pro users. So you can try it for free for 30 days. So they don't make you enter a credit card information. You can just go ahead and just sign up, skip inviting team members, and it says you're pro now. You just click got it. And so what you can do is it's free for 30 days. You can click transparent background, and then you can go ahead and just download the particular, you could download the particular image. Make sure it's transparent background, of course. So click download, and it's gonna start downloading. And now we have this image right over here. As you can see, it is white, and it's going to look very nice on the actual Shopify store. So let's go ahead on the logo. We're going to click select image. We're going to click upload, and I know exactly where this is. It's in my computer downloads. It's golden, and here we go. It should upload right over here. Just give it a few seconds, and it's uploading now. And as you can see, there it is. Now, it's kind of, I forgot to actually select it. Now it's kind of small, right? So let's just see if we can go ahead and resize this. Can we resize it? Absolutely. So let's head back into Canva. So check this out. This is really cool. You can click resize, and what's gonna happen is you have the ability to resize it. Now remember, the width has to stay 200 because according to the theme right over here, custom logo width in pixels, we can put 200, but we'll also try 300 as well. So we'll do 300 for the width, and we'll do, let's just go ahead and do 150 for the height. So I'm gonna click copy and resize, and it's gonna give me like this little box right over here, and I'm gonna put this to 100. And so if I just do this really quickly, just actually see the actual logo over here. So it looks fairly decent, right? So what we're gonna go ahead and do is turn everything back to white just so we can go ahead and download this. And I play around with logos a lot in sizing only because I'm not the best designer. I mean, I'm not a designer. So I have to play around with this a lot. And I know you guys will have to do the same thing. So I can just click change until I get it to be the exact size that I want. And then I can just drag and drop also. And now it's uploading the new logo. And let's take a look. Is this one a little bit better compared to this one? Yeah, it's definitely getting there. As a matter of fact, I definitely like where this is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to go back and I'm gonna edit this a little bit more, guys. Don't worry, I promise. I'm just a big stickler when it comes to design because I don't have a design bone in my body, but I like to think I do. So I'm just gonna try to make something a little bit nicer, if you will. And again, what I'm gonna do for you guys, just so you know, is I'm gonna add this, since now, guys, now I'm a pro user, right? So I can click share and I'm able to go ahead and get a link for you guys to go ahead and be able to copy this. So you can use exactly what I'm doing. So, you know, that's going to be in the download of the cheat sheet that I've prepared for you. So this looks a little bit bigger. I like this. I like where this is going. Let's take a look at the actual Shopify store, and it's definitely going to look a heck of a lot better. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to do something a little bit different here. I'm gonna left align this so it's on the left side, and then I'm gonna line it up right here So it looks completely lined up, I think. So here we go. And then I'm just going to do this as well. Just going to make it aligned. Perfect. So this is starting to look definitely a lot better than what I had intended. So I'm going to go ahead and just make all of these assets white one more time. And I'm going to just click download, transparent. I'm going to download this hopefully for the last time. And so it's downloading, and while it's downloading, I'm going to head over to Shopify. I'm going to open up my file. I'm going to grab this over here. I'm going to drag and drop it. I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see what happens with this logo. It is definitely better, right? It went from here to here, and now we're here. This is much better. I really like this actually. So I'm going to click save, and for the home page as well, we're going to use the same one. So select image, select, and this is why we made it white, because I want to keep it looking really, really subtle on the black background. And if you guys ever notice my type of design style, it's very Apple-esque, meaning that I like the simple white and black or black and white design concept. So whenever you see a store and it's black or white, chances are it's probably my store that I've created or have consulted on just because it's my favorite way to build out a store. We're not going to want anything for navigation, okay? We just want to leave it as is up over here. So no menus, no secondary menu as well on the product pages. We don't want to enable search. We don't want an announcement bar. And again, the announcement bar for the home page only, this doesn't really matter. So we've done everything we needed to do in the header. Click on save. Now what we have to do is form section. So this is the form section. So just so you know, these are slider images. I just want you to be very, very aware what these are. So you see slide, then select image. Now I'm going to show you something really cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the actual product images. So take a look at this. I have this app that I pay, or excuse me, a Google Chrome extension that I pay, I think it's like 99 cents or $1.99 every single month. It's called Ali Save. And every single image and video on this page, I can download with a click of a button. As you can see, it says downloading. And it's going to pull all the images, the actual raw files of these images, and put it inside of my downloads folder. So I'm going to open this up, and here are all the images inside of my downloads folder. So I'm going to start picking different images, and I'm going to go ahead and upload them to these sliders. So I'm going to pick the first slide. Now, what's the first slide going to be? Well, let's take a look at some of the images that we have. I really like this image, so we're going to go ahead and input this image. And then I'm going to click on save. I always want to save, right? So I want to go ahead. I just want to make sure that it's selected. Good. Great. So I'm going to go back to slide. Going to go back to image. Let's select more images. Why didn't this image go ahead and save? We're going to click remove, click select again. All right, there it is. So I completely forgot to scroll up. I was looking at the wrong place. So slide, select image. I'm going to go ahead and just grab another image. This one looks very nice. So we're going to go ahead and just play around with which ones I want to show. So select image again. Let's try to get a picture of the black one that looks something similar to the one we just uploaded. So these are really good images. I will admit that. So let me go ahead and upload this one. I really like the way that these images were crafted. Whoever crafted these are really good. Is really good at his job. So that man needs a raise. So I really focused on, let's see, I have white and black, white and black. I like this one as the first main image in my opinion. So we have white, white and black, white and black. Now I think I need just a black one as a standalone, right? Now I'm gonna encounter a problem here. I really like that image. I like this image, so I don't encounter the problem. So it's okay. So here we go. I'm going to click on back. All right. So you'll notice something here is that the images they're actually stacked, right? So what you need to do, and obviously went ahead and skipped this, but all you needed to do was click the save button. So if it stacks up like that, don't worry, it's gonna be a slide. As long as you put each individual image in the slide, click save, it'll be fine. So this looks very, very clean. As a matter of fact, I'm actually gonna start off this particular, so here it is again. I'm gonna start off this particular product listing by having a very clean white background image. And I'm gonna click save. And you're gonna notice right over here, it's gonna go into slider format the moment it goes ahead and saves. So it's reloading, as you can see right over here, and now it's a slider. It looks really, really good actually. So with that being said, we went ahead and handled the form section when it comes down to the images, right? The sliders. Now we have the review section, we have other sections. However, I still wanna go ahead and handle just a few different things. So say goodbye to dirty sheets, and we can go ahead and do golden lion crown statue. There's a lot of things that we can go ahead and edit here. So now let me walk you through how to edit this so we can go ahead and put in bullet points that look really good. So I'm gonna click exit over here, and I'm gonna click on products, and I'm gonna go back into our particular product. Now, I also have in the cheat sheet this little code that you want to go ahead and use, and this is the unedited version. As I go ahead and put it together, this will be a lot bigger once you go ahead and download this. But copy that code, click show HTML right over here, and then paste in this code. Now, this code is going to be pretty important for you to go ahead and use exact. So I went ahead and edited this. It says handcrafted with high quality durable material, elegant lion statue that will make any room stand out and fits anywhere in your home with ease. Now I'm going to click save, and why I'm doing this is because I want it to look like this. You're going to notice these bullet points right here. However, they're on separate lines, right? So what we want to go ahead and do is we want to make sure that it looks a little bit better than this. So handcrafted with high quality material, okay? And then elegant statue that stands out, elegant statue that stands out, and then fits anywhere with ease. We'll click save, all right, and then we'll click preview again. And now this looks really, really good, way better than it did before. So I'm gonna pretty much leave everything as is right over here. And I'll just keep this very simple. Now what I want to do is edit this part, say goodbye to dirty sheets. Now in this particular theme, we're going to have to go a little bit deeper because they don't have the feature just yet of editing this inside of the theme customization. Let me show you how to edit this the easy way. So what you're going to want to do is click on online store, and then right over here where it says current theme, you're going to click on actions, edit code. Now, don't get too worried about this. It's rather easy. What you're going to see when you actually get in here is this, right? These little files. Click on sections, right? And then scroll down a little bit to where you go ahead and see form section.liquid, and click that section. And then look where it says number 5 over here. It says say goodbye to dirty sheets. So what you're going to do is just go ahead and highlight where it says say goodbye to dirty sheets over here, and you can just put astonishing or whatever you want it to go ahead and say. So I just put make any room roar for simplicity because I don't really want to go ahead and think too much about this right now. So I'm going to refresh this, and it should go ahead and say make any room roar once we go ahead and let it reload. So make any room roar, and you can go ahead and play around with this as you need, but in the future, just so you know, it will go ahead and have the ability to edit inside of the theme natively when you click on customize. So with that being said, just make sure when you are inside of the actual code that when you edit this, there's a little save button that appears, right? So the save button is up here. So on line 5, make any room roar, ... I'll click save, and then it will go ahead and update the site for me. Just make sure you click save. And then what you can do is you can go to online store, and then we can click customize again, and then we're going to go back to the product page, and we're going to continue to edit the product page. So let's click on the product page one more time, and we're going to be right over here, and we're going to go section by section. So you have the review section, the rich text with image,
all of that. So rather than boring you going through all of this step by step, I'm going to go ahead and complete this page, and then I'm going to go over exactly what I did. So I've gone ahead and completed the entire site and, well, the entire product page, if you will. So I went through all of these little boxes and went ahead and just pretty much edited everything here that you see. And so if I just go ahead and click save, which I already did, and then click exit, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on the little eyeball icon, and I'm going to take a look at the store really quickly. I'm going to just click shop now, and then I'll just click on the statue, and this is the page that we've created, right? So it looks very, very clean. It looks really good, actually, and everything is set up properly. Now, what I want to take a look at really quickly is if we click customize once more, what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to go ahead and view it on mobile. So I want to take a look at what it looks like on mobile so I can go ahead and make adjustments if needed. So this looks really good, right? It looks really, really good, actually. So even the pictures look phenomenally well on here. So if we just scroll down, we just take a look at the entire page. It looks great, looks perfect, very high converting as well. So everything looks really, really good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to install the actual website or domain name, the www.xyandz.com. So if I click on domains right over here, what I'm going to be able to do is buy a new one, transfer domain, or connect existing domain. Now, personally, I like to buy my domains on Namecheap. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over to namecheap.com. Now, the reason why I like to use Namecheap is because it's a lot more fluid with what I'm able to do. Now, you can buy it inside of Shopify and pay the $15 or so, but I'm just going to use Namecheap given the fact that I have a lot more control and it's easy to have the domain inside of a domain registrar so you can do whatever you want with it rather than having it tied up in Shopify and they have control of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to log into my account really quickly, and then I'm going to purchase a domain by going to domains, domain name search, and I'm going to just go ahead and get a domain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on beast mode right over there, and I'm just going to start typing goldenlioncrown.com. So I have these three: Golden Lion Crown, Golden Lion, The Golden Lion, and crownedlion.com. I'm going to click generate, and it's going to go ahead and show me which ones are available, and I have goldenlioncrown.com available, and Crowned Lion is obviously not within the means or the realm of what I want to pay. So $888 a year, I'm going to do goldenlioncrown.com, and I'm going to go ahead and click add to cart, view item, and I'm going to proceed to checkout. So here it is. I purchased the domain, and I'm going to click on manage right over here. So once I click manage, we'll be taken to a page like this. Now what we want to do is we want to head to Shopify and click connect existing domain. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this domain and I'm going to paste it right in here. You don't need the www or anything. You're going to click next. And then what you want to do is just click view Namecheap instructions. Now, I always go through these instructions just to make sure that I have them set up correctly. So what you're going to do here is actually rather simple. Where it says connect your domain manually, you're going to follow these instructions. So right over here, edit your A record to point to Shopify's IP. You're going to click on advanced DNS in Namecheap. Now again, you can skip this part if you want to buy the domain right inside of Shopify and make it a lot easier for you. But this is the little bit more advanced way and the way that I personally like to do it so I have more control. So what I'm going to do is click add new record, a record, and then the IP address I'll put right there. And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to grab this URL and put it right next to this tab. So right over here. So now what you want to do is look for where it says connect your domain manually. Now, you're going to copy this particular string of numbers, and this will all be inside the cheat sheet, so you can just go ahead and do it rather quickly and copy it there. So you want to go ahead and grab these numbers, go back to Namecheap, make sure you click on Advanced DNS right over here, and you'll be taken to a page like this. You're going to click Add New Record, you're going to click a record, and then you're going to paste in the IP address that we just copied. Now you want to enter the @ symbol where it says host. So @ right over here, leave it to automatic, and then click the green check mark right there. So that is the A record, and it points to the Shopify servers. Now what you also want to go ahead and do is the C record. So we have a C record right over here, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to grab shops.myshopify.com and we're going to enter it into the C record right there. And that's exactly what we want to do. Once we have that in there, the TTL, I like to leave it. Well, you can leave it for automatic, but they have 60 minutes. So I'm going to put 60 over here, and you can do 60 as well. Now from here, what you want to do is the following. You want to go ahead and just make sure you remove the URL redirect record right over here, and you can click yes. And if it throws up an error like it just did, just refresh the page, it'll be fine. So now what you want to do is head back to Shopify, right? And what you can do is click verify connection. Now this might take a few minutes to go ahead and verify, but it should go ahead and be rather fast. So it says your domain, Golden Lion Crown, was successfully connected. So again, we have this set up perfectly. Now, if you're wondering what the SSL pending means, don't worry. It'll just automatically go ahead and do it for you. Now, let's say you don't want to go through the entire process that I just showed you, and you're willing to go ahead and let Shopify host your domain. You can just click Buy New Domain right over here, type in your domain, and then purchase it right within Shopify. It'll literally take 30 seconds, if not less. You just have to enter your credit card info, your billing details, and it's roughly $15. So you can easily buy your domain that way, or you can go ahead and do exactly what I just did. So now what we're going to do is go through the store settings. Now this might take a little bit because we're going to focus on the actual settings that we need. For example, general, payments, checkout. Then we can do shipping and delivery. We can also worry about, let's see here. We can do billing or legal. So these are the ones that I really want to go ahead and touch on. So here we are inside of general, and store name, we're going to go ahead and rename it to ours. So Golden Lion Crown. And store contact email, we'll actually get back to this in just a few minutes, but I'm going to click save. And what I'm going to do, go through all these settings. So right over here, I'm going to put furniture, and now I'll just skip the store address. For store address, you can go ahead and enter in really whatever address you want to enter in. You can use your personal, you can go ahead and use a PO box if you want. Whatever you want to enter in, you can enter in here. I personally just use my personal all the time because it's not like anybody, or it's not like it's going to show on the site anywhere if I don't want it to. So you can just leave it there just for filler. And legal name of business, you can go ahead and put an LLC if you have it there, or you can just go ahead and use the actual name of the store and leave it as a filler as well, or you could just simply leave it blank. So I'm going to click save up here. It's going to save our changes in the general settings. Now in general, we have standards and formats. I'm on Eastern, so it's fine. Imperial is okay. Order format, you don't need to worry about this. Store currency, we're going to leave it to US dollar. Now you can do a little bit more advanced stuff, which I'm not going to be sharing here today if you wanted to change the formatting, but we're just going to leave it as is for US dollar for simplicity purposes. So everything is done inside the general tab. And next we want to go ahead and take a look at payment providers. Now what you want to do is just click on complete account setup. And what it's going to do is complete your setup for Shopify payments. Now, if we just click complete account setup, it'll open up a new page. It'll open up a new page and you'll be able to enter in all of your information in order to go ahead and get paid from Shopify payments. Now, also, I don't suggest having PayPal, so I'm going to click deactivate PayPal Express. Now, a lot of people will say, okay, well, what happens if I actually want to use PayPal? Well, you can, but it's not going to affect your sales whatsoever. As a matter of fact, a lot of individuals think that using PayPal is going to increase sales, and that's the wrong way of thinking because it literally doesn't affect your sales whatsoever. Amazon Pay will leave off, third-party providers will leave off, and alternative payment methods. Now, this one's really interesting because I use Coinbase Commerce just in case anybody wants to pay with Bitcoin. Now, there are individuals who do go ahead and pay with Bitcoin, but for this particular tutorial, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about Coinbase Commerce. I use it for some of the stores that I go ahead and run, and predominantly, if you take a look at Top Level Ecom, which is my consulting site, you'll see right over here, if I just click buy it now, you'll take a look and see that we have no payment options except Bitcoin. We only accept Bitcoin for our consulting services. So again, if we were to go through all this, it just says, hey, here's the address that you need to pay. So they have the ability to add credit card or their Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin goes up in value and ideally keeps going up. So the money you make keeps on getting, bigger and bigger, and it keeps on growing. So payment capture, you're going to leave it to automatic. The most important thing you do is click on complete account setup and register your Shopify payments. So that's really important, and I'll do this at another time. Now, customer accounts are disabled. To check out, customers can only check out using email. They can go ahead and use their phone or email. We're gonna leave this as is. We're gonna leave both of these as is. Now for form options, we're gonna leave pretty much all of this as is. Now here's a really cool option that I like, show tipping option at checkout. Now show tip options to customer. What you can go ahead and do is just set these to 10, 15, and 20%. Now you would be surprised at how many individuals actually tip you on your store. It's actually kind of impressive with how much extra money you make. Now, order processing. You're going to leave everything as is, and you're not going to have to worry about order scripts that appear on the actual checkout page of the site. When it comes to email marketing, I'll go ahead and walk you through a different application and something else that we'll use later on. And we're going to leave English as the default, and we'll click save. And now we're at the shipping and delivery. Here's the thing with shipping and delivery. A lot of people try to overcomplicate this, but what I'm gonna do is just gonna have two specific rates, okay? So we have all of these rates over here. Now, there are two zones, right? So we have rest of the world and United States. So what we can go ahead and do is we can delete rest of world, and we can go ahead and delete United States because I wanna start fresh. So I'm gonna click create shipping zone, and I'm gonna go ahead and just type in worldwide. Now I'm keeping it very simple here, right? And I checked off every single box. Now I didn't go one by one, I just clicked the little checkbox next to all of them, and I'm gonna click worldwide standard, all right? So zone name, actually, let's do worldwide standard, and I'm gonna click done. And now what's gonna happen here is, as you can see, all of these are included in here. Right over here, I'll click on add rate and set up your own rates. So it's gonna be called express shipping. Price, I'm going to make it roughly $5.95, all right? And I'm gonna click done. So we have express shipping, ships to worldwide standard. It's very simple on what we're doing over here and kind of what we've set up, right? So we have express shipping. We can also add another rate called expedited, or we could do express, or we'll do standard. We'll do standard at $5.95, and then I will go ahead and edit express and do $9.95 and let individuals pick which one they want to go ahead and quite frankly have at checkout. So we have express shipping and we have standard shipping. So we want to save those and just make sure that we have worldwide standard. And again, what you can do is change your store address, and it'll go ahead and dynamically update here if you go ahead and shipping from, click manage, and you'll be able to choose which shipping location you want to ship from. So I just click save and let it save, and there we go, profile updated. So now we have our shipping settings saved. So now we're on the legal pages, and if you go ahead and just grab the cheat sheet, what you'll be able to do is scroll down where it says refund policy and other policies, and you can grab all of these as well. So you're gonna grab these, you're gonna go and paste these in, and you also need to make sure that where it says, website and where it's highlighted in yellow, you go and make sure that you enter the correct information that is needed over here. So these aren't your standard refund policies that are just automatically generated. They are more in depth and really ensuring that you're a little bit more covered as well. So once you have those, just click save, and your legal pages are there and almost ready to use. Next, what we're gonna do is create a contact us page. So we're gonna click on online store, and then we'll click on pages. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna click add page. and we're just gonna type in contact us. And now from the contact us, this is gonna be very, very simple. So what you're gonna do with the contact us page is you're actually gonna go into the cheat sheet, you're going to grab where it says contact us, and you're just gonna paste this in, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna center align this, and you're gonna click save. Now once this is ready, you can click on view page, and then you can just enter your password over here to log into your store. And then once you're over here again, and then you see this page's contact us, here's exactly where the actual contact us page is put. So now that we have the contact us page done, what we want to do is go ahead and add in the actual refund, terms of service, and privacy policy. So we're going to click add page, and we're just going to call this refund policy. Now remember that same policy that we went ahead and used, or all of them, quite frankly, that we went ahead and added from the cheat sheet. We're going to grab that exact policy. We're going to just go ahead and paste this in here, and we're going to change all of the links as well and everything in the brackets. So again, we have email, 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 and I'll come back to this and change this in a little while. So I'm going to go ahead and just add in all the pages. It'll be refund, contact us, terms of service, and privacy policy pages, just so we go ahead and have them set up and ready in our store. Now, if you want to add an about us page, you can go ahead and easily do that. I won't be talking about how to add an about us page in this particular tutorial because for what we're doing and how we're setting up our store, it doesn't really matter. So next, I actually want to talk about how to set up your email since we're using Namecheap. So we're back at Namecheap. If you go to your account and click dashboard and you see where it says manage for the domain right over here that we purchased, we're going to click manage again. What we're going to do is we're going to click on advanced DNS, and we click on advanced DNS. Now what we're going to do here is very important. We're going to set up email forwarding. So we're going to copy the domain and we're going to paste it right inside of here at improvemx.com. You're going to paste it right there, and then you're going to just paste in your email. All right, create a free alias. And this is going to be really important in order to go ahead and set up your email forwarding. So right over here, it says email forwarding needs setup. You're going to click this button. And right over here, it's going to provide you the records. So we're inside of Namecheap. We clicked on advanced DNS. And what you're going to do is you see the email settings. It says email forwarding. You're going to click there and just do custom MX. Now, this is important. The host name is going to be this exactly with the period. So we're going to paste it there. So the value, it automatically copies. We're going to place it in the value. The priority is 10, right? So 10, and we're going to leave this to automatic. And what we're also going to go ahead and do is click save all changes, and then we're going to click add new record. And what we're going to do is we're going to add the next record over here. All right, so we're copying this. Here's the host, priority 20, and then we're going to copy here, copied, mail server, there we go, and just click save changes, that little green checkbox. Next, we want to update the SPF records. As you can see, the type here is TXT. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. We're right above the, or right under the CNAME record. We're going to click add new record. And then what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down and click TXT record. Now, what we're going to do, this is the host name with the period at the end. And then the value, we'll just click over here and it'll copy. And we're going to place it in there and leave it for automatic and click save changes. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to go ahead and click check again. And it's going to go ahead and just keep checking. So it says no entries were found, but we'll give it a few minutes and it will go ahead and update automatically for us. Now really quickly, just want to let you know the TXT record, the host should be at, the MX records should be the @ sign as well. And then what you do is you just go ahead and you just click check. You don't need to enter the host name like this. You can just use the @ sign. So it says email forwarding active. So we're going to click on the back button right over here. And what we're going to do is right here where it says new alias, we're going to put support and we're just going to click add. So check this out right over here, is that if we email support@goldenlioncrown.com, it gets sent to richkidsmarketing+2@gmail.com. So once you go ahead and add this in, there's going to be a little test button right over here. Just click the test button And what's going to happen is it's going to send you an email like this, right? Improve MX, testing your alias for Golden Lion Crown, or whatever your domain name is, just to let you know that it's actually working. So that's how you set up your email forwarding. Now, this is going to be really important for the next part when we talk about creating an email newsletter sequence, how to set up abandoned cart sequences, and how to also go ahead and send out follow-up sequences for promoting and cross-promoting other products that you have on your store. So let's dive into that. So now we're going to focus on building out our email automation. Now, email automation is rather important in order to go ahead and increase your sales and bring back customers that leave your cart. Now, what I will say is that there are so many different options for you to use. You can use SendLane, you can use Klaviyo. There's so many different ESPs, which stand for email service providers. Now, what I will say is that I absolutely love SendLane, and definitely one of the highest recommended by me because of the deliverability. So deliverability is very important when it comes down to email, right? So you want to make sure you're going to the inbox and you don't want to end up in spam. So when it comes down to not ending up in spam, SendLane is one of the best. So here's the other thing is that, when it comes down to email autoresponders, they can get a little pricey at $99 per month, up to 5,000 contacts. However, you do have the ability to try it for free and have 100 contacts completely for free. So that means that you have the ability to use this and build up some contacts and see how it works all for free. And also, the installation and integration into your store is seamless. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into one of my SendLane accounts and I'm going to link it up with Golden Lion Crown. So with that being said, I'm going to just click login and you're going to go ahead and follow along on these steps. Now, if you haven't done so yet, make sure that you take a look at the 7-figure ecom cheat sheet in the description down below. Now, I'm going to walk you through signing up for SendLane because of the fact that, remember the email we just set up? It's going to have to be a legit professional email. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on pricing and you're going to click try it for free. So when you go ahead and click try it for free, you're going to be able to sign up with the email that I taught you how to create. So right over here, what I'm doing is using this professional email. Now, if you try to use your Gmail, right, it's going to go ahead and tell you that it needs to be a professional email, like example@company.com. So this is why we set this up, right? And then you're going to just go ahead and enter in all of your information, such as password and all of that. And then you're going to just put your actual domain name. Now, for the phone number, if you don't have one yet, you can use voice.google.com. As a matter of fact, I just want to cross-reference this just to make sure that it actually works. So yes, it'll actually go ahead and allow you to use a Google Voice. So you're going to click I accept and also make sure that you're not a robot. If you are a robot, I got nothing to say. So pretty much just click get started and it'll go ahead and let you log in over here. And so it says check your email for confirmation. Now let's go back to our email and confirm our activation for SendLane. So right over here, I got my activation email. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just click on activate. And it says your account is now active. So we're going to go ahead and log in. And I'm just going to click login and it's going to take us to the dashboard. Now, right over here, you're an e-commerce store, 1 to 5. What best describes your role? Owner and executive or marketing and sales? How large is your current list? 0 to 2,500. What's your primary reason for signing up today? You could just put Dan Dasilva referred me, said one of the best autoresponders. And by the way, I get no credit for this. Like I'm getting nothing for referring you to SendLane. I could easily send you to different email autoresponders and get a commission, but I want you to have the best. So if you even look at the document provided over here, this is literally, there's no affiliate link whatsoever. So I just want to let you know that the affiliation is strictly me telling you the best autoresponder in my opinion. So I'm going to just go ahead and click next and select your e-commerce platform. I'm going to click Shopify. And what you want to do is you can actually do skip. I'll do this later. And what you're going to do right over here is you're going to go ahead and from sender name, you're going to put you're going to put your particular store name, not Golden Lion Crown. And the from name, from email, so the from email will be support@goldenlioncrown. Reply to email will be support@goldenlioncrown, or again, your support email. And then the address can be the same address that you used on your particular store. Now, company, you can also do your particular store name. That's going to be totally fine for you as well. And address, like I said, you can use the same address that you use on your particular store. So I went ahead and used one of my old addresses where I used to live. So I'm going to go ahead and click next, and that's my sender info. So it's what individuals are going to see when I send an email. Well, you legally have to have the address at the bottom of your emails. I want that to be very clear. If you don't have an unsubscribe link and your address at the bottom, it's actually against the law, to be quite honest with you. You have to mandatorily have that information at the bottom of your emails when they're sent out for legal purposes. So the very first thing, in order to integrate your particular store, is you're going to hover over this little box right over here that says integrations. You're going to click integrations, and you're going to click on Shopify right over here. So when you click Shopify, you're going to just click configure, and just go ahead and click new Shopify integration. Now, what I need you to do is grab this right over here. So my website.myshopify.com, you're going to copy it, and then you're going to head back over to SendLane. Now, you're going to paste this in right over here, and just make sure there's no HTTPS or anything at the end of it. So right over here, also, it automatically takes to .myshopify.com, so you only just need to enter the name of your store. And before we actually go ahead, this is very important, okay? Let me click the X button. I completely forgot to do this since this is a fresh account. What you're going to do is, you see where there's this little people icon over here, and you see lists. I want you to click on lists, and I want you to delete the first list. Just click delete, and I want you to create a new list. And your list name is going to be cart abandonment, okay? And we'll just click create. And then we're going to go back to lists again. You're going to create a new list. You're going to do newsletter. You're going to click create. And then you're going to go to lists one more time. And then you're going to click new lists. And then you're going to write customers, all right, and click create. So let's go back to our integration setting right over here. And let's click on Shopify once more, click configure, new Shopify integration, and then we're going to paste in the store name. So choose your default list to sync new customers. This is why we created a customer list. And I'm going to click continue. So right over here, what you want to do is it's going to create a single site. So right over here, all you have to do, it's going to automatically load for you. Just click install uninstalled app. And it's going to put SendLane right into your store, so it can go ahead and pull all of the data as it comes in. So as you get new customers, it'll add them to the list. As you get new cart abandonment customers, it'll add them to the list. And as you get new newsletter subscribers, it'll add them to the list. So what you're going to do under actions is click manage and choose your newsletter list. Remember, we created a newsletter, and choose your default abandoned checkout customers. You're going to click on cart abandonment. And then what you're going to leave checked off is remove customers from this list after any purchase is made. And you're going to leave this as is, right? Because if they go ahead and abandon cart and then the follow-up email they purchase, they're going to be sent to customers. And if they're added to customers, you want them to be removed from cart abandonment. And then you're just going to click continue, and integration has been updated. Now what's very important is we're going to create automation emails that get sent out to people that abandon the cart. So what you're going to do is this little icon right under the paper plane. It's called automations. We're going to click on automations, and we're going to click new automation. And what we're going to do is click on e-commerce. And then what we're going to do is recover abandoned carts. So right over here, we have customer abandoned checkout, and then we're going to click over here. Make sure it's the store name. Limit per contact once per day. And what this means is it allows you, right over here as it says, to choose how often you want your contacts to enter this automation when they repeatedly meet the triggered criteria. So right over here, we'll leave it to once a day. And what you're going to do is just take a look at right over here. And what we have available is 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, 24. We're going to click on 1 hour. And what this means is it'll send the email after 1 hour of the potential customer, not purchasing. So we're going to click done right down here. And you see this email? We're going to click here, and we're going to click email settings. Now, the name is just for your reference as well. So what you're going to do is just leave it to what the actual subject will be. So you can put, hey, you forgot something. Hey, you forgot something. Click copy, send to profile right over here. Now this is going to be important later on is Google Analytics, but we don't need to go ahead and worry about UTM tracking because this is more advanced. And if you want to learn more about UTM tracking, I will eventually create more videos about UTM tracking, but it is more advanced and it allows you to make a lot more money because of how you track. So we're going to click next content. And the subject, remember, I just said that you can go ahead and edit this. So what I'm going to do is paste this in, and then I'm going to do, hey, actually I'm going to go ahead and do the following right over here. All right, so right over here, hey, var underscore first underscore name. Hey, var first name. So again, var first name, variable first name. You forgot something. Pre-header, we're going to leave this as is, but the pre-header in the email, in your email inbox on your phone, this will be the subject, and then right under the subject, you can go ahead and make it say something. Then what you're going to do is click edit email. Now this is really cool. Hey, or we can do var underscore first underscore name. So what we're also going to do is for the first cart abandonment email, there's an email sequence that I want you to use that is proven inside of the 7-figure ecom cheat sheet. So let's just copy and paste that right now. So right down here in the cheat sheet, you'll see the very first email right over here. So subject we already added in, and what we're gonna do in this particular email, we'll click on content right over here, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna drag and drop where it says image, and what we're gonna do is add in our particular logo. So remember we went ahead on Canva and created our logo. So it's copy of golden, copy of golden, copy of golden, right? So we're gonna click this one right here. Now you're probably like, Dan, it's all white. Well, remember, we changed it to all white. Now we're gonna change this to black so we can go ahead and use it inside of our email. So we're gonna change this, we're gonna click download, and we're just gonna go ahead and do transparent background. Click download on the transparent background, and it's gonna go ahead and start downloading for us. So there we go. And so we're gonna head back over to send lane. We're going to click right over here, and it's going to allow us to go ahead and attach an image. So let me grab the image really quickly. Here it is, copy of golden, and it's going to upload this. Now the size, we're gonna decrease it a little bit so it looks a little better. So the other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna click on content, and we're just going to add a little bit of a spacer right here. Now for the spacer, I want you to click on it, and then the height, roughly 10 pixels or so. So there's a little bit of spacing, but it's not too much spacing. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna copy this, and we're going to paste it right in here. So as a matter of fact, what you can do is you can just paste it right down here and then type it in so it doesn't go ahead and mess up the font that we have set up. Might have forgot something, right? And then this is going to be an important factor as well. So what I want you to do is go back to the cheat sheet, copy this, and this is what your email should look like. Here's 10% off on us. And right over here, if we just click on the little A and the big A, we can go ahead and set this to roughly 16, and that looks a lot better. So essentially, what we're gonna do next is click on content again. We're gonna click spacer, and we're gonna add a spacer underneath here, and we're gonna leave it to 20. So there's a little bit more space. So I wanna just click save and continue, but again, it's gonna close that out. So we're gonna click on email settings again. I always like to go ahead and make sure that I'm saving periodically, but what I will say is SendLane is really good on saving periodically for you. So here's the other thing that we're going to follow, cart abandonment dynamic image. So what's gonna happen right over here is you see this image right here, it's actually going to pull in, if we click on settings, right? It'll actually pull in the image and the product URL of the product that they abandoned. So this is really, really intuitive because of the simple fact, if I just, were to delete this, then I can re-add it, but it's really intuitive because it just pulls in all the data, it grabs it from your Shopify store, and when it emails your customer, it'll go ahead and email them directly back to the cart with the product in the cart. So if we were to click on content again, and then under integration Shopify, we would be able to go ahead and have this added again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete it. Let's just say you deleted it by accident. So you're gonna click on content, cart abandonment, and you're gonna drop it right here. Now there's no button over here. So again, you can add the button in by going to content, and there's a little button, where is this button right here? And you have the ability to add the button in. So I'm just gonna click undo, undo, undo again, because we already have the button in over here. So we're gonna leave this as is, but complete your order. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the little box, and then instead of complete your order, we're going to go ahead and do come back and finish, get your product name. So get your golden lion, get your golden lion statue here. And what we're going to do is we're going to raise the font size a little bit more. Now the width, we're going to increase the width, but we're also going to increase the font size, and then we'll increase the width once more, and the vertical spacing, so it gives the button a little bit more emphasis. But I also want a little bit more width on here, just so it gives it some extra space. So this is looking really good, right? So next, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go and copy this as promised, your coupon. We're going to add in another spacer. So here's the spacer. We're going to add this in right under the button. And this is pretty important. We're going to click on content. We're going to click text, and we're going to add the text in over here. And you can actually just paste what I gave to you, highlight it all, click on this right here next to the link button, and just click the center, right? And then what we're going to do is click back. We're going to go ahead and click the big A and the little a, and we're going to make this font size 16 once more. So it matches right up here. Now, what we're also going to do is we're going to enter in the coupon code. So what we're going to write is just lion10. And so you'll notice that there's a little bit of spacing. So we're going to go ahead and just click backspace, and it's underneath here. So it might look better with spacing. It's really up to you. So 10% off, use lion10 at checkout, right? So you can add in the spacing if you want to add in the spacing. So right over here, it's pretty much done in regards to the coupon code. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to just click enter twice, and I'm going to paste this in. But I'm also going to go ahead and make sure that it's all centered, and then grab this as well. And then I'm going to just make sure this is, what font size is this right over here? So this is font size, this is 18, but we want to go ahead and have this at the bottom become 16, just to match the same style. Now we can go from 18, we can put this roughly up to, I'd say 21, so it stands out a little bit more. Now we're going to highlight this all, and we're going to center the text again. Now you want to change where it says store name right over here, and just put your store name. So right over here. And the email, you want to change the email to your email that we created before. So support at your domain. So mine is goldenlioncrown.com. And next, what you want to do is just highlight where it says support, click on the little link, and then just paste in your support email. And then that's pretty much it. So people can just click on the support email. So with that being said, we also want to do something that I figured out really helps decrease the subscriber rate, is we're going to take spacers, and we're just going to add in the spacer, and we're just going to put it all the way to 200. So it gives the extra space at the bottom where people have to scroll down. And if you want to, you can just duplicate it twice, which I like to do because it creates a little bit more of a spacer. Also, I like to add a little bit of a spacer at the very top so it doesn't look too confined with our logo. So I'm going to click save and continue. And now we have our very first cart abandonment sequence. Now, what I would also do, if you want to go ahead and add more sequences in, you can click this little plus icon, and then what you want to do is you want to click on wait. Now, wait, you can do 1 day, and you're going to click done, and then you're going to click the plus sign again, and you're going to click send message. You're going to click on email, and this right over here, you can click on create new email, or what you can go ahead and do, let me just delete this really quickly. What's going to be easier for you is if you click on duplicate an email and click on duplicate the very first one. And then what you're going to do is provide a name, and you can call this one last chance. All right, one last chance, your final chance, and click duplicate. And then you're going to click again, next content. And then we're just going to flip this to active really quickly. And we're going to go ahead and click email settings. And then we're going to click next content. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight this again, and we're going to just follow the 4 email sequences that I have laid out inside the 7-figure e-com cheat sheet that you can download below. So you're going to fill out these 4 emails in step-by-step format. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just quickly delete this because this isn't the email that I want sent out. So everything is saved. What you want to do is, it says inactive over here. We want to click on active and make this active. So now anybody that abandons your cart will be added to your cart abandonment list, and they'll start getting these emails. And again, you'll be able to track how many emails were sent, the open rate, the click rate, and how much revenue was generated from these cart abandonment emails, which makes this super, super powerful. Next, what we want to do is click on dashboard, right? So we're going to click on dashboard, and next we're going to go back to automations. Now we're going to click new automation, and we're going to click on e-commerce. And what we're going to do is click recommend similar products. So this is going to go ahead and be your cross sells. So configure product purchase. The store is already checked. Complete a checkout, yes. Order status, what it's going to go ahead and do is you can go and change it to any. And right over here, what you're going to go ahead and do is you see the products, you'll be able to click your product, right? So selected, we have any particular product that they purchase. So right over here, selected, we can go ahead and have just one specific product, or we can just click any product and click the X over here, click any. Now product any, this goes for any product on your store that they go ahead and purchase. So we'll click on done, and now this is set up. So we're going to wait roughly 3 days or so. 3 to 4 days is the optimal time. Now, I personally like to wait 2 days because when somebody's in a buying mood, they're really, really, really in a buying mood. So I'm going to click done, and then we're going to click on email, and we're going to just click create new email, and we're going to call this whatever I go ahead and provide to you inside of the cheat sheet. You just want to follow this. So this is just going to be called example 1 sender profile. We're going to click on the sender profile, and then the subject, again, I'm just going to write example, and then I'm going to click create email. Now, this is pretty important. What you'll be able to do is use their pre-designed templates, or you can go ahead and just use previous. And then remember, we have our previous emails over here. You can click on preview, it'll show you what it'll look like. And then what you'll be able to do is if you click the escape button, you'll click use template, and it'll load up the template that we used before. So this is pretty cool. So you can edit everything in here, but the most important part is this right over here, the products. So if you go to content and just click and drag under integrations, it says Shopify, we're going to drag and drop this above the product name price. Now we're going to recommend products from this store, and number of recommendations is 4. So you want to have as many products to show your new customer as you possibly can. So this is the optional details. So title, price, and button. We're going to go ahead and click select products, and this is the only product that we have, so I'll just click insert product. Now you see how it says the golden lion crown statue, this is the price, and the buy now button. Great. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and click this little box. We're going to click on the trash can, and we'll click delete selection. So we have this set up, we have the product over here, and just so you know, if you have more than one product, it'll go ahead and stack it up in like 1, 2, 3, 4 in a box format with 4 different product images. So what we'll be able to do is say, hey, look, this is the other products we have. If you want them, now's the time to get them because it is X% off. And you don't need to include coupons, but we're gonna go ahead and follow an email sequence that's laid out inside of the cheat sheet. And again, I know I keep enforcing this, but it's very important that you download it below. So then once you're done, you just click Save and Continue, and you can see it's inactive, so we wanna just make it active over here and click Done. Now what we wanna do is send an email roughly every 2 days with new promotions. And what we can go ahead and do is add in bonuses such as buy one, get one free. We can go ahead and add in coupons. There's a lot that we can do. And by the way, in order to add in a coupon, what you wanna do is go back to your store and you wanna go ahead and click on discounts. Now remember, in order to go ahead and create a discount, we need to create a term for the discount. So we're gonna go back to our automations, recover abandoned carts, and we're gonna just click on email settings, right? And then we're gonna click on edit email. And then what we wanna do is just use Lion 10 like this, and we're gonna click create discount in our particular store. And it's gonna be a discount code. Now the discount code is going to be Lion 10, and the percentage is going to be 10% off all of products, minimum requirement none. And we're just going to go ahead and click save discount code. And now anybody can use this at checkout as well, which makes this a true coupon. So we have a few things set up over here inside of our automations. We have recommend similar products or recover abandoned carts. Now what we'll be able to do is just click on the name of the actual automation, click on the little pencil icon, and you'll also be able to do a rename. So cart abandonment, and then you can just put the store name, Golden Lion Crown, and we're gonna do the same for the new customers. So we'll click on automations, recommend similar products, and then we're gonna do cross sells new customers, and then we're gonna go and paste this, and then we're gonna go ahead and just rename it basically. And so we have cart abandonment set up, we have follow-up emails set up. Now next what I wanna talk about is newsletter campaigns. Here's the thing, remember the lists that we created? So it's gonna go ahead and attribute to newsletter. So if we go ahead and have a newsletter on our particular site, then it'll go ahead and grab that information and automatically put it into the newsletter. Now, how do you go ahead and send emails to the newsletter? Well, you can create automatic automations inside the automations tab and just have it set to the email list newsletter. But what I like to do is I like to go into campaigns, and this will send out email broadcasts to everybody on the newsletter. And again, this is very, very powerful. And it's very simple. You can just click new campaign and you can go ahead and name your campaign. Now, I will provide 2 templated emails inside of the cheat sheet that you can use every 3 to 4 days to send to your newsletter subscribers, which will go ahead and turn them into customers. So with that being said, this is why SendLane is so powerful. All of your stats will be shown on your dashboard. And not only that, but it'll go ahead and allow you to make so much money because you'll be able to have cart abandonment set up. You'll be able to create newsletters, and you'll have follow-up emails as well, all within SendLane, and you get up to 100 contacts for free, making this one of the most powerful tools. But like I said before, there's other options out there, like Klaviyo, but I don't suggest them. In my opinion, they hit spam and promotion more than any other email service provider that I've used. And I'm not knocking them, to each their own, and you can use what you want, but I like SendLane. So with that being said, let's go ahead and dive in to the store preferences and how to set up different options such as Google Analytics and other options in preferences. So let's do that right now. So we're gonna head back to our actual store. We're gonna click on Online Store and we're gonna click on Preferences. Now what we're gonna do is homepage title, we're just going to do Golden Lion Crown.
And well, I keep saying we're going to do, but this is going to be your store name. So we have 320 characters for the homepage meta description. Now, this isn't super important unless you're trying to rank on Google. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just write something very simple. Our astonishing, our incredible golden lion crown statues are on sale now. Come and buy your golden lion crown statue while supplies last. And I'm going to click save. Now, this is really cool, social sharing. And what I'm going to do is go to canva.com, and I'm going to just simply go to our particular design, and I'm just going to click on resize really quickly. And from resize, I'm just going to do 1200 by 628. This is the social sharing when it comes down to Facebook. Let me just make sure it is. Yep, 1200 by 628. Haven't used that size in forever because ads are now 1080 by 1080. So 1200 by 628. And I'm just going to click on copy and resize. And when I click copy and resize, I'm going to change the name of this so we can go ahead and stay organized to social sharing at the top right hand corner once this loads on Canva. So what social sharing does, and I'll show you this with the debugger on Facebook, is that it creates the little social icon when it's being shared, right? So we're just going to put social sharing icon. And I'm going to just go and I'm going to make this actually a little bit more elegant and a little bit cooler. So I'm going to make this black. I'm going to put this all back to white just because I want it to look a little different than what we have already. So golden lion, I'm going to click download. We don't need a transparent background, but I will click download, and it's going to go ahead and download the social sharing. So what I'm also going to do is Facebook Open Graph Debugger. Now this is really cool, and I'll show you how to use this as well. And I'm going to minimize this, and I'll click Add Image, and then I'll just click the social sharing icon, and it's going to upload this, and we're going to click Save. Now I want to show you how this works because it's rather cool. So golden lion crown. Let me make sure. I just completely forgot the site name. I'm blanking out. Golden Lion Crown, correct. So golden, we'll grab the actual golden lion crown.com. And let me just go ahead and do the following. Let's see if it'll actually grab the image that we just uploaded. Okay, so let's click Fetch New Information, because it's never been shared on Facebook before. So right over here, let's take a look, and this is what it'll look like if it's shared anywhere. If it's shared on Discord, if it's shared on Telegram, if it's shared through iMessage, if it's shared anywhere, it'll look like this. Now you can go ahead and make this smaller, make it look a little bit more posh, whatever you want, but we have the social sharing set up. Now this is really cool. We're actually gonna go and search Google Analytics. Now, this is going to be rather important later on once you start scaling. So you see on your store where it says Google Analytics. Well, what we're going to do with Google Analytics, so go to Google Analytics, you're going to have to sign up. And what you're going to want to do is just go ahead and dismiss this, but you're going to click on the admin area, and yours should look a little something like this, or if you go ahead and create a new account, it should look a little something like this, right, where the account setup is. So we're just going to put the account name Golden Lion Crown, and I'm going to leave this all checked off. As a matter of fact, yeah, I'll leave this all checked off, but I'm just going to go ahead and just click Next. So we're going to go ahead and just click on the admin area right over here, and we're going to click on Create Property. Now I'm going to name this Golden Lion Crown GA, so for Google Analytics. And then I'm just going to put in New York for my time. And then you want to click Show Advanced Options. This is so important. You're going to check off Create a Universal Analytics Property, and then you're going to go ahead and type in your URL, Golden Lion Crown. Let me just make sure. Yep, this is correct. Great. We're just going to go ahead and remove the slash at the end. And then click on Create a Universal Analytic Property only. You don't want to use Google Analytics 4, which we just created. Just in case, those of you that are a little bit more advanced, I showed you how to create GA4. GA4 is definitely more advanced and definitely harder to use with Shopify. So we're going to click Next, and I'm just going to go ahead and just do what we did before, and then click Create. Now it's going to go ahead and create our new tracking. So we're going to grab this script right over here. So you're going to want to just click Copy. And then we're going to go back to the Shopify store, and where it says Google Analytics, we're going to paste this code and we're going to click Save. Now it's saving our particular code, and now the code is installed. Now take a look at this. If we click on the Home button, it'll show nothing for real time, right? But if we go ahead and we go to Golden Lion Crown, and if we enter with a password, so let me just grab the password really quickly down here since we're in the preferences already. Enter using, I'm going to click Enter, and we're going to click on Real Time and click on Overview, and you'll see that I'm currently on the active page slash. So I'll be able to go ahead and click on Shop Now, click on the product, and it will dynamically update exactly where I am. So you can track your users on your site. Now this is also important. You're going to click on Admin again, and what you're going to do is e-commerce settings. And then you're going to check this off, enable e-commerce enhanced settings. So what you can do is just click Save. You don't need to worry about checkout labeling because again, it's a little bit more advanced. What we want to do is just make sure that we have the ability to track later on. Now Google Analytics is very, very advanced. So I'm not going to be covering it too in depth, but there's a lot that you can do with Google Analytics. As a matter of fact, you can do UTM tracking for those of you that know what it is. For those of you that don't know what it is, don't even worry that I just said that. So that's how you go ahead and install Google Analytics. So you can track everything that's going on in your site. You can track the traffic sources. You can take a look at conversions and where the conversions came from. So you're able to track everything down to literally a button click. So that's with Google Tag Manager. So if this is going way over your head, don't worry, just install the base code and that's all you have to do. So again, now we have set up Facebook Pixel. The new way is to go ahead and integrate your actual ad account, which we'll set up later. So if you click on Set Up Facebook, it'll go ahead and just use the new Facebook app, and you want to just click on Add Sales Channel, and it's going to kind of force you into logging into your account and all of that. So you're not going to worry about this for now. We're going to talk about this later on. As a matter of fact, Kyle will talk about this later on. So I'm in an incognito browser, so it's going to go ahead and just keep redirecting me until I go ahead and click on Preferences real quick. So you're not going to use incognito browser. So customer privacy. So what you can go ahead and do is if you're in Europe, right, the GDPR, you can click on Limit Tracking over here. And you want to install Customer Privacy Banner. But I'm not going to go ahead and check this off. And right over here, limit the third-party sale of California customers' data. So we're going to just check this off if you're in the US. And I'm going to click Save. Now, in order to go ahead and have the password removed, you're going to need to pick a plan. So if you click on Pick a Plan, you can have the $29 a month plan for basic Shopify, and then you can choose the plan. So that's how you're going to unlock your store. However, we're still not done. There's applications that we want to go ahead and add into our store aside from the ones that we have already. We want to go ahead and add in a live chat. We want to add in SMS cart abandonment, and we want to just add in a few apps that make more money for us. So with that being said, let's hop in and let's talk about live chat with Tidio first. So what we're going to do here is install Tidio. So Tidio is a live chat app. So you're going to go into your app section, click visit the Shopify App Store, and you're going to go ahead and just search Tidio. Now the reason why I love Tidio is because it has a free plan available. And you also have the ability to link it up with your iPhone, well, I guess your phone in general, to get push notifications sent when there's an actual live chat happening, so you can close sales live. The other cool thing about it is that you'll be able to go ahead and add in your virtual assistants to talk to people as well. So you'll see in just a few seconds. So you can go ahead and name it, Michael Smith. It doesn't need to be a real person, right? So it's going to be coming from Michael Smith, we'll do Michael Smith. We'll leave English, click continue. We'll leave everything set to here. We're an online store, clicking the accepted terms of service. And what you can do is go ahead and just greet them warmly, but you also have the ability to go and send them a discount code in exchange for their email. So right over here, you can click customize this message. And what we're gonna do is go ahead and it'll say, hi there, nice to see you. We have a 10% off promo code for new customers. Would you like to get this code right now? And then the promo code, we're gonna go back into our Shopify store, click discounts, and remember over here, Lion 10. So don't forget it's case sensitive. So Lion 10, click save message, click continue. It'll say please wait, and then it will bring you to your panel of Tidio. Now I'm gonna go ahead and walk you through this because might be a little confusing at first when you're first getting started. So right over here on the left-hand side, you actually have your bots. So essentially, you can see everything. Whoops, I just clicked off of bots. You can see everything in here, but the bots will go ahead and allow you to create certain follow-up messages or welcome messages if they keep coming back to your store, or if they reload a page, or if something happens, right? So we don't need to worry about these bots because essentially we'll need to start upgrading our plan. So what I want to go ahead and tell you is that, quite frankly, these bots, you don't really need them, right? So you can just click add this bot for the upsell bot, just so I can show you how this works. It's going to load the bot, and if somebody goes ahead and the event is add to cart, right? So if we just click the little pencil icon, we can see Shopify add to cart, sends once per 24 hours. And then what happens here is if somebody says sure or no to this particular message, then they're going to get a certain message. Now, again, I'm gonna click cancel over here, click OK. And you're able to see your particular bots right up here. I'll just click on options and I'll just click delete because I don't need this, but we have the discount for the new visitors. And that's okay, that's all we want. You can play around with the bots all you want. It's completely up to you what you want to add. Now right over here, we can go ahead and see the visitors on our site. Now this is pretty cool, take a look at this. So Golden Lion Crown, we can actually see that there will be visitors as well right over here, the little chat icon, and we can see that it's working. But right over here, you can see that we're able to see the total live visitors and everything about them. Now, here's the cooler part about this, is that if they don't initiate a conversation, you can go ahead and click join conversation. Hey there, nice to see you are here. And literally go ahead and just see, hey there, nice to see you are here. And you're able to sell to them like live. And then again, hey there, thanks for messaging me. And this will go ahead and be able to push to your phone as well. Now, please introduce yourself. You can actually remove all of this, just so you know. And if you go ahead and you go into settings, you're able to edit everything that you just see in here as well. So if you just click on pre-chat survey, you can go ahead and remove this. So the pre-chat survey, click save, and now it'll remove this little pre-chat survey. So hey there, thanks for messaging me. Well, I actually need to reply, refresh this and then go ahead and reply. Hopefully it doesn't auto-save there. Hey there, thanks for messaging me, right? So there's no pre-chat there. And then the chat will come in over here into conversations. But inside of your settings, you're able to completely customize, and I'm gonna make mine black because that goes with the store theme, right? So display the chat if we're online, and then we can go ahead and edit all of this, button label, chat with us, all of this, we can just click save. And then, the mobile widget, we can have it set to the right, we can have it set to medium, we'll leave it there, and then getting started, we can leave it as is, and we'll just click save. Now let's talk about the actual conversations that happen. If somebody messages your particular store, then it's gonna appear inside of the Conversations tab. Now the Conversations tab
is really easy to get to. Just click on conversations. So once you're here, you'll see right over here, because I just said, hey there, thanks for messaging me, you're very welcome, right? You're very welcome. So you're able to go ahead and reply right inside of here. Let me just go and do that. And essentially, that's how the live chat works. Now, what's really cool and what I like to do as well is if you go ahead and upgrade, you're able to collect emails, right? So there's a lot of different things that you can do. And inside of your pre-chat survey, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and do this. Please introduce yourself. And then we can also, let me just do name. We can also go ahead and do email. And preview, we're going to go ahead and do, pre-chat survey. We'll leave it there, we'll display it, and we'll click save. And so we're able to have, a name and email be collected at the same exact time. So one of the things that I like to do is, total leads acquired, you'll be able to watch this. And we've been able to generate hundreds, even thousands of leads doing it this way as well. So triggers first visit on your site. There's a lot that you can do in order to go ahead and be able to collect leads. So you'll see lead generation bot, lead magnet, etc. There's a lot that you can do, like I just said, to really harvest leads, but I don't necessarily suggest having that as your main goal. So use Tidio because it's very, very useful if you want to go ahead and make sales a lot faster, because you have the ability to also go ahead and sell to them live. So that's how you use Tidio. So now what we're going to do is install a vital app that is going to bring us a lot of sales. So if we click on the app section and we click on visit the Shopify App Store, we're going to search for SMS Bump. Now, what SMS Bump allows us to do is send text messages to individuals that go ahead and abandon the cart, individuals that purchase from us, and a lot of different features that are really, really useful. So we're going to click Add App, and it's going to go ahead and open up in our store to install the app. Now, just click Install App, and there's a lot of different settings that we want to go over to make sure that you do this correctly. Now, you're going to just go ahead and type in your number, and this can be your regular cell phone number because of the simple fact that they're going to send you a confirmation to go ahead and confirm your account. So you're going to click Connect. Once you type it in, then it's going to say Welcome Aboard, and just click on Get Started. So right over here, I use the Google Voice number, by the way. So for those of you that try to text it, it won't be working. So first thing is first, we're going to go ahead and just take a look at this guide, view guide, yada yada, about compliance and whatnot. Compliance is very important. Just click Mark as completed. Yes, I confirm. Pop-up subscription, auto enable reload. So first thing is first, pop-up subscription, we're not going to worry about this. Enable auto reload. This is something that we're going to talk about in just a few minutes as we go through this particular list. So the very first thing we want to do is we want to take a look. We can either click on abandoned cart over here, or we can go ahead and if we go into automations, what we're able to do is take a look at abandoned cart reminder, and we would actually click these to be on. Now, before I go ahead and tell you to click all of these on, what I would suggest you do is going ahead, taking a look at what they say inside of their follow-up, because you do need to go ahead and get approved to go and use this particular app. So they want to make sure that you're actually legit. So if we try to click status on, right, it's on. And then we're going to go ahead and also click on over here, and you'll see that they're enabled. And again, there's a lot of different automations that you can go ahead and set up. So we have 30-minute delay. We're going to click on the little pencil icon. And what we're going to be able to do is, as you can tell, this is all set already. Delay enabled, 30 minutes. And you can set this to, let's just say, 60 minutes or so. But if we just take a look at the automations, we have 1 day delay, so we can do 60 minutes. So 60 minutes, 45 to 60 minutes is what I like to do. Now, I don't suggest going ahead and using a GIF because it does go ahead and uses up a lot of your credits. Now, you can go ahead and edit this text message to say what you want it to say. However, in the actual cheat sheet that I have for you, I've gone ahead and prepared a text message template that you should be using. So right over here, if I grab the cheat sheet, I'm just gonna copy this particular message, go ahead and put this in here. And right over here, I'm gonna add in the short code, and then we're going to go ahead and do this, abandoned checkout URL and abandoned checkout URL. Just make sure the short codes are there correctly. And then don't forget to do the first name over here. So you're gonna delete this, you're gonna add a short code, and what you're gonna do is just do first name, and there it is. So you're good on this part. Make sure that you click add stop to opt out, and what you're gonna do is click on the add discount, fixed amount, you're going to go ahead and do percentage 10, and then right over here, embed the discount code in the abandoned checkout, and leave this unique code per client recommended, and then you're gonna click add discount. So there we go. This is set up and it's good to go. So you're gonna click save, and there it is. So we have a 30-minute, well, it's actually technically 60-minute. So we're gonna click that, click save. All right, go to the bottom and click save. And what I would also recommend you do is just make sure you test the event. So we also have a 1-day delay. Now for the 1 day, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and delete the very first short code, and we're gonna leave the rest here. So just leave it as is, click on save, and you're good to go. Now, you don't need the customer welcome message, you don't need the customer win back or product cross-sell unless you want it. I do recommend going ahead and setting these up because it's super easy to set up, and it will go ahead and allow you to bring customers back and purchase more from you. So it's very powerful when used correctly, and it's definitely something that I would suggest using to your benefit. So with that being said, let's take a dive into text marketing. Now, text marketing is important because this is how you're gonna be able to go ahead and create broadcasts. So what a broadcast essentially is mailing or texting everybody on your text marketing list. So you'll be able to see specific customers, all text subscribers, and basically this creates an entire database of segmented people inside of your store that have entered their phone numbers and have spent certain money, live in a geographical location, or you can just message everybody with new promotions. So sender, you can go ahead and leave it to SMS bump. And you also have the ability to use a custom sender, but don't worry about that for now. So campaign scheduling, you can go ahead and schedule it for a certain time. And again, you want to make sure that you name your campaign, whatever the promotion is. So smart sending, I don't want to go ahead and recommend to use smart sending. So I would actually disable smart sending. A and B testing, only if you upgrade, doesn't really matter. However, if you want to go ahead and use the same campaign later on in the year, then I would recommend upgrading to get A and B testing. Attach image, we're not going to use. And then we're going to go ahead and then edit our particular text message that we want. And you can go ahead and broadcast pretty much anything and everything that you want. So when you release a new product, you can email everybody, or you can text everybody and say, hey, look, we have this new product that was just released. If you want in, here's a 10% coupon because again, we can add a discount to the actual URL, and we'll be able to send that blast out to everybody. So SMS bump is very, very powerful when it comes down to the broadcasting. So we also can schedule campaigns, which again, it'll go ahead and if you click later, it'll be in your scheduled campaigns. Then we have drafts, which means that you can actually leave, as you can see drafts in here, now it's populated. So if we just go ahead and click out, it's in the drafts, all text subscribers, we can delete. If I click no, if I just go ahead and just do text marketing again, and then if I just go like that right there, we head over to drafts. Again, we can view this and it'll still be here until you send it out, which is very powerful. So again, I definitely suggest going ahead and installing SMS bump. Now the other thing, we have flows in here, but you need to upgrade for your flows. Now we have lists and segments, but we already saw what the lists and segments are when we were talking about broadcasts. Collect subscribers, analytics, chat, integrations aren't really anything that we need to talk about. If I were to talk about it, it would just be a waste of your time. Now, analytics is definitely something you can take a look at and not necessarily a waste of your time, but it's just something cool to look at and see. But if you go ahead and you look on your dashboard, you'll also see it on your dashboard. So again, you can look at analytics or look at your dashboard. Now your balance, you want to go ahead and like I said, in order to upgrade your plan, you're going to have to talk to support. So get in touch with support and you need to be approved to use SMS Bump. Now this is important. If you go ahead and upgrade, you'll be able to see the different plans that they have. Now I do go ahead and suggest using Growth because you'll get access to all of this. However, if you're on a tight budget, you can go ahead and use the free plan because it allows you to have your SMS campaigns and pretty much everything that you need in order to get started. However, it's completely up to you what you want. Now the other thing, auto reload, is you'd want to click configure and have your auto reload there. Now you can set it to like $10 or so. And the reason why you want auto reload is because you don't want to go ahead and have your campaign stopping because this is going to bring you back a lot of money. So rather than going and having to constantly check on SMS Bump to see what your balance is, have it set to auto reload because it's not going to use the money that, quite frankly, it doesn't need to, because if you're not getting people to your checkouts, then you're not going to be using any of the money in there regardless. So that's how you use SMS Bump. So what we're going to do here is install Tideo. So Tideo is a live chat app. So you're going to go into your app section, click visit the Shopify App Store, and you're going to go ahead and just search Tideo. Now the reason why I love Tideo is because it has a free plan available. And you also have the ability to link it up with your iPhone, well, I guess your phone in general, to get push notifications sent when there's an actual live chat happening so you can close sales live. The other cool thing about it is that you'll be able to go ahead and add in your virtual assistants to talk to people as well. So you'll see in just a few seconds. So you can go ahead and name it, Michael Smith. It doesn't need to be a real person, right? So it's going to be coming from Michael Smith, we'll do Michael Smith. We'll leave English, click continue. We'll leave everything set to here. We're an online store, clicking the accepted terms of service. And what you can do is go ahead and just greet them warmly, but you also have the ability to go and send them a discount code in exchange for their email. So right over here, you can click customize this message. And what we're going to do is go ahead and it'll say, hi there, nice to see you. We have a 10% off promo code for new customers. Would you like to get this code right now? And then the promo code, we're going to go back into our Shopify store, click discounts, and remember over here, Lion 10. So don't forget it's case sensitive. So Lion 10, click save message, click continue. It'll say please wait, and then it will bring you to your panel of Tideo. Now I'm going to go ahead and walk you through this because might be a little confusing at first when you're first getting started. So right over here on the left hand side, you actually have your bots. So essentially you can see everything. Whoops, I just clicked off of bots. You can see everything in here, but the bots will go ahead and allow you to create certain follow-up messages or welcome messages if they keep coming back to your store, or if they reload a page, or if something happens, right? So we don't need to worry about these bots because essentially we'll need to start upgrading our plan. So what I want to go ahead and tell you is that, quite frankly, these bots, you don't really need them, right? So you can just click add this bot for the upsell bot, just so I can show you how this works. It's going to load the bot. And if somebody goes ahead and the event is add to cart, right? So if we just click the little pencil icon, we can see Shopify add to cart, sends once per 24 hours. And then what happens here is if somebody says sure or no to this particular message, then they're going to get a certain message. Now, again, I'm going to click cancel over here, click OK.
And you're able to see your particular bots right up here. I'll just click on options and I'll just click delete because I don't need this. But we have the discount for the new visitors. And that's okay. That's all we want. You can play around with the bots all you want. It's completely up to you what you want to add. Now, right over here, we can go ahead and see the visitors on our site. Now, this is pretty cool. Take a look at this. So Golden Lion Crown, we can actually see that there will be visitors as well right over here, the little chat icon, and we can see that it's working. But right over here, you can see that we're able to see the total live visitors and everything about them. Now, here's the cooler part about this, is that if they don't initiate a conversation, you can go ahead and click join conversation. Hey there, nice to see you are here. And literally go ahead and just see, hey there, nice to see you are here. And you're able to sell to them like live. And then again, hey there, thanks for messaging me. And this will go ahead and be able to push to your phone as well. Now, please introduce yourself. You can actually remove all of this, just so you know. And if you go ahead and you go into settings, so if you just click on pre-chat survey, you can go ahead and remove this. So the pre-chat survey, click save, and now it'll remove this little pre-chat survey. So, hey there, thanks for messaging me. Well, I actually need to reply, refresh this and then go ahead and reply. Hopefully it doesn't auto-save there. Hey there, thanks for messaging me, right? So there's no pre-chat there. And then the chat will come in over here into conversations. But inside of your settings, you're able to completely customize, and I'm gonna make mine black because that goes with the store theme, right? So display the chat if we're online, and then we can go ahead and edit all of this, button label, chat with us, all of this, we can just click save. And then, the mobile widget, we can have it set to the right, we can have it set to medium, we'll leave it there. And then getting started, we can leave it as is, and we'll just click save. Now let's talk about the actual conversations that happen. If somebody messages your particular store, then it's gonna appear inside of the conversations tab. Now the conversations tab is really easy to get to. Just click on conversations. So once you're here, you'll see right over here, because I just said, hey there, thanks for messaging me, you're very welcome, right? You're very welcome. So you're able to go ahead and reply right inside of here. Let me just go and do that. And essentially, that's how the live chat works. Now, what's really cool and what I like to do as well is if you go ahead and upgrade, you're able to collect emails, right? So there's a lot of different things that you can do, especially in the pre-chat survey, right? And inside of your pre-chat survey, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and do this. Please introduce yourself. And then we can also, let me just do name. We can also go ahead and do email and preview. We're going to go ahead and do, pre-chat survey. We'll leave it there. We'll display it and we'll click save. And so we're able to have, a name and email be collected at the same exact time. So one of the things that I like to do is, total leads acquired, you'll be able to watch this. And we've been able to generate hundreds, even thousands of leads doing it this way as well. So triggers first visit on your site. There's a lot that you can do in order to go ahead and be able to collect leads. So you'll see lead generation bot, lead magnet, etc. There's a lot that you can do, like I just said, to really harvest leads, but I don't necessarily suggest having that as your main goal. So use Tidio because it's very, very useful if you want to go ahead and make sales a lot faster, because you have the ability to also go ahead and sell to them live. So that's how you use Tidio. So now this is one of the most vital, and it's kind of punny the way I just said that, but you'll understand in a second. This is one of the most crucial and vital aspects to everything that we're setting up here. Now, what I'm going to show you here is one of two things. I'm going to show you how to actually select a plan and which plan I suggest, and then I'm also going to show you how we're going to natively integrate our pixel with our actual store without having to jump through the Facebook sales channel. Now, what I will say is this is this is how the more advanced users go ahead and integrate their particular pixel. Now, what I will say is those that show you how to integrate your Facebook account inside of your store by clicking the Facebook sales channel. They'll walk you through how to integrate it, how to sell your products, all of that. And if you just click Start Setup, it'll ask you to connect your Facebook account, your business manager, your Facebook page, data sharing, all of that, right? It'll ask you to go through all those steps. However, I'm going to show you a different way. I'm actually going to show you the way that tracks a lot better, and there's also a lot less misfires. Now, what do I mean by that? Is that when you actually make a sale, what happens is a lot of times the API call that happens with this application, with the Facebook native sales channel application, is it doesn't register the sale inside of the Facebook ads, inside of your Facebook ads. So we want to make sure that we're getting as many registrations, as many fires, if you will, for your pixel. So what I like to use is the Vitals application. So if we click on apps over here and we just click visit the Shopify App Store, we'll actually be able to go ahead and download this application called Vitals. Now Vitals, I'll show you what we're going to do with it. It's not necessarily needed except for this one little aspect of the app. So we're just going to click install app, and it most likely is going to ask us to upgrade our account to use it. So I guess it doesn't really ask us to upgrade just yet. So, there it is. So billing, and it asks for a payment method. So what you're gonna have to do is you can either select plan down here. All right, so I just click select plan. Or what you're gonna do is if you're over here inside of billing, once you install Vitals, you're gonna click on add payment method. So you just click add payment method, and I'm gonna go ahead and add my payment method in right now. So again, just add this in, and then you'll be able to use the application, and it'll go ahead and unlock your store. So let me add in my information, and let me unlock the store. Now I went ahead and added my American Express, but if you have another card other than American Express, like a Chase or another bank, I definitely would suggest using that card. And the reason being is because we've seen that users and ourselves, when we run a lot of different stores can actually get locked, like verification locked, right? And a lot of times it's when we use an American Express card. So if you have Chase or another credit card, that's okay to use. I would suggest using that over American Express. So right over here, we added our card, and what we can do is select a plan, right? And then we can choose this plan, the $29 a month plan. So we click choose this plan, and then we're gonna do $29 every 30 days, and then we could just start plan. And now the store has been unlocked. Now the other thing we wanna do is go into online store, click on preferences, and when we click on preferences, we're gonna scroll to the bottom, and we're gonna uncheck enable password if you want the store to be unlocked. So we're gonna click on save, and right over here, if we go to goldenlioncrown.com, it'll actually be unlocked for us. And we can click shop now, we can go ahead and go to this particular product, and we're good to go. Now the other thing I wanna talk about really quickly is you see how on the home page it says shop now, and then it takes you to the collections page. What we're able to do, so you can change that, is if you go to online store and then you just click on customize really quickly, if you want to change where it goes, you can. So if we were to just click on right over here, home page, and we have the content, which is home page. So we're able to change what collection it goes to, and we can create a collection and then add it to the collection. Or what we can go ahead and do is we can create a collection right over here. And then all we would do, so you can see that it says collection homepage, but if we scroll down over here, heading says homepage, you can just put buy now, and then it'll say shop now, get mine, get yours here. And then the button link, if you click over here, what you can do is click on products, and then just click on the product that you want it to go to, and then click save. So if we were to go back to our particular store, once it loads over here, if we click on exit, we're just gonna hard refresh this. Just so you know, to hard refresh on a Mac, it's Command-Shift-R. So it refreshes the entire page. So let's go back to the home page, refresh, buy now, get yours here. If we click it, it should take us right to the product, right? So this is exactly what it looks like over here.
And so we see that we have the Tidio as well. Also, if you want to clean up this little Tidio right over here, to make it look a little better, we're going to left align it and make it a little smaller for mobile. So what we're going to do is we'd actually go back into our apps, and then we would click on the Tidio live chat, and we're going to click on these settings right over here. So let me just re-log in really quickly, and we're going to click on the settings on the left-hand side, and we're going to make sure right over here, we're going to click on left, and then we can go and display the chat when you're offline. We can go ahead and just leave that on there. And then if you go to mobile widget, make sure it's also aligned left and click on small. And that's pretty much it. Just click save. All right. It's going to save your chat. And if we go back over here and we just hard refresh this again, it'll put it on the left-hand side of our store. So it looks a little better, a little cleaner. And again, you're able to go ahead and minimize this and it'll be over here. Don't worry about the little Shopify icon because that's for us. So that's how we clean it up a little bit. Now that we have all of that covered, what I want to show you is how we're going to install the pixel, or where your pixel ID is going to go. So the very first thing you need to understand is that Vitals is right down here, right? Once we install it. So we're going to click on Vitals and we're going to be able to actually access it now. So right over here, you can click on start your free trial, 30-day free trial, and then it's $29.99. Now it's going to be well worth it. However, everything else on here, we're not necessarily going to be using because we have a custom theme. So if we click on see all apps and just look at Facebook pixels right here, we're going to click on Facebook pixels. We're going to turn this on and we're going to click add new pixel. And then we're going to click master right over here. So again, we'll just do that. We're going to leave entire store. And then I'm just going to type in a random line of pixel code, okay? And then fires on entire store. And right over here, we're just going to click save. Now, this is our master pixel. So it fires on entire store. So this is exactly where your pixel would go to track everything on your entire store, including how much the purchase conversion value is. Now, we're going to talk about our pixel ID later on when we go through the ads section. And this is exactly where you're going to put this pixel ID rather than going ahead and using the Facebook sales channel. And again, I believe this is still the best way to track, even though it used to be in online store preferences. They used to just let you paste that code in right inside of here where it says Facebook Pixel, but they recently removed that. And again, I truly do believe wholeheartedly, even the experts when it comes down to Facebook ads that you'll be introduced to in a few minutes are the same way. We integrate our pixels this way because it just works. And anybody else who tells you differently, they might have a different strategy. But we know and we've tested and we wholeheartedly believe this is still the best way to go about it. Next, let's talk about creating your actual creatives for your advertisements, and let's just learn exactly the best way to create images and how to create videos for your actual ads. So this is going to be one of the most vital parts to making your entire operation run smoothly. Now we're going to talk about hiring a virtual assistant. Now there's a lot of different aspects that a virtual assistant can go ahead and help you cover. Now again, if you have the 7-figure e-com cheat sheet, I'm going to list out everything you need to do, and by the time I create everything and have it all ready for you, it'll be a lot more elaborate. So when it comes down to hiring a virtual assistant, you can have them do order fulfillment, customer support, Facebook support, text message support if that applies to you. Now, one thing that you need to understand and do is once you upgrade your plan, you want to click on settings, and then you want to do plan and permissions. And then what you want to do is add a staff account, and that's where your virtual assistant is going to be able to access everything. Now, the reason why you want them to access everything is because you want to have them do order fulfillment for you. Now, if you're ordering the products using Udroppy or you're ordering the products using AliExpress, then you're going to have to give them access to everything. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, it's okay if you give them access to everything, as long as you can go ahead and vet them correctly and make sure they're trusted. Now, customer support, you want them to answer emails, and you want them to go ahead and answer in Tidio and other places that you have support. Now, you would actually go to settings in Tidio, you click on operators, and you just click add an operator, and they'll be able to go ahead and access Tidio and answer everybody who goes ahead and has questions in the live chat. Now, Facebook support. You can easily go ahead and add somebody into Facebook support as a virtual assistant. So what you would do is you would actually head to facebook.com and you would go to facebook.com/pages. Let me just go there, /pages. All right. And once you're inside of Facebook pages, let's just say I want to use my page. So what you're going to have to do once you're here is you want to go ahead, scroll down, click on settings, and you're going to look for page roles wherever this is. Right over here on the left-hand side, page roles, and then it'll load. But essentially, you'll be able to type in the email of your virtual assistant. Then you want to go ahead and just click on moderator, and you can add them in very easily. So that's how you go ahead and access the moderation and page roles inside of Facebook, and they can answer the comments and they can answer the direct messages that come to the page as well. Now, text message support, you can give them access to the Gmail, where in turn they can access the Google Voice if you're using text message. Now, the source that I like to use in order to find these virtual assistants is actually onlinejobs.ph. Now, onlinejobs.ph is really, really good. Now, this is literally where I go ahead and look for different virtual assistants to help me do different things. As you can see, finance manager for multiple Shopify stores, dropshipping videos needed, Facebook page manager, Shopify store product designer needed, Facebook ad writer. And as you can see how many applicants we go ahead and get, 823, 288, how many views this has, 50 applicants for the designer. And these individuals are really, really good. Now, what I'm going to suggest is to go ahead and use onlinejobs.ph as well. And the reason being is because you can find really good virtual assistants to help you get the tasks you need done. And the other thing I would suggest is using a management software like Slack. And Slack is free. And we use Slack all the time in our business to go ahead and manage and chat with all of our support staff, all of our product research staff, everybody on our staff. That's essentially what we use to go ahead and track everything. So make sure you get the cheat sheet so you can grab these links, and I'll also go ahead and provide templates and what you should say in your headline when you're posting a job description on onlinejobs.ph. In this section, we're going to be talking about creating the best creatives for your advertisements. Now, this section is going to be very important and also one that is the determining factor between your success or failure. Now, again, nobody preaches this enough, but it's all about creatives. When you advertise and try to get sales, I'm not even kidding, it's all about your creatives and making sure that they are good and having enough creatives to test as well. So which one is better? Video versus image ads. Now, there are two types of ads that you can create, and they're image and video-based ads. Now, depending on the type of product you're selling, depends on the type of creative that you should be creating. Now, if the product requires demonstration, you want to create a video showing the product in use. However, if the product does not require demonstration, you can use images. Now, for the product and website that I just created, we don't need to demonstrate the product. What we need to do is just show the product, and we can go ahead and use images. So when I go ahead and show you how to create a video ad, I'm going to go ahead and find a product that requires demonstration. So you always want to try and split test them against each other. Now, when the ad section comes up, Bogdan and Kyle will have you covered with two different strategies and exactly what that means. So when I say you want them to be split test against each other, that essentially means that you want to run images and videos in the same ad set. Now, if that doesn't make sense, don't worry. You'll completely get it once we get to the advertising section. Now, let's go live so I can share some products and what type of ads I would create for them. Now, here we are in Salesforce again. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is click on best sellers, and we're going to just take a look at some of these best sellers. As a matter of fact, I'll even go to trending now so we can see exactly what's trending now. So when it comes down to this type of product, this type of product, this type of product, and let me grab one more. Let's just see. Let's grab something like, I don't know, this slimming mask, right? So what we have over here is the actual website. So we have the website
and we could analyze this product, but let's just take a look at the mouse light. So the mouse light only requires images to advertise because there's no demonstration that's needed here, right? There's no demonstration whatsoever. So if we click on Analyze Product, it's going to go ahead and analyze this, and we're going to be able to find the product as well. So remember, when we talked about product research, it's going to analyze it for us. Now right over here, Pro Version Cardboard, all right? This particular store and this particular product, you will need a video, and as you can see, they have GIFs in here. You will need video demonstration for the ad that is ran. So over here, if we just click on images, all right, so this is obviously an image from the site, but again, the products, the competitors, the description, and the videos, there's no videos. But if we analyze this product, there's more than likely a lot of videos. So this particular product will also need a video. As you can see, there's GIFs in here. But if we just take a look at the mouse light, there's most likely no GIFs, right? So that means that this product over here, you just need images. And this product, you need to demonstrate how it works. So you're gonna create videos and video ads specifically for this, so you can demonstrate how it works, and you can also incorporate images. Now this also, you need to go ahead and incorporate a video. There might be GIFs in here, there might not be GIFs. But when it comes down to advertising, you never can advertise on Facebook with before and after pictures. So you never want to use before and after. So you're going to need to go ahead and demonstrate the product on what it does, but never show a before and after picture. So those are the type of products that require either images or videos, and I hope you get the concept now. So next, what I want to show you is how to create image ads with Canva. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to open up our particular product that we're going to be selling, right? So again, we're just going to have the product page open, and we're going to use this app. It's called Ali Save, right? And if you just run a Google search for Ali Save Chrome extension, you'll be able to see right over here that there's a Chrome extension called Ali Save, and it downloads all the images and videos for you, and it's $1.99 a month to download everything in a zip file. So check this out. Let's say I wanted to go ahead and download every single one of these images. What I would do is just click Ali Save over here, and I'm going to click all images and videos. So unfortunately, it looks like it's not picking this up. Alrighty, so I had to log into my account one more time. So right over here, if I click all images and videos, it's gonna go ahead and download. And as you can see, it's downloading every single little minute thing. So it looks like, a lot is being downloaded, but don't worry. I have it all organized in one particular file. So if I go over here, back into my computer downloads, what I'm gonna do is just highlight all of these, and I'm going to grab this last one, and I'm just going to add this into a new folder, and that new folder is going to be my Lion ads. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to canva.com since I have our images saved. So what we're going to do is create a design. So if we click on create a design, we'll do custom dimensions, and we're going to use 1080 by 1080. Now I'm just going to click create new design. And you always want to use 1080 by 1080 or a 1:1 resolution. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and look at these images and see which ones that I can utilize. So this one looks pretty decent. I'm going to drag and drop this, and I'm going to try to get it to snap perfectly without losing any type of quality. So this actually looks really, really good. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to do 50% off. So let's just look at, let's see here. Let's just go to Elements, and I'm just going to type in free. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do 50%. So special 50% off. So let's just see what we have here. If not, what we can do, we'll just use what they have here just for simplicity purposes. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to use 50% off. This looks like something that I would actually not mind using. So 50%, let's do that. We're going to play around with this and see exactly what we can do. So let's go grab some text and let's see. Nope, I don't like it already. So let's just do this. Let's go and find some text that we can potentially use. So this right here, I'm going to ungroup, and then I'm going to remove these two, I'm gonna just put this up here. I'm gonna make this white. All right, let's see how this looks. All right, we're gonna make this a little bit smaller. We'll even make this a little bit smaller. And we'll rotate this tiny bit. All right, and then we'll go here, just write 50% off. And let's grab this, move it inwards a little bit. So this looks like it has some potential. So we have 50% off. All right, let's play around with the colors. Maybe black would look good right over here because it's on a little bit of a different background. So let's see, 50% off. I'm not the biggest fan, but it'll do, right? So I'm just gonna click download, download. Now let me show you an example of an ad that's not bad at all. So this particular ad has the logo of the store over here, and then it also goes ahead and has free just pay shipping, the product image, and then an image of a woman for this particular product. So if we model after this, right, we can do something like this. So 50%, I'm gonna delete this right here, and I'm just gonna leave 50%, and then I'll just go ahead, copy that. Actually, let me just click duplicate, and we'll just write off. Right, so 50% off. Let me try to align this. That's definitely not aligned. So 50% off. That's good enough. Move this up a tiny bit. And I'm gonna use an element. I'm gonna delete that. I'm just gonna use this little square. And I'm gonna put that right here, this over here. And then let me go ahead and move off down. And let's see. Let's make this, nope, that's not what I wanted. Let's move this. Let's grab that. Make it, yeah, we'll put it down here. Now we'll grab the 50% and move it over here. Let's try to figure out where the best spot for the 50% is. So we'll grab that. As you can see, I'm just doing this rather quickly. Okay, I'm just trying to make it look as good as I possibly can. So 50%. Now I'll actually make this pretty cool. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Make this 50% off, right? So we want it to draw attention. It'll fit the box. And speaking of the box, let's make the box black and the text white. So then it looks rather interesting now. So 50% off. This looks a lot better. 50% off to click download over here. And this looks a lot better than what I had it for before. Now, I can potentially increase this and move it down here. And I have the ability, I can make this box, let's say this box, we can make it white. And then the text, we can actually go ahead and make it black over here. So if we really want to get creative with this, what we can do is we can add in another box and just have the colors, kind of differentiated. So if I just maybe drag this box down, I don't really like the way that looks, to be quite honest with you. So check this out. I'm actually going to show you a really cool way to make it look rather pleasing to look at. So we're going to add in another shape. And this particular shape, let me just shrink it down. Let's grab it, shrink it down. Nope, that might actually look really good. So let's just see, let's make it the same size as the other one, okay? Now we're gonna grab this and just snap it on top. So check this out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just get this box color, right? So let me just shrink this a little bit. I'm gonna grab this box right here. I'm gonna turn it this color pink, and I'm gonna grab the 50% and make it white. Now, I'm gonna make this particular box right over here. I'm gonna make this box white, and I'm going to make this text the little pink color that we used. So it's just a little different, as you can tell. So let me just shrink this a little bit more. Put it right over here. And now this looks pretty decent. So off, 50% off 3, click download. And let's talk about the promotion. The promotion, you can do literally whatever. So if you have compare at price at $100, but you're selling it at $50, you can say 50% off.
So again, you can play around with your creative as you need. If you even want to, you can have a frame in here and have, the color be here. And, we don't really need to rotate that because it doesn't really matter. You can put the 50% and then off right next to it, right? 50% off. Let's see, even if we wanted to play around with this a little bit more, make that white, we'll keep that there. And so we're gonna move the 50% off. We're gonna do 50% right over here. And we might shrink this down a little bit, snap this, remove this box, have this box right over here, make it stretch a little bit. Then what we're gonna do is make this white, and now we have another creative, right? So 50%, and we'll align this a little down, we'll make this a little bigger, we'll put this right over here, and this definitely looks a lot better. So let's just shrink this down to the same size as the 50% off. So 50% off, we'll just go ahead and decrease this box size, move this inward a little bit. So this looks pretty decent. So right over here, we have 67.6. We'll grab that and we'll just paste that font right in, or that size, excuse me, right in here. And so it looks exactly the same size, right? 50% off. And there we go. So we can go ahead and use this as an ad as well, and even put off a little bit closer to the edge. So 50% off. So this actually doesn't look horrible. So we can potentially use this as creative number 4. And I'm just gonna go ahead and click download, and I'm gonna download again. So now we have multiple different creatives that we can go ahead and use for our advertisements. Now the other thing you can go ahead and do is you can hire a virtual assistant or a designer off of onlinejobs.ph and have them create the advertisements. For example, somebody created this advertisement for me and it cost me roughly $4 or so. So the investment into a designer off of onlinejobs.ph is really, really good, especially the fact if you're able to go out there and find a really good designer that you can keep using over and over and over again. So again, this is how you create image ads, and I highly suggest looking for a designer as well. Next, what we're going to talk about is creating video ads. Now, this is a little bit lengthy of a process, so you're going to want to watch this from A to Z. However, if you don't want to waste that time, that precious time of yours, I definitely do suggest Pro Ecom Vids, and using Pro Ecom Vids because of the simple fact that they've created some of our 6- and 7-figure campaign ads. So I highly suggest using Pro Ecom Vids. They're really cheap for what you get as well. So right over here, the split test pack is what I always suggest, but they have different packages, like 5 video package for 97 bucks. That's really, really good because you're about to see how long it actually takes to create one of these. And quite frankly, I just rather have somebody else create these for me because of the fact that they're really, really, really good videos as well. So if you want to go ahead and get a discount, take a look at the cheat sheet because there will be a discount code in there for Pro Ecom Vids, and this is definitely what I suggest. But regardless, let's go ahead and let's dive into actually creating a video ad. So first thing is first, I'm gonna go ahead and use this product. So a free elastic, not free, but tie-free elastic shoelaces. So I found this product. I'm gonna be using it to create a video ad. Now, the first thing that I did was I went to AliExpress and I searched shoelace no tie, and I sorted by orders. And what I did was I started going through some of these, some of these products, the ones that obviously I'm going to be selling. So right over here, let's grab this. And I started going through some of these to find, like I said, to find the closely related products. And what I started looking for is if they have a video in their actual, kind of product preview section. So what I did was I gathered some of them that have a video preview of the actual product in use, because we're going to be using these. And remember, like I said before, we want to go ahead and use Ali Save. So we're going to use Ali Save, and you see the videos.
we're going to download all the videos, and it's going to go ahead and save all the videos for us. Now let it download. There it is. And what we're going to do is do this again, download all the videos. It just downloaded this video as well. We're going to download this particular video, right? And we're going to download this last video over here. So we have 4 videos that we can go ahead and use. And the other thing that I did was I went over to YouTube and I just typed in silicone shoelaces. Now I grabbed one of the best videos after looking through a few of them. I grabbed one of the best videos that I personally think we can do a lot with if we chop it up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this URL, I'm going to copy it, or you can cut it, whatever you want, YouTube to MP4. Now you're going to be able to go ahead and go to something like this right over here. Make sure you click MP4, click convert. It's going to go ahead and start converting your video. So as it goes ahead and converts your video, you'll see right over here, click on this download button, not these, because it's just an advertisement. So click download, it'll open a pop-up, and then it starts downloading your video. Now, we can go ahead and close out of these products, and we can also close out of the converter. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and use a website called ClickChamp. All right, so ClickChamp. I'll go to clickchamp.com. Now, let me take a look at their pricing. I think I'm paying the I'm paying the $19 a month because I need the export to be full HD. So I'm just gonna quickly log in. All right, it logs me in automatically. And I'm gonna go ahead over here and click create video. Now I'm gonna click on one-to-one for the square right over here. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and drag and drop these videos that I just downloaded, and I'm going to put them inside of the media library. So as you can tell, I'm dragging and dropping these in here, and they're all in here. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, first off, I'm gonna name this project Shoelace Example, and I'm gonna start siphoning through some of these video clips. So I'm gonna just put this towards the end. Oh my goodness, there we go, fit to screen. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit more. Which one did I just add? I completely lost focus. So I'll just add I'll add the second one in line, I'll add the third one in line, I'll add the fourth one in line. So we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 4 right over here. So we have these videos, it's 6 minutes and 18 seconds, right? We want it to be under 60 seconds. So we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to, let's see, we're gonna find some of the best video clips. However, we're gonna start the video with a finished project. So let me just take a look at this particular video and see what's going on here. I actually don't like this video whatsoever. So that's misplanning by me, but this is 2 minutes worth of content over here. So let's take a look at what we have. Let's see here. We're going to, let's see if we can transform this a little bit. Crop to fill. We're going to also transform, crop to fill, transform, crop to fill, transform, crop to fill. All right, so let's take a look at if we have anything good here. Now, what I will, I'll actually go ahead and just do this, let it play. Let's see. We're gonna do audio, track volume 0, audio, track volume 0. We're gonna turn all the audio off. And remember, we're only looking for 60 seconds or less. So here it is. Let this play. Okay. I actually like this a lot. I like this video. This is great. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Nope, we're gonna go back a little bit more before it transitions. And let's just do that one more time, see where it transitions. Okay, and then I'll click this little button that says split right over here, and it'll actually go ahead and split the clip for me. So let me just go and do that one more time. And it splits the clip. Let me go back to the actual spot of this before it transitions, click split. And now we have its own little clip right over here. So let's just take a look at, let's just see. I want to see, We might keep this, so I'm going to add this towards the end. Now let me just take a look at this right here. I kind of don't like this. I mean, I don't really mind it, to be honest. This is a lot of features and benefits. So, okay, we can potentially use this. Wow, I actually really like this. Yeah, this is a great video. This is a really good video. So I'm just gonna click here, whoops. I'm gonna click here, click split, delete that section. So now we have 30 seconds or so. And let me just go ahead and do this. Yeah, that's gonna work really well. That's what I want. I wanna split this right here. Let's find the other split point. Okay, split this as well. Let's take a look at what we have here. This video probably isn't one that I'm gonna use. So now we have 45 seconds and I'll delete this. Now we have 34 seconds. So let's see our video. But what we're gonna do, here is we're gonna click on stock and I'm gonna click on audio and just click on free forever and just listen to some of these audios and what they sound like. All right. Yeah, good enough as an example. So we're gonna go ahead and just click close. And so we have this audio. Now that we have this audio, we can go ahead and stretch it out. You're gonna just click on, make sure you click it, and then click copy. And then there we go, fit to screen. And then we're just gonna snap it perfectly. So let's play this from the beginning and see what it looks like. So the audio isn't that great. I'm gonna move it down to its own level, and then I'm gonna overlay it a little bit. So it starts when the other one ends. So here we go. No, oh my gosh, that sounds even worse. So let's do this. Where this starts to end, we'll start this. Why does it sound like that? Oh, because it just gets right into it, huh? Okay, so we'll start this like over here then. Or not. Let's see, what we can do is the following. Fade in, we'll do 2 seconds. So it sounds a lot more natural. There we go. Cool. I'm just watching the video to make sure it's good. Good, good. So what we're gonna do over here is we're gonna click on overlay. We're gonna click on text over here. So we're actually gonna scroll down until you see, where is this one that I love to use? Multi-line. Now you're gonna drag and drop it above the video. Now, here we go. Let's just click here. We're gonna click on transform, top left. We'll click on text and we'll go ahead and just pick our text. Let's just, let's go with be bass over here and never tie laces again. Okay, never tie laces again. Size, let's make it right here. Color, we're going to make it, let's go with blue for text and yellow because that'll stand out, right? So we really want it to stand out. So let's just see here. Let's see, I'm just looking at the other ones just to make sure that we have this correct. Just to make sure, because I used to use other ones. So yeah, this is good. You can do 2 lines, etc. So here we go. And then we can go ahead and split that, delete the other. New, what we're gonna do, we'll do multi-line again. All right, click split, new silicone. Our laces are designed to again, we want to focus on benefits here. So we're going to focus on features and benefits. So the feature that we're going to go ahead, let's see where we are right here. Completely, extremely durable, works with any shoe, and works with any shoe. We want to keep the font the same. We're going to transform this. We're going to put this bottom left size over here. We're going to go back to our colors. We're going to make this blue again, and we're also going to make this yellow. All right, so let's just go ahead and do the following. We want to highlight this. We're going to click Control C or Command C. Let's paste this, and then let's drag and drop this to the, actually no, I'll delete that, and then drag and drop multi-line again to the exact location. All right, let's do this. What am I gonna say here? Let's see. Works perfect for any condition. Perfect for any condition. Works no matter what. Works no matter the condition. Right? Works no matter the activity. There we go. I think that was the word I was trying to look for, and somehow got condition. So yellow, transform. Let's bring the size down. Let's see what we have here. All right, this is what I'm going to do. Let's see. Adapts right to your size for extreme comfort. This will probably look kind of bad because of how, let's see it. Works no matter the activity. Adapts right to your size for extreme comfort. We have to cut that part. We have to cut that part. Okay, right there. We're going to split that. Split that, delete that. We're going to make this go right there. Make this go right there. We're going to make this shrink inwards. Let's copy this. Copy. Click here. Text. Very easy to put on your shoe. Now what we're going to do is scroll down, rating. We're going to add the rating towards the end. We'll shrink down the rating a little bit, move it outwards. Move it outwards a tiny bit. We'll go background. We'll put white. You know what we'll do? We'll actually put the white background starting over here. Okay, I don't know. I just added it on its own line. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. We'll do this. Text goes here. in while get call to action yours now while supplies last. Color black, stars 5. Get yours now while supplies last. Make sure it's the correct font. We're gonna click on here, make sure it's a little bit smaller, center it, and let's take a look. Okay, and we'll roll out the audio a little bit more. There we go. Okay, we'll fade this out as well. So audio, fade out. Let's do 1 second. Let's listen. Okay, cool. So now we have our video done over here. It's 35 seconds. We're gonna click the export button and we're gonna click 1080p and we'll click maximum compression and click continue. Now, what you have the ability to do is bring this out of your actual screen. It'll tell you, hey, listen, you can download our app. It makes it a lot faster. So again, it's not really that much faster. I just leave it in the browser. So I'm gonna pause this really quickly as we go ahead and wait for the export. So the video has finished downloading and it's over here. So right over here, you can see the video and we have it completely done and it's ready for us to upload to our Facebook ads and just get going.
So you've made it this far. You've created your store, you have everything installed, and now it's time to run ads. So there's 2 experts that have scaled to millions of dollars that I decided to bring on to teach you 2 different ways to run ads. Now, there's no one right way to run ads, and I want you to keep that in mind. So my very first guest, and also a tribe member, is Bogdan Kosilov. And Bogdan I've seen literally go from 0 to 7 figures very, very fast when it comes down to the dropshipping world. So he's gonna teach you his strategy, and I had to edit a lot of his video to cut out the fluff and just get right to it. So with that being said, enjoy this training, and then next we have Kyle Russell, who will go ahead and share how to test and scale very rapidly. Enjoy Bogdan's training about how to go ahead and actually test Facebook ads and the mindset needed when going out there and running your first ad.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Bogdan Kosilov. So, how do I test? Well, before I even tell you how I test, I'm just going to tell you that there is more than just one way to test. There isn't just one way to test. Just like you can make 4 multiple ways, right? 2 plus 2, 1 plus 3, 1 plus 1, plus 1 plus 2, etc. There's more than one way to test a product, but your job is to take this information and test the testing methods that I'm giving you and figure out if this is what you like and something that will work for you, right? So you're probably here like, okay, I don't care about your story. I don't care who you are. Just tell me what you do. And how do we do this? How do we do this? Well, you probably hear this all the time. And I mean all the time. And it might be something that you probably are not really taking into account, that it's so important. It's the most important part about this whole thing. And it's mindset, your mindset. And you're going to be like, oh, come on, Bogdan, your mindset. I know, my mindset's fine. I'm going to spend some money, make a lot of money. I'm going to be rich. Mindset. So the first thing with your mindset is that you have to learn to disconnect from money emotionally. So before launching ads, you need to disconnect from money at an emotional standpoint. You can't be emotional to money. You can't let it control you. You need to realize that money is a tool and it should be treated like a tool. If you start making emotional decisions on the campaigns that you're running due to the money, and you start killing campaigns and products before you fully tested them, then it's just not going to work. I obviously forgot to add that in. But if you do that before you fully test them and you act on an emotional level and not an analytical level, looking at the data, and not having the right mindset, oh my God, I'm losing $100. I'm losing $100. You're not going to make it. Right? Because you're penny pinching. You can't penny pinch when you're in this game. You have to make smart decisions based on data. So here's my way of testing. I personally like to start with CBOs, which is a campaign budget optimization. This allows me to test a campaign budget, and find winning assets faster, right? This gives me control of the learning phase also when I'm scaling. Whenever you make edits to ad sets, whether it's budget, targeting, or anything like that, the learning phase actually gets reset. So if you're running at a CBO and you're increasing the budget on the CBO, those ad sets, learning phases won't get reset because you're not directly changing each ad set, you're changing the campaign budget. So to start a campaign, I do a single creative campaign. I name the campaign by the product and creative name. So if you could see over here, the product would be the white lion and the creative name is on sale picture, right? In this case, it's white lion product and on sale picture. Name the product and the campaign what you will understand, right? So I understand this because this is what I've been doing. You don't have to do it the same exact way. You have to do what works for you. So this is what works for me. This is how I can read the campaigns quick and see what's what. I use the 1 to know that this is the first campaign that we've launched for this product or this creative. And then the date that it was launched. And I do this, all of this, for a very, very, very specific reason, which we're going to get into next. I test with a daily budget of around $100 to $200. And don't worry about this budget because a lot of the times you may not use the full budget in the day before you know whether you have to kill the campaign or an ad set or you can scale it. And then I test 10 to 20 single interest ad sets. There is no magic number, right? Some people say, oh, if you have 12 ad sets in the campaign, that's the magic number. And that's going to optimize the best. There's really no magic number, right? I stick to anywhere from 10 to 20 ad sets in the campaign, all single interest. I start with the United States because this provides the best pixel data because the United States has the best buyers. That's what it is, right? You're getting data for the best buyers. Now it costs a little bit more in the beginning to acquire a customer, but it's worth it because your pixel is going to be hot. I do ages 18 to 65, no matter what product I'm running. I do 1 interest. I do detailed targeting expansion on. And then all I do is when I pick the ad set, I simply copy the name from right here and place it as the name of the ad set. Now, in your campaigns, creatives are probably the most important part of the puzzle. Now, you need original content. Now, I'm not saying that if you want to test a product and you're just stealing somebody's video that you saw on Facebook, that it's not going to work. Yeah, you might get a couple sales, but it's not going to last long because it's the same creative being ran by multiple people, seen by the same people, and they're fatigued of it. They don't want to see that same creative over and over and over, right? But if you create your own creatives, something with your own twist, they might have seen other people's creative 5 times, but they've seen it so many times there's nothing new to it. And when you come out with your own unique creative, that's going to be the capturing moment when they're like, oh, yeah, this product is awesome. I want this. So I personally get the product that I'm selling and I either create my own ads or I contact people and I send them the product to create content for me. I tell them exactly what I need and they'll create it for me. People love free stuff just to make short videos or take some pictures, and some people might charge you, but you can pay people to get this done. This is part of the business. Remember, money is a tool. Other alternatives to get an ad created is you can find content online, YouTube, things like that, and stitch them together in a unique way. You can do this if you can't get the product, right? If you're getting it from AliExpress, it might take too long. You can start with this, but the thing is, even with that, people are going to be used to every clip that you're doing and that you're taking to create that ad because they've seen it multiple times. It's just in different order, right? But if you have completely unique content, it's going to change the game. Now, creatives should be unique to your brand. That means every creative is not going to be the same. But what is going to be the same is that they should capture your attention and hold the customer's attention, right? So long, boring, and not creative creatives will cause the viewer to skip and continue mindless scrolling because you have to think that they're just scrolling and you have to pop up, right, when they scroll past your ad, and it has to be something that's going to capture them and is unique and resonates to them. So to get those types of creatives and ads made, you have to think like the customer right? And you have to think like, who will use this product? What are they feeling right now? What are they like? What do they dislike, right? You have to dive deep when creating the customer persona, so your creatives and ads are hyper targeted to your customer, right? So as you've seen, we're selling a lion product. So this person's feeling like a lion, right? And that's the little head. And here's their characteristics, right? Because we're gonna find somebody that's gonna want this product, right? And when you see this product, you see a crown, the lion, right? This represents power, strength. So your customer is probably going to be somebody who feels strong, who feels in power. They're confident with themselves. They're probably financially stable because they feel like this about themselves. When somebody feels powerful and strong and confident, they're usually doing better in life, right? Because they have things to be confident about. They're probably stylish and trendy too, because this is a very stylish statue and it seems very trendy, right? This seems like this is something that could go viral and a lot of people will want this because it's very cool. So I took a few minutes, I created this, and this would be the characteristics of the customer that we'll use to target the customer better. So once we figure out who the target customer is and how they operate, we can now create an ad experience tailored to them. Like I said, for our line product, we determined that the customer most likely is someone who feels strong, powerful, and confident, right? And in their life, they are stylish and probably financially stable. And like I said, we got this by acting like a customer. Who would buy this lion with a crown? Think about it. Who would, right? Someone who wants to be king. Someone who feels strong. Someone who probably works hard and they're not on a limited budget, right? Because think about it. Most people who feel strong, who feel confident, who feel in power, they feel good about themselves, which means they probably go out every day and work for their stuff, do whatever they got to do, and they probably have money and expendable resources to spend on something like this statue. So we get creatives made to match the emotion and personality of our targeted customers, right? So we created that customer and then we get these ads created for them, right? So as you can see in this case, for each variant, we made 3 ads. We have 3 different, is it 1, 2, 3? Okay, so 4, right? So 4 different lions, different colors, which each one has a different type of creative to a different type of aspect, right? But each ad has a sense of urgency, but also comes off very strong and powerful like our target customer, right? Subtle things like the red banner. You see these red banners? When you think of this, you see the crown and the red banner, you automatically think of a king. You automatically think of nobility, someone who's in charge, someone who's in power, right? And then things like this, with that huge house in the background, you can see the chandelier there. When they see that, they picture themselves subconsciously because they're confident. They feel like they're in power. They're going after their goals. They probably have a little bit of money. So they see that and potentially they might be like, oh yeah, look at that. Look at this lion. It's going to look so good in that house when I get it. You know, you're tapping into their subconscious. And then we have things like this, which just pop, right? These things just pop because this is a white lion with a gold crown on the black background and yellow text is just going to pop. So catch the attention of that person. So now we're going to start putting together the pieces. Now that we have tailored ads made for a customer, we have to target them. So in this case, we would do the same exact thing that we did when we created the customer persona, except we dive into their interests, right? Someone who is strong, powerful, financially stable might like things like physical activity, right? They probably go to the gym. They probably play sports. They take care of their health. They meditate. And they probably are educated, right? They either went to school, went to college, they educate themselves at home, they're in business, or they're constantly trying to self-improve, right? And they're also stylish and trendy, right? So if they're stylish and trendy, they like being in the loop, which means they like social media, blogs, forums, magazines, websites, all those things, right? And they love brands. Figure out the type of brand that your target customer may like. For example, like this person, they feel powerful, they feel trendy, they feel stylish, they feel strong, financially stable. They might like things like watches and cars, right? So you might target them with specific watch brands or specific car brands, things like that. And this is how you have to keep diving in, because once I show you, we don't just test 10 audiences, right? We don't. So you're constantly going to be doing this to figure out more and more and more and more audiences that you can be testing. So let's get into the KPIs and the columns that I look for when testing, right? So what we look for is cheap cost per clicks, cheap CPMs, high click-through rates, cheap add to carts, and cheap purchases, obviously, right? Of course we want cheap everything. Well, yeah. So for each product or campaign, you'll have different metrics that you have to look for, right? Like a cost per click of $1 on the $20 product is kind of bananas, right? Because on the $20 product, your margin might be $10, right? So $1 click on the $20 product is bananas. It's high. But a cost per click of $1 on the $100 product is not as bad at all, right? Because on the $100 product, you might have a margin of $50, $60. So it's a lot better. So these are my favorite columns that I use to determine what to do next, right? I have my link clicks, my click-through rate, cost per click, unique add to cart, cost per add to cart, unique checkouts initiated, purchase, ROAS, conversion value, cost per purchase, and the amount spent, obviously. So everything that I highlighted is things that I look for, and here's a couple of campaigns that I ran, right? So the top campaign you can see. Right, this is on Lifetime, I believe. On the top campaign, you can see that our average cost per click was 41 cents. We had a good click-through rate of 8.93%, but as you can see, that was a little bit below average, but it was still pretty high. And we had a cost per add to cart of 58 cents. All right, so we can't use that to fully determine this campaign because it only spent $61. But the purchase ROAS on this campaign was still 5.63 with an $8, almost $9 cost per purchase, which is really, really good. And then if you look at some of the higher scale campaigns that spent about $3,000, right, their click-through rates, because they have different creatives in there, are extremely high. Now, their cost per clicks are a little bit higher, but the thing is, look at the ROAS and look at the purchase conversion value and cost per purchase. So you need to figure out your KPIs based on your products or your campaigns to see what makes sense, because a $12 cost per purchase or a $16 cost per purchase for these products is good, but that'll be a terrible cost per purchase if you're running that on a $20 product, if that makes sense. Because if you're spending $15 on a $20 product and your margin is $10, you're losing $5 every single purchase. So you have to find your average KPIs, and then you have to make cuts depending on those KPIs. So for me, if an audience or creative has a cost per click over $1, I will kill it, but only for the day if it's not profitable. So if the cost per click that you see is 133, right here, 133, but the ROAS is 3.7, I'm not going to kill this. It wouldn't make sense for me to kill these. But if the cost per click is 1.25, right, less than this, but look at the ROAS and look at this cost per add to cart. It's very high. Click-through rate is low. Cost per click is high. Cost per add to cart is high. ROAS is low. Cost per purchase is high. I'm just gonna kill this. And they spent $300. I'm gonna kill this, right? So I try to keep my cost per add to cart under $250 unless it's profitable for the day, right? So these are, like I said, on Lifetime, but with the $5.80 cost per add to cart, that's more than double what I look for. And then look, this is why I'm saying it. Look at this, right? So I see my average cost per add to cart is a $2.02 cost per add to cart, and my average ROAS is a 2.6. That means if I run the $2 cost per add to cart, I should be getting around the 2 to 3 ROAS, right? But then if I'm going to be running a $5, $6 cost per add to cart, it's triple this, right? So you're gonna 1/3 this ROAS basically is what you're gonna end up having. That's how I determine it. So that's how I end up killing it, right? So for me, my break-even ROAS, let's say, is 1.7 with a $20 spend per ad set. So figure out what your break-even ROAS is. So I try to keep I keep my cost per add to cart under $250 unless it's profitable for the day, for the week, and for 2 weeks, 14 days. So I actually check it every day, and then I change the columns to 1 week, 7 days, and then 14 days to see all my data. Then I figure out, so you have to figure out your break-even ROAS before you even launch anything, and then you have to figure out a target of what you want for your cost per purchase, your break-even ROAS, things like that. You have to figure them out, right? So for me, if my ROAS is under a 1.7, which is break-even ROAS for me, per ad set. And if it spent $20 on that ad set, then I will kill it because 1.7 is break even for me, right? So I want it over. If I spend $100 on that campaign for the day and it's at break even, if it's less than break even, I will kill it if it's not profitable. So before even launching your campaigns, you need to find out your break-even ROAS, and you need to figure out your goals and targets of when you're going to kill ad sets and campaigns, right? So you do that by understanding what your break-even ROAS is and keeping track of your ads. And when things aren't going the way that you're planning, that's when you can start killing. So for me, if my ROAS is 1.7, which is my break-even ROAS, with a $20 ad spend and or a $100 campaign spend, then I'll kill it. That means if any of these are under 1.7, and these are all campaigns, and this is on the month. So if these campaigns were on the day, and today it spent $80 and it has a 0.82 ROAS, right? Even though it didn't spend the $100, all these metrics are not looking good for me. I'm going to shut this off for the day. And this is what I did with this one and this one. And this one I left on because even though 1.7 and 1.9 are close, this is still showing signs of potential with a $14 cost per purchase. And this one's $16 cost per purchase and the ROAS is higher. So if we have that low cost per purchase, we know we're good. We know we could keep running. So once you figure out your KPIs and you know what you need to kill for the day, the week, the month, things like that, then you can start determining what's going to be permanently killed or that you're going to need to reset. I reset nightly until the total ad spend on an ad set is over $40. So if I'm running a campaign with 10 ad sets in there and 5 of those 10 ad sets spent $40 total in their lifetime, and their ROAS is less than 1.7, I'm going to shut those off forever. I'm not going to test those again. So let's say today I launched a new campaign and each ad set spent $20 and 5 of those ad sets had a 1.8 ROAS. I'll leave those on. And the other 5 had a 1.65. I'll turn those other 5 off. And then at that point, I determine if I want to turn that ad set back on based on the KPIs the next day. And if the campaign spent over $200 in a lifetime and I don't like the KPIs, I will use those KPIs to determine if I'm going to keep that campaign running or I'm going to kill it permanently. So to test the product, I don't only test one campaign. Every night I launch new campaigns with new audiences, and testing creatives and audiences is equally as important. But the thing is, I start with audiences before I start with creatives. So because I've been doing this, I have a decently firm grasp on knowing what creatives will do decent. Right? I'm not a guru. I don't know for 100%. I'm not a psychic that these creatives will work. But just by looking at certain creatives, you kind of have an understanding of, okay, I think this will work or this won't. That's why I jump into testing audiences. I also do this because I have a bigger budget to spend because I understand that money is a tool. So even if I have to spend $1,000 to test a product, at least I'm going to test every angle of it. So if I test 4 campaigns, of 10 audiences in each, out of those 40 audiences, I will find winning audiences even if the creatives need work, right? So we have 4 campaigns here, White Line, on sale pick 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And they're launched on January 3rd, January 4th, January 5th, and January 6th. Each one of those has 10 ad sets. So let's just say out of these 4 campaigns and these 40 audiences, campaign-wise, all of these audiences were either break even or profitable. I would continue to duplicate and test new audiences daily, but I would also start testing creatives with the audiences I already tested. So bear with me. This might look a little bit confusing. Don't read ahead of me. So on the top that's selected is White Line on sale pick, right? And now this is the 5th campaign that we're launching, and we're launching it on January 7th, right? These are all hypotheticals. And the 4 below are 50% off creatives. You see, the product is the same, White Lion, that's the product, but the creative is different because it says 50% off. It doesn't say on sale. So we have 4 of those. And these are all scheduled just to make it seem like we're launching them every day, right? So on the 8th, on the 9th, on the 10th, and then the 7th. It makes it seem like we're launching nightly. So what I would do is, remember, we said that these 4 campaigns were break even or profitable. Since we know these audiences work and we're only testing one creative in them, I take these 4 and I duplicate them, and all I do is change the creative in there to the 50% off creative, and I schedule them to launch for the next days. And then what I also do with this was I would just duplicate on sale pick 4 and change the audiences in there, and that's it. And that's what you're going to continue doing, because with this, you're testing so many audiences, and now you're testing so many creatives that you're gonna find what works. So if we see that white line on sale picture 2 is crushing consistently with this creative, and then we test it on 50% off, right? Creative 2, and it's not doing well, then we probably know that this creative is not good for these audiences, right? So if it's not doing good here, but this is doing good, and these are the same exact audiences, just different creatives, we still have to see what all these audiences obviously are doing. But more than likely, it's this creative that's not as good as this creative. So this is when you'll continue to test new creatives with the same audiences, because you know these audiences are working for this creative. That means they're working for your product. That means all you got to do is get better creatives. So let's jump back into mindset, right? Because you're looking at me and you're like, wow, you're testing so many audiences. You must be spending so much money, right? If I spend $200 on January 3rd, 4th, and 5th, at $200 a day, and I let it run to $200 a day, and I lost $600. But on January 6th, I launched and I found an audience and creatives that ran a ROAS of 3. I just got my $600 back. Plus, I found those audiences that I could run until they're fatigued. That means I could run those winning audiences with different creatives for a good amount of time and, 3x, 5x my ROAS just on those audiences. So if I ran White Lion on sale pick 1 on January 3rd and lost $200, and then I got my emotions attached to it, and I was like, oh my God, I lost $200. Oh, this product sucks. I'm not going to test the next 3. You would never get to your winning creatives, or you would never get to your winning audiences, or either your creative or audiences, because you gave up, because you got emotionally attached to the money, which is a tool. This is why you can't get emotionally attached to money, because it is just a tool. So now we're going to jump into the blank ad account just for demonstration purposes. Okay, so we're going to start with creating a campaign, and we're going to jump right into this blank ad account. So the first thing we do is create a conversion campaign. All right, we come here. I'm just going to paste the name that we set, right? This is the white line. The creative is the on sale picture. This is the first test. Date would be 1/3. Today is 3rd. So let's say we're going to launch today. We're going to click campaign budget optimization. Let's say we're going to test $200 daily, and we're going to do 10 audiences, right? So we'll duplicate this to another 9. So we have the white line. We have the 10 audiences. We don't have ads yet. Let's just do one thing at a time. So what we're going to do is we made our customer persona. Do you remember somebody that's strong, somebody that's powerful, confident, trendy, stylish? We have all these things like we said before, right? Location, United States, age 16 to 65, all genders, detailed targeted expansion on, right? Now, we're going to do some detailed targeting. Remember what we said, this person is strong, powerful, confident. They probably have money. So we'll start doing things like targeting maybe Rolex, right? And then all I simply do is take this, add as the name, continue on, right? We'll do Rolex. And then what we could even do is take the Rolex. And what we do is just use the suggestions, right? Patek. You could use any of these, right? So let's say we're going to do this. Take that, copy it. And maybe what I like to do, because I test so many, if I was going to do this, my first campaign, I would keep this whole campaign in the luxury niche, right? So if I started with Rolex and Patek, the rest of these ad sets, the last 8 ad sets would be something in the luxury niche, right? Maybe cars, watches, just flexy type stuff, right? So once we do that, we're going to go into the ad, and then we'll create the ad. So for the ad, I'm going to name it White Lion. Same thing, on sale pick, right? Now I'm gonna, because you still need to know the creative names. You need to know what's running. Once we do that, we're gonna add media, add video, upload. So from here, you're gonna create your ad copy. The thing I don't like about teaching people how to create an ad copy is because every ad copy is going to be different. Remember, we made our customer persona and we need to use that persona to create the ad copy to hyper target to that audience. So you're gonna create that yourself. There's plenty of courses. I'm not a copy expert, so that's not something I'm gonna teach. So that's gonna be the very basics, right? White line on sale picture, right? So now we have the white line on sale picture for every single one of these ad sets. Now, obviously, I don't have the ad sets set up in here, but you would have every ad set, right? Patek, Rolex, whatever else you might have, Rolls Royce in there with the same thing. One creative for each ad set, right? So that's it. And that's when we would start testing. So the next day on 1/4, right? I'll test this for today, schedule this for tomorrow, 1/4. And now this is the second test. So we're going to name it number 2 because this is the second test, right? And now we're going to change all the ad sets to something else. So here's what you can do, and here's what I like doing, right? So since that first campaign was for the luxury niche, this campaign is going to be something else. I don't want to have Rolex in the first campaign and then an Audemars in the second campaign. It doesn't make sense to me, right? So this, right, we'll think of something else to target because we want to figure out which niche kind of or segment of audience is going to fit the best for the product that we're selling. So if the first one was luxury, right, then we also remembered that our target customer persona, the person was confident, right? We thought they were educated, self-education. So maybe we'll go into some self-help gurus, things like that, right? Maybe Tony Robbins. Everybody knows Tony Robbins, right? And once you do that, that's going to put it to all of them. Take that, go to the first one, rename it, boom. Now this is Tony Robbins, right? Now here, since you did it for all the ad sets, this has Tony Robbins. All you have to do now, you're going to get the exact suggestions that you need to stay within this segment, right? So now you have Robert Kiyosaki. Just take out Tony Roberts, copy, paste, and just do this all the way down, right? Suggestions, go to the next one, Think and Grow Rich, or just pick what you think, right? What you think may work. This is obviously a game of intuition. So that's what I'm going to do, right? Then we will launch that the next day, remember, on the 4th, and all of these only have that on sale, right? So let's say we do this for 3 days and we switch it up, right? 3, and we launch this on the 5th of January. We change these ad sets to a different segment, and now we have 3, right? On the 3rd, and the 4th, and the 5th, we're running at $200 a day. We're following our KPIs. We're killing. We're doing whatever we got to do. And we see, wow, all of these campaigns are doing great. This creative is doing great, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to start testing new creatives. All I'm going to do is take these 3 campaigns, duplicate all 3 campaigns. All 3 campaigns are selected. Click on the ads. You see it says 30 ads. Change the ad name. So the next one we're going to do is 50% off. And then we're going to change the creative. And that's it. All the ad sets are still the same because all we did was duplicate. And then all we're going to do is change this, right? We're going to do this and put 50% off. Let's copy and paste to make things easier, right? But obviously these days would be something different, right? So this was the 3rd. Let's say tomorrow we're going to launch it. That's going to be the 4th. All right, where's the one that we just did? It disappeared. No, it didn't. It's right here. Copy. Okay. On sale pick 2, right? So we do 50% off. Since we launched that on the 4th, the 5th. But these, obviously, you don't have to launch one at a time. There's times where I launch 10, 15 campaigns in one shot. Wake up to 1,500, 2,000 in ad spend. But I see that out of these, let's say 6 campaigns, 4 flopped, right? With a 1.7 ROAS, a break even 1.6, 1.5. But these 2 are popping off with 50 sales. I'm going to shut off these and let these bring me back and bring me into profitability, right? So I'm going to do this and then I'll do it for this. The same thing, launch it whenever I want, put the date, make sure all this is the same. Let's say on the, what do we have on the 5th? On the 6th. Okay. And now we have this, right? So now we have our 3 on sale picks. Remember, these are popping off. And now we have Now we're testing 3 of the 50% off creative. So this is what I was saying. If these 3, 1, 2, 3 are popping off and you see that they're working with a profitable ROAS, is doing good, but then these 3 are not, break even, not doing well, then you know it's the creative that's not working. Okay, so we know that these creatives were not working because these 3 are working, these 3 are not working. So what am I going to do next? I'm going to continuously duplicate this because we know that these 3 are working, this creative is working so far, and the audiences are working. I'm going to duplicate and continue this process. Next thing I'll do is white line on sale pick 4. And I'll set this for the 6 when I launch this, right? And I'll continuously do that because maybe just this creative didn't work. Well, not the creative, but maybe this audience didn't work. The first one on this, but these 2 worked. Once we make number 4 and we see that it's working for this creative, we'll also just duplicate number 4 and put this creative in there, if that makes sense. So now you have 3 audiences, 1, 2, 3, with 2 creatives, right? These are the creatives, these are the audiences. We know number 1 is the same. Number 2 is the same. 3 and 3 are the same. So this is how you can tell when you're launching campaigns if it's the creative or the audience that's not working. Because once you test multiple creatives with the same audiences, you're gonna know if it's the audiences or it's the creatives. And this is how you could determine if you need to switch creatives or you need to switch audiences, because if one isn't working and number 1 was in the luxury item niche, right? Remember Rolex, Rolls Royce, things like that. And number 2 is popping off and number 2 is the self-help niche. We're going to know that we need to kind of stick in more closer to this, to the self-help niche, than to the luxury item niche. When we know that, every single time we're duplicating campaigns, we're thinking of things closer to the self-help niche and whatever other audiences worked that's not this. And we know that we could test different creatives in those audiences that we are already using and we know are working, which saves you so much time and effort. Also, what you'll be able to know is which, let's say both of these creatives are popping off, you're going to know which creative is better, right? Because if all of these 3 are popping off and all of these 3 are popping off, but this one has a ROAS of 2, but this has a ROAS of 3, you know this is better. So now what you could do is, since you know this creative is better, you could just use this creative to start testing more audiences, because maybe this creative is break even or tiny, barely bit profitable, but it's not even worth to continue running or testing. You can now use your new creative that you already know is working better than this creative to continue testing new audiences. So to wrap it up, we start with a single creative campaign, white line on sale picture 1. We start with that to test the creative and the audience, and then we have our targeting single interest, and then we have to make sure that the creative is tailored to the customer based on the product. You have to figure out what that customer is thinking, what they're feeling, which is going to lead to them buying, right? Strong, empowered, confident, financially stable, stylish, trendy, things like that. You're going to create your target persona. You're going to figure out what they're feeling, what their emotions, what their life is like, strong, powerful, confident, they're stylish, they're trendy, they're financially stable, and that's how you're gonna figure out your persona, your customer persona. You're gonna get the ads tailored to that customer persona, and you're gonna get multiple variations of the ads because you have to test multiple things. Then you're gonna put all those pieces together, right? By figuring out what you want to target, because if we have creatives that are targeted specifically to this customer, this one customer, right? Or let's say each one of these customers represents 100 people. If this one customer is 100 people, we need to figure, and this is our target customer, we need to figure out what they're thinking, what they like to target to them, right? They're physically fit, sports, meditation, fitness. They do self-help, remember? So that's what we're going to do. Stylish, trendy, maybe they like social media. Once we have the ad tailored to them, all we have to do is figure out what they think and what they feel. And then we could get the audiences tailored to them as well. And now we're hyper targeting our perfect customer. So we're looking for cheap CPMs, cheap cost per clicks, high click-through rates, cheap add to carts, and obviously cheap purchases, which means higher ROAS. You're going to have to figure out your average KPIs depending on your product. And you could also do this. I believe Dan might have some videos Dan has a bajillion videos on YouTube. You guys should go on his channel if you haven't watched his YouTubes lately. He has every bit of information you can need on there to get started and start making money. Figure out your average KPIs, figure out what your break-even ROAS is, and that's how you're going to determine what you need to kill and what you need to continue running. And then testing. So we're just going to continuously test one creative in a campaign, with each campaign having different audiences. Simple, right? And then once we find audiences that work, we're going to duplicate those audiences and just change the creative in there to match those audiences, because we know that they're working. It's so simple, guys. And you're continuously testing your creatives and your audiences to find new ones. And just remember, don't be cheap. I know not everybody has the financial tools to go hard and spend $200 a day on multiple ad sets and multiple I know not everybody has $200 a day to spend on multiple campaigns, but you can't live in lack when you're trying to get into business. You have to make educated decisions and say, yes, I could lose $200, $400, $600, but then on that last campaign, I could have a ROAS of 8. You know what I mean? And you have 1,600 back from 200 spend, and you just made all your money back plus some. So money is a tool. It's not something to be emotional about. Money is not the goal. Freedom is the goal. So that's my little spiel on testing. If you have any questions, make sure to send me a DM on Instagram, and my Instagram is Bogdan_Kosilov. And make sure you're in the Tribe Telegram chat, where we drop info all the time. We're going to start adding more stuff into there. And make sure you're following everybody here on Clubhouse, because we go on Clubhouse all the time, and it's just a live podcast of us sharing everything we know and our personal experiences, and it's a good time. We all connect, we all bond. But I hope you enjoyed this. Like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And back to you, Dan.
So I hope you learned a lot when it comes down to Bogdan's method. Now, as I mentioned before, there's no one right way to do and operate Facebook ads. So I asked one of my really good friends, Kyle, who was able to achieve over $1 million in under 2 weeks, how he was able to go out there and do it, running the ad strategy. So he said, I will gladly share with your entire audience. And that's exactly what, he's doing over here right now. So you learned Bogdan's strategy, and now you're going to learn Kyle's strategy. Now, both strategies differ from each other. It's going to be a hybrid that you create, what you decide works for you. And the reason why I wanted to do this is because I don't find it very efficient just learning one strategy from one person. I'd rather you have your options open and learning different strategies from different experts and seeing what works best for you. So again, with that being said, let's just get into Kyle's training, and I'll see you at the end.
All right, what's up, guys? It is your boy Ecom Kyle here. For those of you that don't know me, I have been building and scaling e-commerce brands for about the last 3.5 years now, and we are going to be talking about Facebook testing and scaling. So right now we're going to be getting into testing, validating, cold targeting, creative testing, cold test scaling or cold interest scaling, lookalike testing, lookalike scaling, no interest targeting, and no interest and manual bidding scaling. So the first thing that we are going to talk about today is your testing campaign. So when we go ahead and we test our e-commerce products for our brands, we want to make sure that the market that we're targeting is actually resonating with our products, and it's actually a worthwhile product to sell and will give us the ability to scale profitably, right? One of the biggest things that the experts in the industry have over the people that aren't experts is that they know when to validate a winning product through their marketing, right? So what that means is a lot of people think they need that winning product to be successful in e-commerce, right? And they need to find it as fast as possible. Now, while that's true, all of the experts are not looking to find the best of the best products. They're actually looking to test the most frequently. It's really important. It's really important when you test products that you do so very quickly, very efficiently, and with relatively minimal effort up front, because the best of the best in the game are actually just testing more than you. They might not be testing better products than you, because the best in the game actually know how to identify losing products very, very quickly, and they don't hang on to product tests way too long. One of the biggest common mistakes that I see new dropshippers and e-commerce sellers make is that they test products for 1, 2, or even 3 weeks at a time, when in reality, if you want to find the best product, you're going to have to test fast, efficiently, and be able to cut bad products very, very quickly, right? The faster you can cut bad products, the faster that the winners will be able to reveal themselves to you. So I'm going to give you guys a quick outline of the testing campaign structure that we usually do. So generally we're testing with CBOs. Now Facebook is always changing, and this is something that if you are new to the industry are going to have to get familiar with and are going to have to get used to, right? Sometimes CBO will perform really well. Sometimes ad sets will be killing it in a certain month. But for the most part, as long as you target properly and accurately, it doesn't matter too much on what the budgets you use initially are, or if you do CBO or ad set level budgeting too much, as long as the product is good and you're marketing relatively efficiently into a market that makes sense for your product. So we're gonna start with anywhere between a $50 CBO and a $250 CBO with about 5 to 7 ad sets. Now, the reason why we wanna test between that $50 to $250 range is because usually we're gonna be testing products between the $20 break-even point range and the $50 break-even point. Now, just a reminder, our break-even point is our selling price minus the cost of the product. So if we sell a $30 product that costs us $10, our break-even point is $20. Therefore, if we run a $50 CBO, we have enough spend on that given day, on that first day of testing, or the second day, or the third day, for the ad spend to surpass our break-even point. That way, we'll really know whether we have some traction with our audiences that we're testing, or if the product might just be a dud with the audiences that we're targeting, or if the product is just not a winner. Now, if your break-even point is relatively low, such as a $20 or a $15 break-even point, you're going to want to probably test with a $50 CBO. Whereas if you're targeting a little bit more higher ticketed, maybe a $50 or $60 break-even point, you might want to test with that's as high of a budget as $250 or maybe even more, depending on your budget and again, your break-even point. Now for countries, this is totally up to you and whatever best fits your marketing style. What I like to do is either 3 of these campaigns or just 1 of them. When I do 3 of them, it's because I want to hit different markets. I want to hit different countries. I might have one that is just targeting the United States, one that's targeting the top 5 countries, but excluding the United States. Now this would be UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And another that would be worldwide, excluding Africa, South America, Asia, and the top 5 countries, because we're already targeting those in 2 other campaigns. Now again, if you want to use these 3 campaigns because you have a little bit more of a budget to work with and you're very confident in the product, it's a really great way to distinguish the performance in multiple countries. Because a lot of times when you test just with the top 5 countries or with e-packet countries, as you guys might be familiar with, what's going to happen is US is usually going to get the most spend, followed by maybe Canada, UK, and Australia. So we want to give each country an opportunity to really shine for our products, and this is generally the best way to do so. But if you're balling on a budget, there's no problems with just using the top 10 to 15 countries, which I'm going to show you guys in a bit. We're going to be using auto placements, we're going to be turning the audience expansion off, and we're going to be using the regular 7-day click and 1-day view settings. So I'm going to be here in one of my Facebook profiles right now, and I'm going to show you a sample product test that we would go ahead and execute. So this is for a lion statue. We are going to name the campaign, whatever the product it is that we're selling, and some key metrics that we're looking for. One of those metrics being our break-even point, which we're going to say is $30, even if it's more or less, and our break-even ROAS, which is the ROAS that we need to maintain, right, our return on ad spend in order to be profitable. So if our break-even return on ad spend is 1.8 and we are spending $100 a day on this CBO for testing, we want to make sure that we're pulling back about $180 or more if we want to be profitable. So when we're setting up our testing campaign, we want to make sure that we're always optimizing for conversions. You always want to optimize generally for what you want to receive, and we don't care too much about how many add to carts we get or how much traffic we get on the first day. We really do care about getting purchases. Again, we're going to go ahead and set the CBO as on for now. If you want to do ad set level budgets, that's totally cool too. Depends on your personal preference. If you do, I suggest setting your ad set level budgets at about half of your break-even point, generally because it takes Facebook about 24 to 48 hours to optimize for a particular audience. Now, if your account is relatively new like mine, you might have these low spend limits, which is okay. You're just gonna wanna warm them up and make a couple of manual payments so that you build up your payment history with Facebook in order to get that up as soon as possible. Now let's get into the ad set level. So at the ad set level, you are going to see your pixel here that you're using for your store. Obviously your pixel captures all of your customers, and it makes sure that Facebook targets the right people for your product and for your business to generate you the most sales. Now for the start date, you can do midnight for the next day, you can do 4 a.m. I generally like targeting a little bit before whenever my target market wakes up. So if I'm using a United States campaign, what I'm gonna wanna do is probably schedule it for around 6, 7, maybe 8 a.m. But most people don't purchase when they're sleeping, so you wanna catch them when they wake up, or maybe even after if they've been awake for a couple of hours already. Now for the countries in this example, I am showing you guys the top 10 to 15 countries that I like to use that have relatively good economies and are pretty notorious for buying products online. That would be US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, France, Denmark, Netherlands, Sweden, Israel, Singapore, and Norway. There's a couple more you can add. There's some of these that you can reduce, but generally speaking, this is a pretty good foundation that you can start with. Now for ages, we almost always want to keep ages and genders very broad unless the product is very, very obvious and is tailored towards older people or just women, in which case we'd want to narrow it down. And we are going to use pretty much common sense interests, whether it be magazines, hobbies, passions, or animals, whatever it might be. We're just gonna go ahead and use 5 to 7 of the most relevant interests that we can think of, again, that are common sense and that are as big as possible in audience sizes. Now, we're also gonna wanna make sure to exclude some interests because we don't want our ads being exposed to any form of competition. This can be Facebook payments users in the last 90 days, AKA advertisers. This could be people interested in AliExpress, dropshipping, or Shopify. We also want to make sure that the detailed targeting expansion is turned off in the beginning because Facebook does not know who we want to target just yet. After about 48 to 72 hours and they start to get a better idea, then you can start to test turning this on and seeing if Facebook knows how to navigate outside the range that you're kind of giving it in order to get you some extra conversions. So again, all this really means is, do you want Facebook to go outside the parameters that you're giving them and the interest that you want them to look for if it means getting you more conversions? Obviously you do, but you want to have the highest likelihood of those customers converting. So we're just going to wait till we have a little bit more data before we turn that guy on. Generally speaking, we're going to want to target English in the beginning unless you are marketing to a foreign or an untapped market, in which case you just want to target the language in which you're targeting relative to the country. We're going to want to do auto placements because Facebook knows their market way better than we do, and you never want to question the Facebook algorithm because they have millions of points of data that we don't have to work with that they're going to be using on our behalf. So we'd rather have them do the dirty work in finding who converts because that's their job. The algorithm is very good at it. So we're going to leave things as broad for them to play around with as possible. So now we're going to go to the ad level, and we have already actually prepared the setup of the creative. This is just going to be an example of one creative. Now, what goes into a good creative, right? Most people who are buying off social media need to make an impulse purchase. So when you put up a post on Instagram or when you put up a YouTube video, for example, how are you capturing people's attention, right? When you write a book, it's usually based off of the cover, right? How people first initially perceive the product is what's going to attract them and what's going to lure them in. And then your website is what's actually going to convert them, right? Your landing page. So it's very important that you can represent your product visually in as professional of a way as possible that really grabs people's attention and makes it worth it to them to stop scrolling and interacting with their friends' posts and to actually think about making a purchasing decision on your website. So this is actually an inactive page that we're using just for demonstration purposes, but when we come to the creative, this is an example of a custom image creative that we have made that is portraying the product in as best of a way possible that shows what the product is and also provides a little bit of scarcity and a call to action by saying on sale now. Now with our copy in our primary text, it's important to talk about just the best of the best qualities and characteristics of the product and not to make that too long and filled with all these different benefits because we kind of want to save that for our website. We just want to give them a sneak peek, make sure that we get their attention enough to reel them in, give them a call to action, right? So we have sale ends soon here. You can say get yours, you can say try 30 days risk free, whatever it is that you'd like to say here, as long as you can get them to your website. Little pro tip, you want to use wording here that not a lot of other people use. That way your ads will be exposed to much less competition when people go into different softwares and different research methods where they use specific keywords such as get yours or 50% off. The more we can limit those and emulate more of a real brand that doesn't need any of those kind of sales gimmicks, usually the more successful our ad is going to be, because there's going to be less eyes on us and less people trying to copy what we do, because we look and feel more like a legitimate brand. And so that's going to be way harder for other competition to come in and copy what we do. Now for headline, this will be up to you. I like to add a little bit of emojis that are relevant to the product. I like to sometimes say premium and then whatever the product name is, or modern, depending on the type of audience that you're trying to reach. But try to stay away from common emojis such as stars, right, where you say like 4.7 out of 5 stars, and try to stay away from common terms that, again, a bunch of other dropshippers or e-commerce businesses are using. Because usually when Facebook sees a common tendency or a common practice across a bunch of inefficient business owners, they start to kind of internally penalize it the more that they see. So again, we just want to make our ad very unique, very eye-catching, and not look like the typical dropshipping creative. Now here we have a custom bit.ly link and a shortened URL just to make the appearance of our business and the process of getting there a little bit smoother for our Facebook customers if they don't want to click on our Shop Now button for some reason. And lastly, we have our button set to Shop Now. Now you can always split test get offer or learn more or things of that nature, but for the most part, they're shopping, so we just want to say Shop Now. Now, from the creative side of things, we want to have very good organizational structuring. So when we name this guy, we're going to name it Gold, V1, and C1. Now, the reason why we want to name it like this, or you can develop your own sense of organizational structure and naming, is because we're going to test multiple creatives and we want to be able to distinguish what version of the creative we're using or what type of copy we're using, because those are going to be things we split test down the line if the product does end up doing well. So in this instance, we would go ahead and duplicate this ad creative once or twice and change up the variation. We'd either change up the image, maybe we want to change up the text, or just make sure that we're testing something different, because a different creative and a different image might significantly resonate better with specific parts of our market. That way we're not limiting ourselves to one bad creative being the reason for maybe the product test not doing that well. Now, it's also important to note that if you're using multiple ad sets and multiple campaigns like we teach, that you want to retrieve what's called a post ID. Now, the post ID is the way that Facebook links your specific ad to the engagement that it receives. So you want to make sure that you don't have a bunch of copies of the same ad that are getting different types of engagement that you have to run around and keep track of, but rather you just have a few ads all generating engagement that's shared across multiple ad sets and multiple campaigns. So usually in order to do this, you can do two things. You can click publish, you can refresh the screen, and then you can just come over here and click use existing post, and it's actually just gonna bring in the post ID that corresponds to this particular ad. Or you can come up here to these three dots and you can click on a button that's gonna say manage Facebook comments, and the last few digits of that URL that shows up is actually also going to be your post ID. So you can just come over here, click use existing post, and there's gonna be a little button that says enter post ID, where you can enter those series of numbers to make sure that you can just lock in that post ID, and make sure that when you duplicate your ad sets, that it also retains your main ad and doesn't just make copies of it. Now, once you set up your anywhere between 1 and 3 creatives, you're gonna wanna just duplicate this ad set a couple of times, whether it's 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. I like to keep it between 5 and 7, and make sure that you just swap out other interests that are relevant to your product. So now that we've covered how to test a product with Facebook ads, it's important to know what to look for, right? Because we want to be able to make decisions fast, maybe even as soon as the first day that we launch the product. So some key performance indicators that we want to look for are a cost per click, or CPC, of less than $1, a click-through rate greater than 1%, a CPM of less than $12. Now the CPM, it's a little bit relative towards the product that we sell and how expensive that we want to sell it, but for the most part, we want to shoot for around $12 or less. The lower our CPMs are, the better our performance and our costs are going to be, because what the CPM is how much it costs us to reach 1,000 customers. And we want to reach 1,000 customers with as little money as possible so that all of our metrics end up being a little bit cheaper. Now, the CPM is a little bit tricky of a metric because you could get 20 or 30 or even 40 CPMs and have to work really hard to bring those down just to be profitable. Now, the biggest factor with CPMs initially is simply your creative. So you just want to make sure that you have the best possible creative that you can, and you have multiple creatives off the bat so that there might be one that's yielding better cost that you can work with. But again, all of these metrics such as CPC, CTR, cost per add to cart, all of these things are usually relative and revolving around that CPM metric. So you can't really control that one too much. That's just kind of a number that Facebook gives you that you have to work with. Now for cost per add to cart, this is a metric not a lot of people look at, but I think is very important because generally speaking with e-commerce and when you're testing products, you're gonna get about 3 add to carts for every 1 purchase. So what that means is that on average, you need to maintain a cost per add to cart of about 1/3 of your break-even point or less. If your product doesn't convert as well and you're getting 1 purchase for every 4 add to carts, then you need to adjust this metric to 1/4 of your break-even point or less. So let's say, for example, our lion statue that we were testing has a $30 break-even point. We want to make sure that our cost per add to cart is $10 or less if we want the best odds of profitability for that specific ad set or campaign. And lastly, you want your ROAS literally day one to be within 20% of your break-even ROAS. Now your break-even ROAS is just the ROAS you need to maintain in order to be break-even or get into that profit zone. So let's say our break-even ROAS is a 1.8, then that means that day one we want to shoot for anywhere between a 1.4 or above, because we're going to be pretty close to that, within 20% of our break-even ROAS. Now day one, we don't need to be profitable. It's just a bonus if we are. But we definitely don't want to be at like a 1 or a 1.1 ROAS or less, because that just means it's probably not going to get much better from there. Now sometimes you have to be a little bit patient for Facebook to optimize, but generally speaking, they're very smart. So if it looks really bad off of the bat day one, you can cut your losses relatively quickly if you don't see some of these KPIs. But rather, if you're seeing 30-cent CPCs and 3% click-through rates, and you're seeing really good cost per add to carts, and you're right around break even day one, that's gonna give you the indicator to now pursue this product. And that's where we get into our validation campaign. So now that we've tested our product and we see a little bit of traction, a little bit of proof of concept, and we're almost break even, we wanna go ahead and validate it with another cold test campaign. Now this usually consists of about 10 to 20 ad sets with a daily budget of around half your break even point. Remember, we want to move relatively quickly, not only because there might be some competition that wants to hop in and steal our product, which we don't really care too much about with the types of products we're going to be selling, but we just want to capitalize on the opportunity to scale as soon as we're given it. So with Facebook taking about 1 to 2 days to optimize, it only makes sense to use about half of our break-even point as the daily budget. Because if we use our break-even point as our daily budget, let's say $30 a day ad sets, and we spend that within 24 hours and we don't really give Facebook too much time to learn, the performance might not be as good as if we actually just use a lower budget and let it run a little bit longer. Now, I don't recommend using a budget less than $5 a day. I usually shoot for $10 a day plus, but half of the break-even point generally is a pretty good starting point. Now we're gonna let these run for about 1 to 2 days, and we wanna look for the same, if not better, key performance indicators as our regular initial cold testing campaign. Now this is because we're gonna be using 10 to 20 interests that are as closely related to the ones that actually got us sales and the best performing ones for our cold testing campaign. And now the reason why we call this a validation campaign, or a campaign where we're validating the product, and to make sure that we didn't get some fluke sales in our initial cold testing campaign, we're actually developing some real consistency and traction with the product, because now we tested more interest, we used ad set budgets, and maybe we have a couple of ad sets that have 2 or more sales. And that's when you can validate that your product truly is a winner and that you can probably find more interest like those that are going to perform well, and eventually build up that pixel data so we can get into the more advanced parts of scaling. So now that we've tested and we've further validated that our product is a good one that we're going to want to go ahead and pursue, we want to go ahead and continue with our cold targeting for a couple more days until that first week of pursuing this product is up. Now we want to launch as many interests as humanly possible within our budget that makes sense, right? If the product isn't doing that well, you don't want to just rip 20 to 30 new interests every single day. You might want to just add a few and then cut your losses. Because even if you have tested the product and you have validated the product, it's sometimes that there's just a couple of ad sets that do really well and it might not have long-term consistency and traction. So you want to make sure that all of these new interest campaigns that you launch are giving you a better foundation and are getting anywhere between a 20 and a 30% success rate. So what that means is for every 10 interests that you launch, you want maybe 2 or 3 of them to get you sales or maybe even be profitable. And here we're seeking profitability within week 1 after turning off underperforming ad sets and after scaling the bangers. So now once we've established our foundation and we have some cold test interests that are just killing it, maybe we've scaled some of them up and we've turned some of them off, we want to pay attention to some creative testing. Now, there have been so many instances where I have scaled to $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, or even more, where I was only riding on between 1 and 5 creatives. And that's not a really good way to run a business on Facebook because your customers are gonna resonate with different creatives so uniquely and differently from the next customer. So uniquely. And the difference between having 5 to 10 creatives versus just 1 that you're riding on is going to be the difference between scaling a product to $1 million instead of only being able to scale it to $100,000. So again, once you are relatively confident in pursuing the product, you want to make sure that you test at least 3 new creatives per week. And again, it's so critical to the growth of the business because there is a serious thing called ad fatigue in the e-commerce space when it comes to Facebook ads, where you depend on one creative for so long and you've reached so much of your market and they're just not having it anymore. They just are not responding well to that creative. And even if you hit the same customers just with a different creative, you can capture that customer back as a new customer rather than before they were getting the same creatives and they were looking at your business from one perspective. And sometimes you just need to be able to approach each customer from a different angle to recapture their business. Now, you can test creatives by using your best interests in a CBO or ad set level by using either the purchase or the add to cart optimization event. Now, all that you're looking for are some distinct metrics such as which one has a higher click-through rate, which one's yielding lower cost per clicks, lower CPMs. Those are the metrics that you look for in creative tests. And the reason why it doesn't matter too much whether you use conversions or engagement or add to carts is just because you want to see which one is getting the best results, right? Which one's getting the highest quality metrics. So now that brings us into our cold interest scaling. So we haven't gotten into any of our warm interests or our lookalikes or anything of that nature. We are still dependent on our cold test interest foundation, which is the best foundation to have because we've pulled in data from so many different directions and we've tested so many different audiences to see what responds best with our product. So now we want to figure out how we can reach those existing high performance customers more and make more off of each audience. So when it comes to increasing budgets and scaling, all we're doing is spending more money in areas that are already converting well or that are likely to convert well. So we can either do this by increasing the budgets internally by anywhere between 30 and 150%. Now, you only want to increase it by 150% if, let's say, you're running a $100 ad set and it's absolutely crushing it, 5+ ROAS, your break-even ROAS is around a 1.5 and you're just absurdly profitable by 60, 70, 80%, and you just want to scale it to the moon, then you can make those bigger budget increases if there's a lot of consistency, right? But for the most part, you're only going to be increasing the budget internally by anywhere between 30 and 40%. So let's say you have a $10 ad set that's absolutely crushing it. You might want to just bump it up to about $15. Let it sit for 2 or 3 days and see how the performance changes, right? If it does better, you can continue to increase it. And if it does significantly better, then you can increase the budget by a little bit more next time, right? Maybe you take it from 15 to 30, or maybe you jump from 15 to 50. Just know that the more that you increase the budget internally by, the higher likelihood of inconsistencies you may experience. right? Because the more you change internally for a specific ad set, the more Facebook has to relearn what to do in this new environment. Now you can also duplicate your best performing ad sets and just increase the budget and again, see how they react in different environments. Sometimes ad sets perform better if you increase the budget internally by a little bit. Sometimes the duplicates perform a lot better. And what I like about duplicating personally is that when you duplicate an ad set into a new environment, it doesn't impact the performance of the original ad set. Whereas if you increase the original ad set budget internally, then it'll directly change the performance of that original ad set. It might be for the better, but it also might be for the worse. Now you can also duplicate your top performing interests in groups of 3 to 5 in higher budgeted CBOs. This is probably one of my favorite methods to scale cold test interest because of the consistency that's generated when these giant cold test audiences are placed in CBOs where we give Facebook a little bit more flexibility and room to spend our money freely. And when we can provide the best of the best interest in higher budgeted environments with more flexibility for Facebook, generally we're gonna see a lot more consistency and scalability. Now in general, for campaigns and for ad sets, if your campaign or your ad set is profitable by a reasonable amount that you're shooting for, that could be 20%, that could be 30%, that might be 50%, then make sure that you scale it just a little bit every 48 to 72 hours. Now, generally speaking, you wanna look at the performance of your campaigns and ad sets over a 4 to 7 day time frame, and every single chance that you get. And if you're reaching your target profit for that particular campaign or that ad set, which may be 20%, it might be 30%, it might even be 50%, then you want to scale it. Now let's talk lookalikes really quick, right? Now lookalike audiences are basically Facebook's way of taking a small sample population of your customers that have taken some type of action on your website or on your ad and finding a much larger group of people that have similar interests and characteristics to the smaller sample population that they're referencing. So now you can create these lookalike campaigns for individual countries, or you can make worldwide lookalikes. I like both of them, but I like to start one country at a time. Usually the United States is often going to get the most spend and therefore build data the fastest. And so some metrics that we want to look for might be page views, video views, initiate checkouts, and purchasers. And this is just 5 of about 50 different types of lookalikes that you can actually go ahead and create. Now, once a particular country has met these metric requirements, 1,500 plus for page views, 5,000 plus for video views, or 150 plus for add to carts, initiate checkouts, or purchases, then we are ready to make our lookalike audiences, and you can structure them however you like. I personally like to do all 1 through 10% for the United States, and I like to do them individually. So with percentiles, some people like to do 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. I like to do 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 0 to 3, and keep everything open and broad. Now with lookalikes, the more metrics and the more data that you can collect, the higher that they perform. And generally lookalikes are the most consistent and the most scalable audiences that you are going to be utilizing for your business, because you're essentially taking the best of the best customers from your website and you're finding people just like them to invite them to get to your website and possibly purchase your product. So now the higher quantity of these metrics, generally the higher quality of the lookalikes you are going to receive, because you're literally taking people who are just like your best customers and inviting them to come to your website and possibly purchase your product. So now once we've tested a couple different lookalike campaigns, we want to see which audiences got some traction and maybe which ones didn't, so we can trim some fat and we can pursue the ones that are actually making us money. So with lookalikes, they scale very similarly to interest, if not a little bit better. So you want to take some of the same actions that we talked about before when it comes to trying to scale them. And when you start testing and scaling with lookalike audiences, you can generally try slightly higher budgets, and you can leave that expand interest, and you can actually check the audience expansion and turn that on, because your pixel now is a little bit more seasoned, it's a little bit more mature, if you will, and Facebook has a much better idea of who you want to target, because chances are you've spent a couple $1,000 at this point. And so with the audience expansion, you are allowing Facebook to go a little bit outside of what you're giving them, which is totally fine, because that's going to lead into our no interest testing, which we're going to get into in a second. Now, you can rip some pretty high budget CBOs with your best performing lookalikes. Once you've tested a few, let's say US lookalikes, or you've tested some worldwide lookalikes, and you have maybe 3 or 5 that are absolutely crushing it, you can move them into higher budgeted CBOs. Again, this gives Facebook a little bit more room to work with, a little bit more flexibility and control over how they allocate the budget that you give them. Now, you can also take your best performing lookalikes that have some type of similarities among each other, or at least this is what I like to do, and you can create what I like to call a super lookalike audience, which is essentially when you take, let's say, your US page view 1%, your US page view 2%, and your US page view 3% lookalike audiences, and you group them into one ad set. Now, it could be 1, 2, and 3%. It could be 3, 5, and 9%. Whatever's performing the best, you just want to put them all together in one ad set and in one environment, and then give Facebook a relatively higher ad spend, because again, that audience size is now going to be a little bit bigger. So now with lookalike audiences, generally you can rip some pretty high budget CBOs and start to develop a lot of consistency and a lot of traction, because you're giving Facebook a larger audience size to work with, as we mentioned before, and you're giving them just some more freedom on how they can allocate your budget towards relevant audiences. And once you find a lot of consistency and traction among a couple of top performing lookalikes, you can create what I like to call a super lookalike audience. A super lookalike audience, which is essentially when you stack some of the best lookalikes that you have into one ad set. That allows you to spend a lot more daily and gives Facebook more room to spend among a much larger audience size. Now, I don't know how many times I can keep emphasizing this, but with Facebook, bigger is generally better, right? The more room you give them to spend, the more you can increase budgets and not have to worry too much about overlapping audiences or hitting too many customers more than once in a given audience. So now we get into the fun stuff, which is generally after we've already scaled a product and we're kind of at that level where maybe we're plateauing and we don't really know how to get to the next level. That's when we can experiment around with some no interest targeting. Now, you can start it here, you can start it in, just at the end of week 1. All that matters is that you've spent up a good amount in the ad account on that particular product. I like to wait till about $5,000 or $10,000 is spent. That way my pixel knows exactly who we're looking for already for the most part. So literally, if we don't do anything in our detailed targeting box and leave it completely blank, Facebook should still have a pretty good idea on who it is that we're trying to target, and they're going to actually take the information that they've built up over the last couple of weeks, and they're going to do their best to kind of guess who's going to be interested in purchasing the product. And generally, these are very, very powerful because they're almost like lookalikes without having to put a lookalike in that custom audience section. Now, one thing that you can do here is kind of manually optimize and narrow down by ages and your best genders, and maybe trying different devices. You can have Wi-Fi be on or Wi-Fi not be on. You can try all these different micro split tests within these no interest ad sets because of how big they are, right? So instead of cold test interest, where you're testing different interests such as animals or celebrities, and individual interests, here you're actually testing the individual metrics and how you can break ad sets down within these no interest ad sets. Now, these are very fun, but they can be a little bit overwhelming because when you have 7 different things you can break down by and you can kind of test 3 or 4 different variations for each, we're getting into the hundreds of combinations of ad sets that you can launch when it comes to the no interest campaigns. So just do your best to organize it as well as possible and to start with just some small adjustments, and to just start by maybe testing your best genders and your best ages, devices, and payments. That way you're gonna have probably between 30 and 60 different no interest ad sets to work with that you can test just as you would your cold interest ad sets or your lookalike audiences. Now, lastly, we're gonna touch upon our no interest and our manual bidding scaling. Now, this is when it gets really, really, really fun, because now that we've tested our no interest ad sets and we have maybe 5 or 10 of those 60 that we tried that are just super consistent, that we've scaled and that are at a pretty consistent level, we can now take it to one step further. Now we can try our top performing no interest ad sets into as high of budget CBOs as we are possibly comfortable with. This could be 500, this could be 1,000, this could be 2,000. I've even ran these as high as $5,000 and $10,000 with consistency over a couple of weeks and even past like a month, I believe. Now you can also take some top performing no interest ad sets, lookalikes, or interests and start testing cost control. Now what cost control is, or what most of you guys may know as manual bidding, is essentially when you tell Facebook, I want to limit how much that I spend per customer, per paying customer. So there are two types of manual bidding. I'm not going to get too into depth on them, but my favorite is cost cap. And cost cap is essentially you telling Facebook, hey, my target cost per purchase is 20 bucks. So let's set a target cost per purchase of around 20 bucks and see if we can maintain a cost per purchase below that so that I can maintain profitability and hopefully scale. Now, usually I want to set these cost caps anywhere between a half of the break-even point and about 2 times the break-even point, anywhere in between, right? Sometimes you're gonna have to set your target CPA, right, your cost control number, a little bit higher than what you might be comfortable with. And that's because generally speaking, Facebook is always gonna get you a cost per purchase below that specific number. So this is a great way for you to be able to increase budgets relatively aggressively and not have to worry about Facebook just blowing through a ton of your money unprofitably, because you're giving them these restrictions and you're saying, hey, I only want you to play in this sandbox. I don't want you to expand and explore too much outside of this. So this is the only place that you are allowing Facebook to stay in, right? Which is that target cost per purchase of what's going to allow you to be profitable. Now, manual bidding is a little bit risky because you do have to play around with higher budgets, especially if you want to navigate into bid caps. That's why I like cost caps, because you can make a bunch of CBOs of your best performing interests, or you can duplicate some of your best performing CBOs and just swap out a cost control of right around your break-even point, maybe a little bit less or maybe a little bit more. And what this might allow is for one campaign that was crushing it to do even better, because now you're telling Facebook, hey, this is my target cost per purchase. If you can maintain below this, I'm gonna keep spending and I'm gonna keep spending more. And they wanna make as much money off of us as possible. So they're gonna try to give us some reasonable results if we're relatively competitive for our market at that given bid. So that was a general overview of Facebook testing and scaling. I'm just gonna do a quick recap on kind of the procedures that we like to take, just with a step-back approach. So that's pretty much it when it comes to Facebook testing and scaling. Again, I'm going to quickly review the processes of what we go through all the way from testing up until that end game and that end point where we're just pulling in hundreds of thousands of dollars per day consistently. Now, that's pretty much it when it comes to the outline and the infrastructure of our Facebook testing and our scaling. Couple things to note are that when you are testing products and when you are scaling your products, it's very important to come up with your own set of KPIs and kind of develop your own style. And one of those things is going to be the organizational structure of your columns. So really quickly, if you take a look at my screen right now, you're gonna see that we have campaign name, right? We obviously wanna know what our campaign is, our ad set, our ad, so that we can keep the metrics for those specific things separate from all of the other things that we're kind of split testing it against. Then we have our budget, our amount spent, and this is gonna be daily or on whatever time frame you have. So we are going to have our campaign name or our ad set name or our ad name, our budget, the amount spent, purchase conversion value, our ROAS, we're gonna have our cost per purchase, cost per click, CTR or our click-through rate, our CPM or our cost per 1,000 impressions. We're gonna have add to carts, cost per add to carts, initiate checkouts and purchases. Now, this is my favorite set of columns because the most important stuff is happening right when we open up our ads manager in this kind of first half, because generally speaking, everyone reads from left to right. So when you look at this, you're saying, okay, any high-level marketer who just has these metrics right here, budget, amount spent, purchase conversion value, ROAS, and cost per purchase, will be able to make relatively high-level decisions for scaling a particular product or ad set. So we want the most important stuff to be just jumping out at our face. So if anything is below our break-even ROAS or above our target cost per purchase, we can turn those campaigns or those ad sets off. And now all of the things to the right of cost per purchase, these are just relative. So this is a good indication on maybe holding on to an ad set a little bit longer, even if it's not profitable, because maybe on average it's close to getting another sale. And now the second half of these metrics of our columns that we have set up is just a good indication of whether or not a particular campaign or ad set is likely to have very attractive metrics for this first half of our column section. So for example, we might have a product that is borderline break even, but our cost per add to cart is awesome and it looks like we're just about to convert another customer, in which case we're gonna keep that ad set on for probably 1 or 2 more days, because again, it's really likely to convert. Whereas if we just had these metrics here, we might not be able to see that. So it's really important to use both of them in unison. So that's why it's super important for us to familiarize ourselves with a column that is in alignment with our style, so we can just read our data as efficiently as possible, hang on to ad sets a little bit longer that are likely to convert, or cut ad sets that are yielding undesirable metrics. So again, just a quick recap, the way that we like to go about pursuing products is testing, validating, then making sure that we test out a bunch of different cold interests where we're prospecting what audiences resonate with our products the best. Then we want to test what creatives resonate with those audiences optimally. Then we want to make sure that we can actually scale based off of that solid foundation that we've built out for our brand. And we can do this with lookalikes, we can do this with no interest, CBOs, just simply by increasing budgets, and so many other methods of simply spending money in areas that are already converting well or that are likely to convert well. All right, back to you, Dan.
So there was a lot to cover in this entire video. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and recap everything that we went over, and most importantly, what you need to know. And in order to go ahead and successfully create one of these stores, what you should be doing. So let's dive back into my computer so we can give you a quick rundown of everything we just covered here.
So like I said, this is going to be a quick overview and the final touches for your perfect store. So the overall agenda, our process together here today. So we did product research using multiple tools and resources that we went over, and we've created the store and set up all the right settings and used a very special theme. Now we went ahead and talked about creatives and creating them as well with the team and how to use different video editors. Now we also shared exactly how to run ads for beginners and how to scale them as well. Bogdan and Kyle really went over that as well. But again, these are the very simple steps for you to follow and nothing too complicated to execute on.
Now with that being said, I really hope you enjoyed all this content. Make sure you bookmark this, save this, pass it to a friend who needs it, whatever it is. Make sure that it's somewhere safe that you can keep coming back to and watching. But not only that, make sure you're part of the Tribe's Telegram group where we release new content periodically in that group that we don't put on social media, but it helps tremendously. Not only that, but I did promise Kyle and Bogdan that I would help them out as well. And that was the whole premise of this, is I want to help individuals like them build up their socials so they can get a following of, followers that want legit information. So if you can, please support them. Go to their channel, subscribe, go to their Instagram, follow them. They might tweet on Twitter, go tweet them and say thank you, whatever it is. Show your support for them coming out here. It's not just me, right? I don't want you guys to think that, I created this, I edited this, I spent days, actually it's been 2 weeks already doing this. I put a lot of time and effort into this. But at the end of the day, it's only possible to make something like this happen as a team effort. So I know you guys are thankful for what I've done, but I'm thankful for Bogdan and Kyle and everybody else in the tribe who's contributing as well, other members and videos that I'm piecing together. So this is my initiative, one of my goals for 2021, and I'm excited to release all this content with individuals that are experts and hours long of just real training that you can use. So if you enjoyed this, please subscribe not only to me but to Kyle and Bogdan, and make sure you show your support. Join our Telegram group because that's where we're going to be releasing more information and more updates, that videos where we keep them unlisted. And specifically Kyle, I told Kyle to keep his video unlisted because I'm going to send it in that group about more elaborate Facebook ads training. If you want it, it'll be in that group. Just join that Telegram group. It's free, nothing to pay. So my name is Dan Dasilva. Thank you so much for watching this entire tutorial. I look forward to seeing you very often on this page because it's quite long, and I know you'll be coming back quite often to keep on learning. I'll see you soon.